Qu'au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays Paris, pareil toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Welcome to the EML Regional Finals, where we close out the competitive year for the Europe MENA region before we take this to Paris to make history for our 10th Six Invitational. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and joining me on the desk we have Alfama and Fresh. It's only been 2 weeks since Munich, it feels like it's been forever, but we're back with more EU MENA action. How are we feeling?
Super excited. We did not get to see EU teams in the grand final too far. We just saw Falcons. I expected the EU grand final in Munich. I didn't get it. So you know what? Regional finals will fix that for me.
It's nice. Normally after an event we take a nice big break, but it's been what? It was only 13 days ago since we saw Falcons unfortunately fall to another second place, but you know, we're back. We've got only European teams, so at least a European team will win this competition, and you know, I cannot wait. It's 2 weeks since Munich, but it is 1 week until we all go to Malta as well, so that should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, hearing that has just made me so happy. We're confirmed to have a Europe team win here. There's no need for copium whatsoever, but as you mentioned, Falcons, of course, in the grand final. They'll be back in action today as we take a look at our brackets for this competition. As you already mentioned, this week and next week as well, whilst we'll be in Malta with the top 3 teams making it to the live playoffs as well, which you can still buy your tickets for as well. Just a reminder for everybody that's watching us right now. But when we're looking at the bracket and when we're looking at this, of course, the big interesting things that we need to talk about. Winning the EML Finals directly qualifies you to Six Invitational. But looking at this as well, you know, for Virtus Pro and BDS, they're running the gauntlet against the teams that will be dropping down into the lower brackets as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This is we're used to seeing double elimination brackets. This is very much more of a gauntlet bracket that it's going for. You can see the upper bracket games there, G2 against Gen.G, Falcons against Secret. They're fine. Upper bracket, you win that, you go into Malta next week, you're playing out the upper bracket final, maybe the grand final. But for VP and BDS, who start in the lower bracket, they then have to play against the worst loser of today and then the best loser of today, just to get a chance to get into the lower bracket final, to be going to Malta, to go into the Six Invitational. So particularly for those those two teams, it really is a big gauntlet that they're going to have to run.
And I just love the way it's built, because it means that every single team that wins one more match gets you closer to SI. Every single time you improve your chances of making it. And for VP and BDS, yes, it's looking green because they have way more matches to play. But in the end, you have your fate in your own hands. If you can keep on your win streak, you will make it to SI eventually. And that's the big news here.
And two things we have to explain for our viewers as well, Jack. I mean, talking about the lower bracket in that case, how does it work with the teams in the upper bracket? We'll have a worst loser and a best loser from those matches dropping down to the lower bracket?
Yeah, exactly. So whoever loses the upper bracket games today, they will play tomorrow against the winner of VP and BDS. So the worst loser is the team effectively gets beaten the most, I guess, is the easiest way of putting it. So let's say, for example, one of the games is a 2-0 and the other game is a 2-1. The team that loses 2-0 would be classed as the worst loser because they haven't got a map. Their map differential would be -2 and the other teams will be -1. And that's how you get a best and a worst loser. There is a lot of tie-break scenarios if we get there, if all of the teams get exactly the same results. There is a whole tie-break process that we can go through even when we get to that point. But yeah, you want to be, obviously, if you're going to lose, you want to be the best loser possible. So it will make things like round difference massively important.
Yeah, we just meant that, every single victory gets you closer to SI, but the reality is every single round matters now, because even here in these first two matches, if you win only by a few rounds, you at least guaranteed to play one less match than the other team that lost. So you need to make sure that even if you lose, you need to make everything super competitive, try to win as many rounds as possible, and that gets you closer to SI. That basically gets you a bye of one match if you lose by just a few rounds, right? So that's what you're trying to get here, trying to be as competitive as possible if you cannot win.
Every round counts is what I'm hearing from these matches here in the upper bracket. And then one more thing we'll talk about before we really get into our first matchup for the day. Talking about the SI qualification, of course, we'll send a team directly to SI if they win the regional finals here. Now, the big thing is that could be Falcons. And Falcons is, as it currently stands, qualified for SI based on the points they've gathered over the EML as well as the major. How would it work for other teams and people watching at home as well? Say, Jack, that Falcons win here. What happens with those global point standings?
Yeah, so there's Falcons. It'll also be G2 and Secret. If they were to get to the point of winning this competition, then they would already have got enough SI points just from that. Effectively, what happens is this competition happens first before the SI standings are totted up, if you want to consider it like that. So let's say Falcons win, they would get the SI qualification from this point of view, and then another slot. They effectively get removed from the SI points calculation and those invites there. So effectively, what that means is the SI points goes one place down.
Yeah, so basically, one thing that's important, if one team of the big three, Secret, G2, Falcons, win this event, it means that effectively you negate all of the points, and maybe a European team won't benefit from that. So technically, we would be rooting for an underdog to win this.
Yeah, right now it would be a team like W7M, for example, benefiting off of that, just outside of the top 11 in the global standings. But that's the housekeeping bit done. We now know what we're playing for. Let's have a look at the schedule for today then, because we have a busy day ahead of ourselves. We have 3 best of 3s to keep ourselves entertained here for today, starting off with our upper bracket games, as you mentioned. The big things for G2 and Secret in that game, we've already mentioned it, but the win qualifies them to SI. This is a big tick that they want to tick off for today. And as our final game, we'll have VP and BDS. And hey, we said it, Leo, they're definitely going to have to run the gauntlet should they win here today. It's just a few more best of 3s. And it sounds light work, but it really isn't. It's a few more best of 3s to get them all the way to the final.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have a really clear split between these 6 teams. You have 3 top teams. That is G2, that is Secret, that is Falcons. These teams, only 1 win away from making it to SI, already are qualified to SI. If you look at VP, Gen.G, BDS, they need a miracle. They need to go as quickly as possible, winning some games to make it to SI. It's salvation on one head and redemption on the other one. They need to confirm for the big teams, and they need to save themselves for the lower tier teams. And so very different stakes for these 6 teams here.
I'm just excited for Falcons against Secret. I think, there was a world during Munich just a couple of weeks ago where we were all thinking, I would love to see that as the grand final of the Munich Major. So the fact that we get it as our first best of 3 today, I think it's going to be a very, very fun game to watch as well.
Yeah, and these two teams have played against each other so often as well. It's just one more best of 3 against each other in that scenario. But we'll start talking about our first matchup here as we have G2 going up against Gen.G. And they have also faced off against each other this year 4 times in total, with G2 winning that matchup 3 out of 4 times. And the most recent one that you're seeing on your screen right now is where they actually denied Gen.G making their first major. G2 have gone to said major, as we talked about, the Munich major that it was. We've seen them there recently. And I think the big thing about that one, Jack, is that a lot of teams would be happy with the position that G2 found themselves in, you know, making top 8, getting to playoffs. But a team like G2, they probably aren't satisfied with that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, you know, as a conception of G2, I think their identity really changed when Stompen joined. And I think for a team, when your identity changes like that, you can consider it kind of a new project. And I think as a new project, making the grand final of EWC, making top 6 at the Munich major, that's actually relatively successful. However, this is G2 Esports we're talking about. This is some of the best players on the planet Earth that have been brought in from all kinds of places. You know, we've got imports into this roster from 2 different regions. The expectations of this roster are gargantuan. And therefore, I think perhaps for G2, they maybe let themselves down, especially with the nature of how they exited the Munich major up against Wildcard.
Yeah, and if you look at G2 in general, you think they win the first stage, right? European champions. After that, top 2 at EWC. And you think this is maybe the honeymoon. I think we really started to see them battle tested in Munich. They played 17 out of a possible of 18 maps in all of the matches. Everything was hard. In fact, even in the phase 1, they were back against the wall. They dropped 2 BO1s. And so they were basically on elimination duty for the 2 remaining days of phase 1. Everything was hard for this roster. They were tested on comms, they were tested on coordination, and let's put it bluntly, they only survived thanks to incredible individual plays, and most of them on the back of Stompen. And so we need to see a roster back at being a great team. That coordination needs to be back there for them to really perform, but the sheer individual power and prowess of this roster should be enough to make it to Malta.
I will say the guy that we've just seen on the screen there, Doki, I actually caught up with him after G2 lost, and they were devastated. Like, I've seen G2 be eliminated from events, and, you know, they maintain this kind of bravado. They're okay. They were really hurt after exiting Malta. It was a real wake-up call for them. And yeah, like you say, Stompen had carried them through. They were carried through a little bit on individual performance, which in reality was not the G2 that we saw in Stage 2. It was not the G2 that we saw on EWC. So hopefully that was a little bit of a wake-up call for them. Today, if they win their game, they can qualify themselves to 6 invitational points regardless of what happens inside of this bracket. So it's huge for them because that is the next step in the process for G2.
Yeah, and even for a team that they're going up against, right, for Gen.G, as of right now, it's probably not looking very much like they'll make it to SI, but winning today here shoots them up a lot in regards to the probability of making it to SI as well. And when we talk about them as a team, you know, they had a good run in Stage 2. I think they showed very competitive to the other teams, but, you know, just losing short to the major, to GT Leo, has to be really unfortunate, whereas this time has had some time in the shadows to cook, and surely they've come up with something here today.
I mean, if they stay true to what happened during the year and the 2 stages, I will say this, I think they've been cooking. The reality with Gen.G is that if you look at their Stage 1, their performance there, and then Stage 2, it's constant progress. Consistently, they were the team that was the most coherent with their approach. They were the ones that were I guess, having the best success in the long run. And a player like Deadshot, for example, that you see here on your screen, really stepped up, finally found his groove in the roster. Neko especially has been looking amazing as the AGL and the Flex. And like you said, yes, a win versus G2, and they bounce up to 84% of making SI. So this is critical for them. It is a really tough opponent, but they could do it if they show the same progress that they've showed during the rest of the year.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I think Gen.G have been improving. I think that's the big thing that we've got to say, Leo. You know, they were improving at the start of the year. They were coming in as, you know, maybe a lower table team, maybe looking to scrape playoffs. Now we're consistently seeing them in playoffs. We're seeing Neko on the IGL in. Deadshot, the guy who's just on your screen, significantly improved, right, across Stage 2. He really showed us the potential that we saw at Wolves. Now they've had a bit of time to cook. They've had a bit of time to be in the bakery. They've been cooking. And, you know, I would expect some improvement out of them. Even if they were to lose today and they are the underdog, it's about being that best loser and then solidifying that multi-place for next week.
As long as they can stay competitive to G2, that's the big thing that we're on about when we talk about that. You know, the importance of being the best loser from this matchup should you eventually be knocked down to the lower bracket. We can have a look at the map feature though, because these two teams are no strangers to each other as we go back to regional play. You know, you always get that teams have played against each other so many times. So I'm sure that when we look at this, there's some kind of information that we can go off. And starting with the first map, what are our thoughts about this one?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see Chalet be picked by Who's this by? Gen.G? No, this is by G2. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So that makes a lot of sense. G2, it's a map that they play quite split on. It's got that individual element where they can just execute quite heavy onto site if they need to. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. But Skyscraper, Leo.
Yeah, I'm just double checking. I think there might be an issue here with what we're showing. I think
there was double chalet, yeah.
Yeah, no, that was double chalet.
Really
So just looking at the map veto that we see here between the players, I think we'll be going to bank first. Gen.G picks that, which is a bit of a surprise if you think about it, because G2 were one of the best team in the world on it. But they dropped a couple of performance there in Munich, Jack, right? They dropped a couple of matches, if I remember well. So I guess an interesting pick, but the one that where they were looking at their strength during the Munich major. And then if we move on to the next one, G2 actually did pick Sky, which that one makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, G2 have been strong on Sky for, as long as I can remember. I think it's been a real benefit of theirs is that they are good at attacking onto maps that are traditionally defender-sided. They really set the meta on attacking Skyscraper. That I will say, though, they have played Gen.G on this map a couple of times. One that comes to mind, particularly in terms of memory, was EWC. I think it was one of the very first games of EWC. These two teams played each other on Skyscraper, and it was one of the most attacking-sided Skyscrapers I've seen in a long time, and G2 really had to dig deep to get over the line.
Yeah, recently, now this is the right map veto. So if you look at Sky, though, I will say in current performance, if you look at Munich, the performance on G2 on Sky really dropped a lot. They lost 7-1 to Weibo, they lost 8-6 against Wildcard. So I'm assuming they learned a lot from those defeats here in Munich, and a couple of days later to go and pick that EML Finals. I think it's a matter of a learning scenario. But then Cafe as a decider, that's a big one for me. G2 used to be amazing on that map. Actually, they had a 4-win streak going into the match against Wildcard where they got eliminated and Wildcard beat them on it. If it wasn't for that, they would be on a 5-win streak on that map, actually. And so it's a really comfortable one for them. It's a comfortable one for Gen.G as well, but Gen.G plays way weaker opponent. When G2 beats Weibo and Secret 7-1 on Cafe, you think, wow, crazy, right? They also beat Falcons 7-4. For Gen.G, they only beat lower tier teams in Europe, so Fnatic, Matchco, Wolves on Cafe. Very different opponents, very different power ranking. So I think in general, we still see G2 as the favorite. The map veto makes a lot of sense, also because the two map pools are really matching each other.
I think the big thing for me is whoever attacks well, particularly on Skyscraper and Cafe. And when we talk about Gen.G and how they're establishing themselves as a decent EML team, they are, but they are really, really strong defensively. It's their attack that's really been struggling a little bit. So when they're attacking Cafe, when they're attacking Skyscraper, that's where I think we'll really see where this game's won or lost, because we know G2 are going to be pretty strong on both sides. And I think that's where, can Gen.G make that step up? If they can, that's where we will see it.
I mean, talking about this first one, though, I think it's not uncommon that we see, for example, G2 pick into a map that the opponent's very strong on. But seeing Gen.G wanting to take this series to bank as well, what do you think they can show us on that map in specific that could show some kind of competitiveness going up against a team like G2? I mean, Leo, is there anything that you think they may have prepped in the last few months to take down a team that has been so strong on bank?
I mean, 100%, for sure. I mean, if you think about it, Gen.G completely in the dark for weeks, and they literally saw them play Munich. They saw them show that map. So I think you saw them play against Secret, for example, where they lost it in Munich on that map. And then you saw also them struggling against D+ at the same event, 7-4 victory, but D+ still managed to get a couple of rounds. For Gen.G,
and I suppose that's the big thing is we know that Gen.G have seen G2 on bank. We know that they've seen them cross the Munich major. They've seen them play it a few times. I think Leo cut out there as he was saying that, but he was saying that they lost up against D+. They played it against D+. They played it a few times at the Munich major, but also the one thing is that G2 actually, after the Munich major, they took a holiday. We saw pictures on social media of, Stompen and I think Loira and Alamo. They went off, they were skiing together. They took a little bit of time away. What that means is actually G2 are going to be playing the same strats. They won't have changed a lot of things from the Munich major. So from an advantage point of view, that gives Gen.G an advantage. They know what's coming, and therefore they can prep quite counter heavy on that.
Then again, let's be honest. I mean, after an event like that, you need some time off as well. It's something that players always talk about, you know, the healthy work-life balance as well. Taking some time off, even if it's together with your teammates to really do that bonding outside of the game, could be so important as well. But we're seeing our players getting ready for the game. We're just a bit of a hold-up as we are missing some players in the lobby. As you can see, actually, on Nako's screen, I love it when we get a bit of a side view from the players and we can see their screen. So we have an idea of what's going on with the lobby and how we're currently standing. Let's have a look at this one and the other one. I think it's quite realistic to think that a team like Falcons or Secret could be that best loser in this case, Fresh. Gen.G really have a tough task ahead of them here.
Yeah, I would say so. I think, you know, you're never planning on losing, are you? And at no point are you planning on losing. I will say, I think the map veto favors G2. But I think Gen.G do have an advantage in that they will have been able to prepare well in advance of this game because they've known it's coming and G2 have had other priorities. However, it still is on them to make that rise up. So should they lose this game, it is then about putting in as many rounds as possible, getting as close as possible. And you say there is an assumption that there would be a best loser of Secret Falcons. That might not be the case because both of those two teams are capable of 2-0 in each other.
Well, they should be, though. We'll have a look at how the series turns out. As you can see on Nako's screen as well, all the players were eventually in the lobby. We should be ready to get this game started very soon. We're still joined by our fellow EU brethren. We have Ace and Des on the mic.
Thank you very much, Anne, and thank you for that one. Wonderful job as always. Of course, welcome to the cast, Tim. I don't want to ask you about the garden yet. How's it going for you today?
I'm good, thank you very much, Des. Look, if I wake up and there's EML games on a day, it's going to be a good day. It's as simple as that, and here we are.
And not a bad one to come into either as well, right? Like G2, of course, we saw them very, very recently at Munich, as you've heard about. Gen.G, not quite the same, but they're in with a pretty good chance of making SI if they get this one over the line, more than doubling their chances from 36 to 84%. They need this win, they know that, and you always have to wonder, because the stakes maybe aren't quite as high for G2, are they going to be off the gas a little bit here and just let Gen.G in through the back door?
Well, it'd be very on brand for G2 in a lot of ways, wouldn't it? You know, they always seem to have those moments, those wobbles. Look, it's a team that I love to see do well, but we always seem to, you know, the trust builds in them like it did through stage 2. And I don't think they had a bad showing in Munich. You know, and I often say this, I know, you know, people are critical of, you know, when teams come into a tournament hot and don't win the tournament. But you know what? Out of 16 teams, there's one that goes home with the trophy. There's a lot more losers than there are winners at any given tournament. So, you know, I don't think you can hold that against G2. I think the performances were solid through Munich. I think they came up against a wildcard team who had done some good prep, had them figured out, and they lost the game. Like, it is what it is. But yeah, in all honesty, you know, joking, I think G2, I'm expecting to come and win this. They've already dashed Gen.G's hopes once this year, you know, stopping them getting to the major in those playoffs. I think maybe more of the same here. G2, they know that they're not, you know, confirmed locked in for SI yet. They're sitting pretty, they're doing pretty well, but when they know that there's stuff like that on the line, Stompin and the others have put, you know, it's not a one-man team, but Stompin's going to be very keen to get himself to his first SI. I think, you know, there's a lot of people around the world who want to see that as well. So I think they come out absolutely swinging here, and we know that Stompin has a little bit of a love for this map.
Doesn't he just? And I'm really quick when I talk about these bans as well, because Gen.G's are really, really interesting. Normally G2 draw away bans against things like Monty. In fact, it's the operator that has been banned most against them on Bank over the last 6 months. The Ying and the Glass, I looked at it, I was like, whoa, that's a bit weird. But if you look back at the previous game where G2's typical operators that were banned against them were away from them, they did run Ying across 3 of the rounds. They ran Glass in a couple of them. I think Gen.G maybe have gone towards a little bit of recency bias here and left the door open to other options for G2 is my main concern. Really keen to see what their third ban is going to be. And on G2 side, well, those bans, I think it's fair to say, are pretty darn typical. But let's see how things go, Tim, across this first half. Very keen to see how it plays out. You've got Doki and Loyal running around in that deadly combo of the Dokkaebi and the Deimos. Roamers, beware. They will hunt you down, which is why I think most of the players on Gen.G here are dug back inside the site, very much playing a stall comp here in round 1.
Got the Tachanka in the elevator for the time being, looking to challenge out. Alamau manages to pick up Naquo. That's the Goyo gone. Not a huge loss other than in terms of manpower. Of course, losing Naquo is not going to be a good thing, but the Goyo canisters will be down. They'll be there ready for the denial. And they've got denial in absolute bucketfuls here of Gen.G. They've still got the smoke, got the Echo, got the Tachanka, got those Goyo canisters to rely on as well. They've got an absolute ton. I'll tell you what, let's even throw Tubarão into the mix. He's going to delay those hatches getting opened. He's going to delay breaches. And if it comes down to it and he hasn't used his autos, he can even throw them at the plant spot. You know, there's so much denial here from Gen.G. It's clear that's the game plan. Just, you know, force G2 to burn time.
I thought for a second we'd already seen Doki drop in, and I thought I was like, whoa, we're going a bit fast here, boys. There's half a round still to go. And I was going to say, it's all good having this full comp, but only really Naquo looking to cause a bit of bother around the map anywhere. That's not a lot of investment in the roam, and you obviously need to run the clock down towards the last 60 seconds or so, and that is when this stall really comes into its own. So I just worry a little bit here that they've left a little bit too much time for G2 to overcome all of this utility and still pull off the execute.
Drone's going to go in, just scout outside, recognise there's nobody there, so we start just getting that utility out that's going to help them create a little bit of space to think about going in and getting the plant. We've got Goyo canisters being burnt away. Still 55 seconds left on the clock here. This is absolutely prime position now for G2 to get a plant down.
Yeah, they were really trying to bait something out here, whether it's smokes, whether it's C4s,
That's
anything like that.
as well, it's not.
But I was going to say, they've still got more of these light screens that can roll out. They've got more smokes, they've got flashes, they've got a lot of utility still to work with. That was the warning signal here for Gen.G that they're ready to execute. So we'll see when it comes down to it in a second. Doki asking questions on main stairs, of course. Azlox on the other side has that reverse track onto him. So no one is coming, but here we go, Tim. They're hitting the trigger.
You can see that just getting up on that sort of off-brand plant spot, wanting to avoid those Shamika launcher canisters as it happens. Stomp and Alamau get a killer piece, diffuser down. This is a beautiful attack from G2, and it's one that I'm sure our analysts are going to be picking apart because that is a beauty. How do you deal with a ton of denial? That's exactly how you do it. They've got rid of the Goyo canisters. They've taken away some of that hard utility that they can't avoid, that they can't get a kill to prevent. The Goyo canisters are there. They're happening. So they've cleared them away. Brilliant stuff. Nades, bullets, whatever it took. They've used their own utility to create space and a little bit of confusion. Light screens, smoke, all going in there just to create a bit of chaos. They go to an off-brand plant spot so that they're not getting hit with pre-fires through the smoke, through those visual obstructions. But also, I think it was Stomper. Gets a beautiful kill through onto that Tachanka. So their last hope for denial, realistically, is those Shamika canisters dealt with, done, gone. G2, beautiful coordination. If they play like that for the rest of the game, Gen.G could be in serious trouble.
You'd assume so, yeah. You never know what happens in that second half, though. I do want to touch really on Blast playing. Essentially, the floor is lava, right? Man was being nowhere near all that fire. And it was like all the meme where the dog sat in the room and everything's burning around him. That was him then. Happy as Larry, getting the plant down, taking 0 damage while there are light screens up. There's fire going off. We had the Yokais that we were concerned about for a little bit. And really, that was ever going to be the only win condition that Gen.G had, was the survival of those Yokais being able to deny the plant going down in that spot. Very well thought through by G2. And Gen.G played it perfectly right, having to go for the full plant spots with the denial, and they paid the price for it ultimately. Now, in this round, I'm keen to see how it plays out, because as you can probably see from that lineup in the bottom right corner of your screen, it is much more about getting busy around the map. The Castle can get out there and roam if he wants to. Of course, this army with the Kivas can stall things out for a long time. You've got Skies probably wanting to play below here, right now, way down on the base of the stairway, but he'll be able to come in below, try and deny those plants if need be. So I'm very curious to see, like they're doing now, to be fair, with this trap for the Deimos, if they get eyes onto Skies, and they've done it so easy. He was the real X factor in this round for Gen.G, and he's been eliminated inside 40 seconds, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic play from Lyra on the Deimos. So G2, Alamau, come on, help me out. I was just going to say G2 are ready to play, and then Alamau misses.
Hard again.
It's a tough shot. It's a tough shot. Look, another kill comes in at the start. We didn't want to do you like that, Alamau. Look, another kill comes in at the same time. That's the mute gone as well. That's the taken down. Stomping onto Deadshot. Look, who needs X-Karos pellets, Des? Who needs them?
Who needs to worry about castle barricades? I mean, you can just roll through and kill everyone one by one. 5v2, make it a 5v1. G2, I was really hopeful that we'd see them come out here and put on a real show, but Gen.G have been battered across these 2 rounds so far.
Yeah, they really are. 4 versus 1 at the minute. Naco starts to fight back, but can do little to nothing more as G2 are there. They're just swarming all over them like ants over a lollipop. They knew that final kill was there to be had. Take them down. G2 look phenomenal in those first 2 attacks. Fresh said coming into this that it might just be about those attacks and who can do it the best. Well, G2 right now are setting a serious standard for Gen.G to try and match.
Which then turns questions obviously onto the Gen.G side, like when do you take attack time out here? It could well come up to round 3 when we have the extra ban come on through. They'll talk about what's changed the next 3 rounds, but we've both said it multiple times now. G2 just looks super dominant in those first 2. Even though in that first round I thought there was a good game plan out of Gen.G, the actual execution of it was very timid. G2 are very quick at getting inside of a map and clearing it out when they feel they have the ability to do so. And as we saw, by what, a minute 40, they were already asking questions off the site itself. They were trying to draw out more utility, all that kind of good stuff. So far, everything Gen.G have done has been responded to very well. Let's see if something changes going into round 3. I believe we are inside of Open and Staff. We'll have a look in just a second. Indeed we are. So that's the next one to deal with here. And immediately players on the upstairs. You've got the drone denial coming on through to try and slow G2 down. Right idea. But does it really pay off here? We'll find out.
Shot's just going to be getting that last Banshee down on marble stairs, just prevent any little sneak attacks coming in from the garage and via basement. Don't want anybody just waddling their way up there. This is something I think that Gen.G do need to get a handle of. G2 not walking into easy kills, but being able to walk themselves into kills, into dangerous positions. We've seen it a couple of rounds in a row where G2 have been able to do that. Doki actually has the DMR in hand here, so he can take out those Kiba barricades pretty quickly. Azox needs to be careful here. He obviously isn't going to know that. Doki isn't aware that he's behind, but once he decides to start taking out that utility, it'll be a quick process.
The idea is one pops the barricade, that instantly sprays down the player on the other side of it. But I was just going to say, if he's hitting the floor there, Azox, probably in quite a good spot where they simply wouldn't be able to see him, at least being crouched. You can see from the outline, you are tucked in behind the air quotes desks that are in there. At this point, in comes the grenade as well. Azox, will he drop or will he stay? For now, he's going to stay. That's half his HP gone, and sure enough, that little sync up between the 2 players gave them a golden chance to finish him off there, but ducks away and keeps himself going. This is good. Gen.G here wasting a lot of time, but then Alamau finds him out. Took all of a minute to do that, and now they can roll on into a 5v4.
Yeah, once again, G2 there just with great problem solving as a team. Coming in together, we can use the nades, we can have a gun trained on him, we can have somebody flanking, you know, we can have all these things happening at the same time. So fantastic stuff from G2 to be able to clear what could have been a tough position. They can now station Alamau on that window. He can just start cutting sight in half. He's there ready for anybody rotating inside. He's also feeding intel from one of his Twitch drones. He sees his man, he knows that they're there. Doki is going to pick up Naco elsewhere. That's going to be an Aruni and importantly a DMR off the board as well. Of course, that weapon really popular at the minute. Stomping Asa just kind of walks into his line of sight there. He's trying to get something going for his team, but G2 are just watching all angles, looking absolutely flawless at the minute, to be honest, and it wouldn't surprise me if this round ends up exactly that.
Across all 3 of our first rounds, G2 have got the first 3 kills with 0 contest coming back the other way. No trades coming on through, and even then, as we've seen, they still press on and close out the round comfortably. I'm nervous for Gen.G at this point that there's not really going to be too much of a contest to go through if they don't sort themselves out here in round 3. This is their map. They should be very comfortable both defending and attacking it. But so far, look leagues below G2.
It makes me wonder a little bit, Des, as I'm sat here, you know, how much has missing Munich hurt Gen.G? And I mean directly in terms of G2 have played some very competitive Siege. I would go as far as to say, and I've already said this, that Munich saw some of the most consistently competitive Siege that we've ever seen at an event. You know, not just in recent times, I don't think. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's necessarily the best, the peak, but it was just consistently high-level competitive games throughout that tournament. And G2 were there, they were in the thick of it, and they come in hot today, ready. Gen.G, they're the ones that have been sat waiting for this. They didn't make the major. They've not played since, you know, the end of October. When that stage wrapped up, it was a loss to G2. And they're just looking a little bit off the pace, a little bit sluggish. I think they can turn that around. I think that they can find their rhythm again. But the question is it going to be too late? Because I look at the whole map, the map bans, I look at the whole match, and I think Gen.G 2-0 or G2 win this one. It's one of those that I get the feeling you either come in and take Bank away and then beat them on their own map of Skyscraper, or I think G2 get the win.
Yeah, truthfully, coming into the day, I was like, this feels like it should be a 2-0. And the next series that we have then coming up between Secret and Falcons feels like it could be a 2-1 based on how excellent those two teams have been. But you kind of mentioned yourself, Tim, like Gen.G, of course, stage 2 wasn't all that long ago, but in that time, G2 have had a lot of scrimming, a lot of practice, a lot of obviously stuff to fight for. Really wanted to get that major in there on their belt, for example, but as it stands, they didn't. It's more the fact they've had a lot of very relevant and high-level siege to play, whereas Gen.G may have missed out on that just a little bit. No doubt, by the way, because this always happens when we have an event in a given region. The teams in that region then often get to scrim, basically, all the teams from around the world, all these top teams that come over and are looking for games against teams that aren't in the competition they're coming up against. So we would have had a lot of chance of that. And I'm hoping today we see teams like, I'm looking at VP here as the other team that didn't get to attend Munich, but they'll be on a different level as well. They'll have had a lot of time to practice, but all of the teams everyone's up against, they've all played at the Munich major. So we'll see how things build up from there. We've had that tack timeout, and hopefully Gen.G can turn it around here in round 3, because heaven knows what happens if they can't.
Reload. Alamau going to be on that fuse shield. Let's keep an eye on him. He's going to be looking to get in, bully any roamers, create a little bit of space, and then start sending those fuse charges down into site to clear utility. We might just see it coming in from this sort of area, CEO as well. Probably won't need to with Blaz being on the ram. He's going to get that vertical work going. You want to move anybody who's inside of archives. Don't want to play. Look at that.
Man.
The intel from G2. Blaz knew that he was there. He was waiting for the 5. Sky steps around, just gets decimated.
It's again another round where they lose the entry and gain absolutely nothing for it. We saw one at 40 seconds, one about a minute in against, of course, the Azami, and then just here, that was inside 45 seconds of the round starting, Tim. Most teams aren't even inside the building at that kind of time. G2 are quite literally speedrunning it, and Sky's now down at 0-4. Oh, rough.
Rough indeed, and Gen.G fighting from behind is becoming a very common theme in this one. Now then, Hazox gets himself up those marble stairs. I don't think he's going to push it too much. The drone is there. He knows he's been seen. He doesn't want to over-aggress there, so just dips himself back. A little bit of support from Naquo, but Doke, he's just waiting. Open arms. He's going to take him out, but Asa manages to get a trade at least. Gen.G keeping themselves active in here, keeping it possible that they can win this round, but 4-3. And it's 1 minute 30 on the clock. They do have a clash on the board, which is at least something for them.
Crucially, it's also the earliest time, not so much, but more in terms of kill order than the time in the round, but also the same thing is true, that they've managed to get a trade back, and it's onto the Nook. Not the end of the world to lose the Nook. Yeah, I think of it in the same way sometimes like Vigil, a bit of an air quotes selfish operation, if you really want to call it that. In the sense of Doki's really there to be his own man and to make a few flanks happen, to hit him on the backstab. They've all got a lot of utility left between the other 4 off them, but that is very, very cozy from Deadshot. I was going to say, the top fragger in this game so far for Gen.G on the clash. A bit more limited, but here he's gone big. Flashed out, Astra on the ground. He's now gone as well. Down to a 3 versus 1 as Loira just floats in there from Square. A cozy closeout by Stomping, and things carry on as they were, Tim. Another dominant G2 round.
Yeah, just they're starting to, they're almost sailing into the sunset already, aren't they, at this point?
Yes.
The distance between the two teams is clear. Gen.G have had their tag time out. They've just got smashed again in the next round. Like, where'd you go from here? This one, bank at least, is going to be over before they know it. But the big fear for Gen.G has got to be the they've then got to win the attack on Skyscraper. That's what Skyscraper's going to come down to, as it always does. And G2 are going to be coming in there seriously hot on the attack, because that's what they're doing here. They're one of the best attacking teams in the world. We know this. That's where they excel. They're one of the few that will have a positive win rate on attack around the world. So Skyscraper is not going to look any better for Gen.G than this. And I think I'm right in saying so. Skyscraper was G2's pick. I'm pretty sure that Gen.G picked defense on there. So G2 are just going to roll straight into continuing attack. They might, honestly, at this rate, they might only need 1 defense, and they might be going, they might have 6 consecutive attacks, a defense, and then back onto the attack. And that's why I'm a little bit concerned for Gen.G. It's going to be tough.
It's hard when you've already had your attack timeout. They do kind of get an unofficial one at the half point as well. It's worth mentioning when you're going through into the second half, we're going to operated bands, the coaches get to speak again. So that again is another chance to sort of reset it. But at that point, I imagine it's going to be, okay, then we're switching sides here. Let's do what we practice. Forget about that 6-0 half we just got battered in. I do hope that they get something, because they need a little bit of padding, I feel. Still going to go through into a tech pause here, as you can see. Once that's sorted, we will be straight back into things and see if G2 and carry on this miracle run they're on. And to be truthful, I imagine many are listening and thinking, God, these guys are glazing the hell out of G2. Yeah.
Because they're good.
You've seen how the game's going, right? You've seen how the game's going, right? It's very, very one-sided at the minute. I do want to see it change. I was really enjoying, especially Nako towards the back end of stage 2. He was unbelievable. They had a great stage. And I just hope that this isn't kind of like how everyone remembers them at the finals as that team that got absolutely slapped about by G2 in 14 or so rounds, and that's it. That isn't a good way to go about it. Not when you know this series, again, doubles your chance of going to SI. Well, more than doubles it. That's what I'm really hoping to see from them. I would love to see them win it. Not because I want to see G2, you know, sent down to the bottom bracket, but because I want Gen.G to make it to SI. They're a really good team at their peak, and today I don't think is a true representation of what we know they can do normally.
No, I agree with that, but equally, I'd add on to that and say Gen.G are...
G2 are also playing brilliant.
Yeah, Gen.G aren't necessarily doing much wrong massively. You know, I'm sure if we went back and picked it apart, you know, yeah, there's maybe a couple of bits there that they could improve on. Of course there is. But look at Azox in round 3. We spoke, you know, it was the Azami that was playing in behind the desk. He had his Kiba barricade. And what'd you do there? Like, really, you either give up that ground after 30 seconds into the round, which is basically, you know, a death call anyway. If you're giving up stock after 30 seconds on an open area defense, it's not going to go well. But so he tries to hold on to it, but the pressure that G2 created on that situation is just unreal, and it's been like that over every corner of the map. So I'm not even critical of Gen.G here, and that's why we've got the G2 glazing, because I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, Gen.G are this or that, because they're not. It's just G2 are just, you know, they'd be doing this to absolutely anybody. The problem as well is that G2 are just hitting shots. Like every gunfight they're going into, they're winning. Like they're just hitting shots.
Like even that one there where Nako was pretty confident that there would be someone inside the room, doesn't get a single shot off onto Alamo, almost takes him out. Obviously got a drone here, we've seen a million times over, seeing exactly where the Chanker is as well. Knowing G2 already pulling together a plan here to see him down. And the plan right now is Alamo go kill. Sees that he's there and finds the head. Super easy. Skies 0 and 5 and 0 and 3 on the entry.
Big loss as well as Janka gone. You know, we know we've spoken at length how long that Shamika launcher can deny for. You can basically deny the second half of the round from about a minute 50. If you play it right, you know, and meter your canisters and get them all into position as they need to be, you can burn out an awful lot of the round. So yeah, big loss with the Tachanka going, losing the Vulcan canisters now to the Twitch as well. Doki doing good work. G2 have been flexible on their operators as well. We've seen Alamo on the Twitch. We now see Doki on the Twitch. You know, they're switching around dependent on site. They're just in a flow state.
They really are. They really are. Yeah, maybe a piece on the side. I thought Nako was a little bit scared to retake the fight earlier as the Goyo. He should really be the one getting into the fight with Alamo, not leaving Skies as the Chanker to take that fight inside of elevators. You need him down in the basement or anything else. Challenge easily coming in maybe here against Nako himself, the man I was just speaking about. But for now, keeps himself alive, escapes away. Keynote for G2, bringing Twitch in this round makes it a lot easier for them to get rid of those Goyos earlier, so they aren't as much a concern later. And you see that reflected, I think, in the lineup out of G2. Having got things like the Sense Light Walls to roll out, Doki, very, very patient, finding Deadshot eventually as well. Yeah. It just feels like, again, every single small mistake you make as Gen.G is being super punished by G2.
Yeah, and again, I'm not critical of Deadshot trying to take that fight up the hatch, because you're 4-0 down, you're 5 versus 4. You got to do some, you know, this is the point. They have to take risks. They have to roll the dice. They've got to make a move, you know, and hope that it comes off, and it hasn't. Yokai drawn down, another big loss there. They know now that they've got Loira in garage, but what can they realistically do about it? 3 versus 5, unless they're very careful. It's going to be 3 versus...
Oh, come on.
5 versus 2. Yeah, G2, just like I say, in a floor state and just cruising.
They just look half a second ahead at all times. They've got a plant going down there with very little able to stop it except for the CCTV. Yokai, finally they get one off Alamo, full sprinting past Asa there, who straight back looks to get onside the drone, but I think it's been fully taken out here. Plant is most definitely down. G2 in full control. They need to win some fights here. Nako getting rid of Laura, but his teammate's gone down, and the round is over like that. It just feels like G2 are always a step ahead, whether that's in the round or in the gunfights themselves.
I mean, you could look at that and say, oh, you know, is there a little mistake for G2 there? Alamo going sprinting in, gets caught out. But it's not, because he's done his job. He was there to disrupt the Echo, and that's exactly what he's done. He's created a situation whereby, as the plant's going down, there's nothing they can do about it. So the plant goes down, and where do the final kills come in from? They come in from server where that's the post-plant hold. They're not bothered about Lawyer in Garage. If he can get anything, brilliant. Doesn't matter that they've lost that fight because they've got the hold from deep where they need it. So even there where you could look at it and say, Alamau sprinting in, there's nothing wrong with it because he's just there to disrupt the Echo. It's more important that he finds the Echo and forces him to take a fight, therefore getting him off his cams, than it is him going and getting that kill. So yeah, again, G2, just a good understanding of what's happening all over the map. I think, again, good intel. Great stuff. You see, there you go. He gets forced off as he's in the process of denying the plant.
I decided to open Twitter for a second to see if there were any comments about this. And the GC Rainbow 6 account tweeted 4-0 up and bro is bored with the picture of Alamau looking very, very relaxed. And I think it's probably fair to say that's how it feels at the minute. And again, they're playing this really well. They haven't just turned up here and played an unprepared game. Like, even the way they've been ready for all the lineups that Gen.G have brought and they've had preparations ready, it definitely is all planned out in their minds on how to deal with Gen.G. So don't feel like they're taking it, like, unseriously, but almost surprised there's a little bit of lethargy about it. Like, oh, well, this is feeling a little bit too easy. We expected a bit more of a competition. It is 5-0 on the attacking side of Bank. It's rough.
It is tough, and Gen.G right now are going to have that 7-0 in their mind at this point, I'm sure. They've not really been too close to getting around over the line. It's been pretty convincing for G2 so far, so I'm sure those thoughts start to creep in. Nobody wants to be suffering that 7-0 start, especially not in a best-of-3 where you're then heading on to Skyscraper. Going to have Azox in that position again. And look at the utility that's flooding in towards him. We've got flashbangs, we've got air jab, we've got all sorts coming in, but he's done a great job there. He's managed to keep the powder pellets off the wall, but he still gets dealt with. He still gets forced out. Alamau gets the kill. There's more X-Kairos available. Oh, no, is there? We can see they've all been used, so I'm not sure that stock wall is going to be opened here. 4 versus 4 as Doki got picked up on the Lion as well. Actually, not bad for Gen.G here. Good start, and that's a lot built on what Azox was managing to do in stock.
Yeah, really not awful, but it kind of came out the same thing where they just had a preparation in mind. They knew that they were going to see Azox inside of there again, and they knew they'd have a way to deal with them. This time around, the air jabs. This is the closest Gen.G have now got, though. We're at 3 versus 3, half the round to play. They have lost that last call on the Dockerby as well, which isn't the end of the world, but still hurts when it's so valuable to come around to the execute. B2 here might have a little bit of a challenge on their mind, but Loira and Stompin are dominating this game at 16-2 between them. Hard to see them slowing down here in round 6.
Equals just gonna tuck himself away at the top of blue stairs. If G2 aren't aware of this, and intel has been something I've commented on a couple of times, they've been very, very good. I think they are aware. That's something Gen.G needs to be recognizing, but the push from Skies at the same time does a great job. This could be a round for Gen.G, and look, if you're only, I've said it countless times, if you're only going to get 1 round in a half, then it's better to be round 6, because at least you carry a little bit of momentum going forward. It's not going to be easy for Gen.G getting onto the attack, but at least it gives them something to work with. Stomp and pushing forward. We've seen him in this position on this map before, and we've seen him do great things. He cannot find the first, but Alamau does elsewhere. There's the down. Not like this. There's 2 versus 3. It's a 1v1. Stomping tries the... It's almost becoming textbook softball swing from him, but doesn't find his man. Who is going to be the first to blink, Des?
Well, I fancy him in this case, but no, Skies finally gets himself a kill on the go as well. And as you say, Tim, that 1 round of momentum, it might be on the different side to where you're about to play for the next few rounds, but at least it's finally got you on the board, and that will build a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, it gives them something. Look, it gives them something to, mentally you're coming in there. 6-0, 5-1, very, very different scorelines. That embarrassment factor has gone out of the window of, losing a 7-0. 7-1, no, it's not going to be much better, but it ain't 7-0. So we'll get into the second half. Let's see what Gen.G can do on the attack. I think maybe things could be a little bit better for them on the attack, simply because they will dictate the pace a little bit more. G2 can try and play out into the map and get on the roam and get aggressive, to take those fights early, but Gen.G can still manage those encounters. It's going to be more about what they choose to do. Obviously, they have to play into G2's setup, but still, I think it just gives them an opportunity to, if they want to put the brakes on a little bit, if they want to slow it down, they can do, whereas they had absolutely no choice in that first half of doing that. G2 were just at them immediately, every round, straight on top of them, giving them, just suffocating them. Whereas this time, not quite going to be the same in this second half.
I've got to touch on that ban that we all just saw come up. I don't think I've ever seen IQ as a second ban in a game. Third, definitely, and then you look to play around that, of course, but I think you're going to see a lot of Valkyrie, maybe even Echo coming out in this half. You've got that ability now to run around with this utility all day long and know exactly what they're up to. Gives G2 the information, the ability to be able to respond, and I just think this could have been quite tough. I'd be very surprised if it's like a Valkyrie ban coming as that third. But then, of course, you leave the Yokais online for G2 to then run for the second set of 3 rounds that we go into. So, really interesting ban. Very curious to see how G2 play into it. I'll be keeping an eye on what sort of lineups they run here and what the impact is that they have in the round.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it'll probably prove to be a very effective ban. I've said already, G2 have been playing really well based off their intel game. It's been drawn in, of course, in the first half, but we could see how prepared they were for so many of those fights. They knew exactly where everybody was. So I think, yeah, leaning into that for G2. Go with the Valkyrie now. As you said, yeah, maybe the Valkyrie gets banned out, but you can bring the Pulse, you can bring the Echo, you can bring other operators that will benefit from that IQ not having a presence. Even somebody like your Vigil, for example, if you want to get out and get a little bit roamy, is going to have a better day of it with no IQ on the board. So, smart stuff from G2. Gen.G, as expected, setting the pace a little bit now. They've slowed things down a little bit. They're 30 seconds into the round. They're getting their intel. They're getting everything, you know, set up, getting those windows open, getting into position. There's no rush this time, and that's, I think, something that will benefit them.
That's an interesting one. Sometimes you even see this far right wall left soft, so you can challenge through it. But of course, that's the mirror on it instead. But he can pop open at any time and use the challenge if he wants to. But now at least he's a bit safer to play wherever he wants to inside of Janitor. And really, all the onus comes down on Gen.G to make him move, which might not be as easy as you think.
Just taking the little challenge around the corner, stomping there in his usual position, playing stock corridor. Knows that he has to back off at this point because the Selma chargers are going to do their jobs, guys. Opening up that wall and taking away that power position from G2. 1 minute 45 left in the round here. No kills, but good prep work done from Gen.G. They've got that soft wall open. They can pressure onto the mirror window in Janitors. They've got stock corridor cleared out, which again just takes a little bit of focus for Janitors to think, I need to be careful now that somebody doesn't walk up on my door. So all adding up to good things. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Still plenty of time to go as well. But are they aware of Lyra underneath?
Well, like we said, this is where the Valkyrie can get the kind of info they need here. Our teammates can feed it across to them. No, hello, look down, my brother.
They were not aware of Lyra underneath.
Great second shot there. They definitely were not in. Great second shot out towards Square. Almost gets us up to the Deagle as well, but no. Just the one bullet connects him, putting him down to about 70 HP here.
I think that's probably a result of the first half coming together. Gen.G, things may be a little bit frantic at the minute. You're 5-1 down. You've been sort of pushed pillar to post, and maybe the drones aren't just on top of what they should be, but the kills are. As Deadshot manages to pick up Alamau, 2 versus 2. G2 look like they were in the driving seat, but they now find themselves at even man count, having to take and win a couple of gunfights. 30 seconds left to go. G2 can play with the clock a little bit here and try to force the engagements, but Azox walks in on Doke and manages to get him. It's all up to Stompin.
Do they know that it's inside of Janitor? They must do at this point. Must know that it's coming, but every single day he does. Of course he does it again. Oh, this guy.
The thing is, right, Stompin is a great player. We know this. We know this. But
no shit, Tim.
I know, but stay with me. He's so good because he does something like that, and you look at it and think, well, yeah, obviously. You know, that. Of course that's what you'd do in that situation, but nobody else does it, Des! And that's the point. Very few other people do it. I'm not hitting them shots in ranked. Maybe I get the first, but that second spray, that prediction of the player moving around inside a site, that one, yeah, fair play, but that's it. Yeah, you look at it and it looks so obvious. It just looks so obvious that that's the play. But it's not, and he just does it time and time again. It's not fair, Des.
You know what terrifies me? We have to remember he's just 8. He was born in 2007, Tim. It makes me feel so depressed hearing that.
He was 18
he's
in
18
February.
years old. He's been playing pro for 6 months.
It's madness.
And he has this level of intuition now. Imagine what it'd be like in 4 or 5 years' time.
It's madness. I can look. You know, I've been fortunate enough to, you know, go and do a couple of interviews with Stompin, and I did one before he came into stage 1, and genuinely, you know, really, really nice guy, just really unassuming. Just turned up and was like, I love this game. You know, I've wanted to play pro forever. yeah, I think I can do it. I'm giving it my best. I'm going to turn up and like make some waves. And he was saying, I want to go to grand finals. I want to be on big stages. You know, they've already done that at EWC. They haven't had that, you know, that win yet, but they've been producing, and so has he. He's the top-rated player. If you look at the stats since the beginning of Stage 2, including Munich, top-rated player on G2. And like you say, you know, he's come in, turned 18 in Feb, turned pro straight away pretty much, and has turned up, like I say, pretty unassuming, just like, yeah, I'm going to do my best and I think that we can do this, and has seriously delivered.
Long may it continue. And I spoke earlier about the ban on the IQ. Now you're seeing both the Solus is coming along, the Echo's here, the Valkyrie is there. There is just so much bloody intel in this lineup. It's terrifying. Alamo, though, bottling a few shots, leaving Deadshot on about 10-15 HP, but losing his life in the process.
Yeah, can't be losing that fight there, especially, you know, what an opportunity to get rid of the sledge. Neko is going to find himself taken down by Doki, but Doki does take a lot of damage along the way. Azox is kind of like a wasp in the room inside a site here on the Blitz, trying to make a play, trying to make something happen. Gen.G have kind of thrown all their eggs into this basket to run themselves into sight behind the Blitz, but it's not looking good. 3 versus 2, and they've got themselves penned inside the vault.
Do they know they've got Stomping here as well? Look at this. I was about to say the patience to the trigger there. Didn't need to be in the end. That's the only one left standing. Loira joining up with Blaz here. A very, very precarious situation for Asa to fight his way. You can't open that wall, I'm afraid, mate. Has to keep on going through. Almost gets through his opposite man, but Loira collects all the coins come the end of the round. G2, they crack on. That's about what? Am I being behind and slow? Is it really that fast?
It's done. 7-1 then.
I didn't get the usual explosion of music I'm so used to. I was like, hang on a minute. I'm also watching the streams. I want to watch back the end of that last round because it was so ridiculous. I was like, oh, wait a minute. It's not 5-1. Well, that's about done. Yeah.
Let's move on.
I'm very much now concerned for Gen.G is the only way I can now describe it. I'm very, very concerned. But we'll go to a break. When we come back, the desk will break it down for you. And then Sky awaits. Tin.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Well, that was a very fast map, though, and it went in the favor of G2, even though it was the map pick of Gen.G. Now, I think you two have a lot to say about this map, and you wanted to talk about the reasons as to why it was so dominant. You could probably talk for longer than this game went on for. But starting, though, what happened on this defensive half for Gen.G Tech? Where did it all go wrong?
Yeah, I mean, it was a terrible defensive half, but it was an incredible attacking half from G2. I think it actually went wrong in the map veto when they chose Bank. Yes, G2 did look a little bit wobbly on Bank at the Munich Major, but G2 are still one of the best Bank teams in the world, and taking one of the best Bank teams in the world to Bank in your pick in a best of 3, maybe not most advisable. And then I'm going to compound this as well, actually. I'm going to say that I thought the operator bans were really, really silly. What do most teams do when they're defending Bank operator ban-wise? They ban Ace, they ban Hibana. Why do you do that? Because what it does is it restricts the attacking options. It forces them to do the same attacks every single time. If I'm playing up against G2, what do I want to do? I want them to do the same attack, no matter what operators they use, whether they use the Glass or the Ying or the Deimos. I want them to do the same attack so I can counter it. Giving G2 the choice of where they want to go, allowing them breach, allowing them to go everywhere at once, that fits the G2 style so much. So I think the operator bans and the map ban from Gen.G, they didn't hit the mark today.
And just look at the utility usage here on the stock player. You saw the Hibana that flashes, that sends the flashes on the stock player, and then the air jabs. And then whenever they're in defense afterwards, they can just, confirm the rest of the lead that they had. And you can see clearly from the aggression here, the full confidence. That 1v2 clutch, by the way. In front of a mirror window, Gen.G does not punch it. Like, for me, that's one clear example of when a team is just hitting their nerves. And if you look at this, I want you to pay attention to the rounds, right? And pay attention to the entries. On the left side, 6 on the side of G2, 2 on the side of Gen.G. It's just too much. It's way too much. And actually, if you look at the time of those entries, most of the entries on the side of G2 are in the first minute. The pace is there, the aggression is there, the full confidence is there. And that's because, yes, the operator bans makes it so that they have every single option of how they want to attack the map available to them. But on top of that, whenever Gen.G loses a body, what do? Oh, okay, we need to fight back. We need to get even more aggressive. And so every single time they lost a body, they tried to play even more aggressive and just lost the round quicker. And so that just pushes G2 to win more easily. And afterwards, I mean, when you have such a big lead against G2, they look like they don't care. Like it's another day in the office. It looks like TDM or Scream. You look at them winning 7-1, not a single emotion. Literally, it's just a normal day in the office. We're expected to win, and we will win. And that's as easy as that. And that's why they just keep on going with the gunfights. They're just in full confidence right now.
Yeah, they're in full confidence. They've got full control. And I think that's a really dangerous position for G2 to be in, right? If we think back to the Munich Major, you think back 2 weeks ago when G2 were knocked out, when they lost to Wildcard on the Saturday, maybe in the Friday, actually, it doesn't matter. But when they lost to themselves. I think we're fair in saying that in terms of it was G2, it was mental pressure. They lost to themselves in their own performance. Where G2 are today, like you said, Leo, very much like a scrim. They're going through the process. Why does that make them dangerous? Because they make the confident plays. They don't think twice about it. Whether it works or not, they've got full belief that they're going to win the game. They're going to win these clutches. The only round they actually even lost inside of this map was the Stompin' 1v1, where the guy on the screen there, where he ended up losing it in the end. And that's really, really dangerous because when G2 play like that, they can go up against anybody in the world.
We're looking at the players on the side of Gen.G right now. There's a tough task ahead of them. We said that at the beginning of this game, and it seems like it's only getting more difficult now, right? We talked about Bang being their map pick. They've now gone and lost that, and we're transitioning into Skyscraper after this one. I think you two spoke about it in the green room a lot. Bang is easier to attack, but when we look at Skyscraper, it's the complete opposite. It's usually a very defender-favorite map. Gen.G will probably start on the defense side, though, given it is G2's map pick. We see some attacker-favorite Skyscrapers during the Munich Major. But looking at this one, though, Leo, for the side of Gen.G, starting out on that defense, how can they make sure this defensive half goes better than the one did at Bank?
Well, the main thing is the entry game, right? So you can have much better stronghold and strong positions to hold on Skyscraper than on Bank if they don't move too much, if they know how to punish G2. If they can make sure that they punish the fact that G2 is most of the time spread around, then they can get a good lead. In fact, when they played against Gen.G on that map in Stage 2, they won 4 defenses. The real thing was G2 won every single defense. Gen.G could not attack on the map.
Okay, well, can they actually tie this back up in the series, though? Can they come up with a good defensive half? That's what we need to see from Gen.G if they want to stay in this upper bracket. But the map is ready, so we'll send it back to our casters.
Thank you very much. And Skyscraper awaits us, Tim. And what looks like, you should take Bank as your evidence, a very quick 2-0 for G2. Maybe things turn around here. Maybe Gen.G have got a lot of counter prep on the go. I don't know, but I really hope they have.
I think coming into this one, Gen.G have just kind of got to treat it like they're waking up from a bad dream. You know, don't worry about whether that really happened or not. Just focus on the reality in front of you. And Skyscraper, they've got the defense. That is big for them. You know, we know that Skyscraper attack is tough. G2, even with their attacking prowess, come in with like a 37% attacking win rate on Skyscraper in recent history. So I don't think they are likely to come in and necessarily, you know, do what we've just seen on Bank. I don't think that's going to be possible in the same way on Skyscraper. I hope not, for Gen.G's sake. You know, so Gen.G have got an opportunity now. They need to wipe the slate clean, focus on that fact. With defense, with Skyscraper, this is where we can start building some rounds.
Well, hope to God they can. You kind of heard Leo speaking about it a little bit there towards the end about how there are also some very strong positions on this map you don't really have to move from. Thinking about, of course, when you're playing around Drum, for example, probably the biggest one that you can imagine. But of course, the dance that you have around Shrine, around Dragon, through Terrace, all these spots where they can sit and be a little bit more static. But my big worry was on Bank, like how fast G2 were able to get in, even against this full turtle comp, and start, you know, taking out utility and clearing out the sites itself. That was all about the 145-second mark, and that is very, very quick because we didn't really see anyone out on the roam on the side of Gen.G. And when they did get out there and roam, well, we saw many times Skies was the entry death in many of those rounds. Really wasn't able to have an impact, and G2 were just a little bit too quick for them. Even though Sky is our most defender-sided map, I still think G2 are going to find a way to break through this here and make another repeat of the previous game that we saw.
Okay then, let's get into it and see whether Gen.G can knuckle down, dig deep, and all those other cliches to find themselves a couple of rounds at least. I think they need the first two. They need the first two here because it really says to them, we can get that minimum of 4-2 half on defense. We can start fighting back into this one. If G2 come at them and well, quite frankly, you know, knock them about like they did in that first map, then it's going to be immediate big trouble. It's going to be like the sirens will start wailing, panic stations will be manned at that point. G2 again are getting aggressive. I said it was something that we'd seen throughout that first map, was G2 going in and dictating the pace, finding those fights, using the intel and winning the gunfights, and it looks like they're keen for a bit more of the same.
Really big fucking hole coming right
All right, well, let's see how it plays out from here then. Hey, let's see how hard they'll find it to get inside the building in the first place when Gen.G can really hold things up. Then shot back on that clash again that we've already seen earlier on. Did a fair bit of work on it. He was the top fragger for the team on that previous map as well, so I really want to see him a bit more activated. Or, of course, it's even better if others can step up at the same time and bring a little bit more to the party. But G2 knows a bit of work to do, generally a bit of a harder map to move into than, say, Bank. So taking it nice and slow here and not looking to get themselves in too much bother, but Deadshot is out there poking his head out, I believe, on towards the South Side and Expedition office, checking out what's going on, and he is right to be doing so. There are 3 players, maybe even 4, floating around this side of the map.
Have the textbook clash out on that balcony, just trying to make things difficult. Can plant the shield, of course, and look to make challenges as well, something that G2 are going to need to deal with. They've got Lyra on the Capitite, so they do have some utility that can deal with that, can at least force the clash away. They've, of course, got the air jabs of Alamau as well, just preventing him from pushing too far forward. But there we go, we see the asphyxiation bolt just force Deadshot back on into Terrace. Alamau manages to pick up Naquo, 4 versus 4 after the opener was picked up onto Doki. Lion taken off the board, so big loss with those E1D scans, and need to be careful because this breach is being challenged by Gen.G. Looking pretty solid so far, I think, on this defense.
Yeah, not looking too bad at all, and I think Skies as well is worth keeping an eye on. He did clear out Doki, who I believe was pushing it out towards Geisha side. In fact, no, his Blast is floating out there now. Doki's been picked up for free elsewhere. So they've got a little more freedom to play around with here, knowing that at least one angle has been covered off. Here we go. Blast starts his march on forward. There was a couple of players earlier playing around Terrace. In fact, Azox is still there. It's another direction they've now got to pay respect and attention to. Hoping to find someone picking on through, but he is right. There's a player in there off towards the left-hand side, but it's got to be careful of this one. Pressure from both directions, door and in towards Drum. Starting to open up, but they've got to punish him here. He's down very, very low on HP and has to die.
Lyra is going to pick up Deadshot elsewhere. They've absolutely no idea. There was nearly a missed opportunity for Azox. Blast does manage to find himself in the dirt, though, as Azox picks up the shots. Lyra finds 2 elsewhere to keep G2 on top. Alamau is down. That leaves us now effectively...
Oh! The whole ace,
There's the ace. I didn't think it was going to be over that quickly. He takes the peek on into Terrace, picks up his man, and G2 take round 1.
That was just crazy because obviously he picked up 3 kills while we were watching you could arguably say the failure of G2 to push in towards Terrace with Azox tucked inside there, was dodging the player on the door, then dealt with Blaz, who came running on through on the thermite from Drum, and I was like, okay, this is cool. And then suddenly it flashes up, oh, triple kill. And I was like, hang on a minute. Just keeps on cooking the whole way through, and that is certainly a way to shut down any bit of hope that Gen.G may have had in that first round. So far, they carry on as they did back on Bank.
Yeah, they just keep on rolling. It seems like the easiest thing in the world for them right now, doesn't it? Be the confusion there, if anybody's wondering, of like, I know it said Stompin, but quad kill. It was because Stompin had finished off somebody that Lyra had downed, so it was classes as the kill for Lyra because he was still alive at that point. So G2 1-0, and they're going to be attacking onto the same site again. Gen.G are going to give it another go. I don't think they were a million miles away necessarily. They kind of had it, you know, like 3 versus 2, 3 versus 3. So they were steady away fighting through it. You know, I think they're probably looking at that and thinking, well, you know, look, Lyra's come in with an ace. It's not something that's going to be repeated continually. The way that G2 are playing today, I'm not too sure. But, you know, we'll find out.
Alrighty. Let's see how we march on forward. Alamau deciding he wants a bit more action, more involvement. Move across on towards the Nook. Of course, some excitement there around the new DMR that's coming to her. Big question whether or not it'll make it probably one of the most broken operators in the game at that point. Will be very, very dangerous. Already can be, of course, against unaware teams, but that DMR might just add a little bit of extra smack.
Yeah, I mean, super popular at the moment for a reason, and being brought along on a number of operators, as you say. The knock here of Alamau just working his way through. A little knock to his Brazilian compatriots with the Team Liquid skin on the gun as well, you might have noticed. He's going to look to work his way up house stairs. He's just holding his position at the time being, while the rest of his team trying to massage this defense a little bit. Need to be careful. A common angle to be held down onto that kitchen window, and there is indeed somebody playing above there. It's Asa on the mute. Not going to give himself away just yet, but will he make a challenge now? Somebody's just jumped into kitchen. Lyra does manage to go in and find himself a little bit of space. Starts spraying around from underneath. So that's got him in the building safely, and they can start to challenge onto these defensive positions.
Asking questions the same way they did back on Bank in very similar fashion as well. Just poking around, hoping to catch somebody out. Also got that other phone call here to come out. First one comes out there. The second one, of course, to follow shortly after, I don't imagine. Equo finding Blaz here, starting to walk at least a little bit. Not a bad thing to have, as I mentioned before. One of their top players across previous events needs to go pretty big. Lyra, well, that spray maybe not doing exactly what he wanted to, but gets rid of the one. And now starting to ask questions of the remaining 4 players.
Lyra is going to finally be taken down after 6 consecutive kills. It's going to be Skies who manages to pick him up. Stomper picks up Deadshot, 3 versus 3. Neko and Acid both super low health at the minute as well, and that's not something that can be said of any of the G2 players. Now then, I think they are aware of the presence of one inside of Karaoke. Yes, they are. Going to see a nade going in there, but Skies is there to back his teammate up. Manages to pick up the kill onto Doki. 3 versus 2, but a lot of low health across the side of Gen.G. Are they able to hold on? You'd have to hope so.
Can't get away with him making himself known here because of the barbed wire, but opts to go for it anyway. A couple of sound cues that hopefully Gen.G have picked up on. Granted, they aren't super close here.
They know.
One lay down. I think they might be looking towards him here, but that doesn't mean Stomping can't carry on. Just doing what he does always, Tim. And here we go. When he comes for one, looking for a second as well. So close here to getting rid of Asa, but doesn't need to go hyper aggressive for that one. Holds the angle, and Alamau finds him. Stomping and Alamau doubling up to close out what looked like a bit of a rocky round for a while, Tim.
Gen.G are in all sorts of trouble nowadays. They are in all sorts of trouble. The point where they lose that round is Stompin picking the kill up from Terrace, and that's not just. You know, I'm not sort of glazing Stompin here. You know, he's gone in and won the round again. He hasn't, but when he gets that kill and goes in, Alamau's got them both pinned inside a dragon. There's nothing they can do. They've got to come through a single door, or they have to come through Terrace. You know, rotate around and try to push in, and Stompin's going to be holding that door. So as soon as they die on that side of the map and Stompin is able to walk in, it's round over at that point because Alamau's just going to hold his position inside. It's that kill onto Naquo. As he loses that fight, it gives Alamau the freedom to then have that look around. If you remember, I said they were all low health. They were all like 1 or 2 bullets max, so they're having to fight with headshots every single time at that point, and that's not something that they've been winning out so far, Gen.G. So another tough round for them. G2 2-0. G2 have yet got the defense of Skyscraper to look forward to. I'm not saying this one's over, but I think it's maybe 1 or 2 rounds away from being as good as. I think G2 get 3, and I think it's done.
Yeah, it is hard to see how they fight their way back from there, but you never know. 2 halves to a game of Siege, as I always tend to say, but admittedly the attack of Sky, one of the harder ones in which there are 2 halves to a game of Siege, I think is pretty fair to say. Now, of course, we've got them running around on this Monty, which normally is a ban away against G2. They have a lot of fun with Alamau at the helm here, with the shield on the go. Of course, can move over towards the blitz. They don't have the ability to ban away every shield in the game. It's why they got quite used to, on the G2 side, playing an awful lot of Fuse, like we saw on the previous map. Not noticed by the Pro in the first place. It was like, well, you can't ban every shield, so we'll just play Fuse and enjoy the shield, and sometimes we'll use the gadgetry. Better say, I think Alamau more uses the gadgetry more than maybe BP do, but it's still a shield you can run around with regardless.
Again, G2 just getting away with this intel, Des. I spoke about it on Bank when they were on the attack, how well prepared they were, how they knew where everybody was. And yeah, it's a drone that's hidden up in the rafters somewhere, that's, you know, up on a wooden beam. But you've got to be finding them as the defenders. They've got to be taking them down, because G2 are just absolutely maxing out the use of that utility at the minute. And, you know, every time they go into a fight, they are prepared for it.
There we go for now. A lot of that utility starting to be expended, but only 60 seconds in is the main problem. I think you have to keep on chewing through this, or the traps of the Ela, for example. Not going to set you up for a good end of round later. It almost reminds me of that earlier round back on Bank when they were playing very, very turtle, but a lot of utility had to be consumed at about the 60-second mark, rather than right towards the back end when it has its maximum impact. Alamau feeding information over. Laura carries on the killing spree. 7-1 here across 3 rounds, with room to still get more.
Shield is going to be isolated a little bit here. Alamau's going to go in. That double wall is going to give the double wall reinforcement. I think that's what he's pinging out at the minute, as well as positions, because it is going to maybe offer up a little bit of an opportunity, but his team are far too far away from him. There was nobody there to support. A beautiful double coming in from Naquo and Azox, and G2 might just be kicking themselves there. They lost that first fight where Doki got taken down. It left Alamau alone, and then it created a position whereby the shield was easily dealt with. Azox picks up stomping underneath, and Gen.G look like they're going to get themselves their first defense on Skyscraper.
And good move from Azox as well there to step across and just catch him out when he came peeling back down those back into the main room there. Sorry, stomping. Unfortunately, where it fell apart a bit there for G2. Relied, I think, a little bit too much on Gen.G not being willing to go and challenge the shield in case there was someone around to support. But I think once they realized the other 2 players that were remaining were both downstairs, that was the golden chance to go for a 1v1 against the Monty. There's no teammate assist to come on through. Really, really well done.
Yeah, much better from them. Something for them to build on. I'm interested to see, A, where this ban goes, and B, which site they're going to go to. Do they go back to Exhibition and Office that they lost twice, or do they go to their third choice? I think we might see them go back to Office and Exhibition, given that they've taken the Capitao ban, because it's going to allow them to play with that clash a little bit more aggressively than they've been able to previously. If they bring it along, I'm expecting the clash pick to come in from Deadshot, because that was something that they were able to G2 were able to bully out of position using those asphyxiation bolts. So I think by taking that Capitao ban, it's what we often see now. If you're struggling with a site, leave it until round 4, take a ban that helps you with that site, and then go back. So let's see how G2 can problem solve this without the Capitao.
I'm also curious about the effect of the bandit there as well, really. Like, we see tons of bandit in that first 3 rounds once.
I think
that was on karaoke and tea. Is it worth it?
I think just looking to guarantee themselves those easy breaches, particularly VIP wall. I'd expect to see some focus towards that from G2. Get VIP wall open, get somebody in there, because they know they're not going to be able to play onto the balcony. So you're right, it's a bit of a weird choice, because they know they're going to be playing into the clash, who's going to play aggressively onto balcony. So getting that breach on direct onto site and working in from there is going to be tougher this time around. I think we'll see more of a focus towards VIP, maybe trying to get into Terrace, Dragon, breach those walls. You know, maybe G2 will surprise me and they'll try to feed into this clash that's going to play on balcony. You know, they should have seen that coming, really.
Sting is active!
Merry Dance once again, I guess, here having to fight against the clash out on the balcony. Both maps, by the way, we've seen the mirror taken away by G2 from Gen.G. really seeing it as one of their favorites, and it is like their one of the top 5 operators they play in the defensive side, so not wholly surprised by that. Same dance though, where they're expected to see the air jabs out in that constant spot again to try and deter Deadshot. It being cut up by the impacts once again. It's almost an exact repeat of what we saw the last time we were on this site, Tim.
Yeah, G2 still just stacking themselves up, looking to get that breach into sight. And like I said, I'm not sure that was really the play. Half of it was left soft, so stomping on the book should be able to do that from distance with the skeleton key. But I want to see some pressure towards VIP. You know, use that bandit ban. Get yourself, they are, you know, using it to get into Geisha. Get yourself into VIP as well. Create alternative points of pressure for Gen.G to have to worry about. Don't just keep banging your head against this clash now that you don't have the Capitao to come and deal with them.
Absolutely. Well, still playing the same merry dance here, where as of yet, G2 definitely pin back, slow down. This isn't the kind of pace they like to run out. We spoke a lot about how quick they like to go on bank, and we saw it in great effect. The Deadshot on this clash really being a bit of a nuisance for them. That's why they determined that Bandits to be more of a worry for them. Not 100% sure, because they are doing a lot with it, but now forced back with an actual nade. Shield straight back out there, and guess where he's going, Tim? Back out onto the balcony.
Is he going to get
that
dealt
trap
with?
goes off. Ooh.
This is it.
I mean, the fact that he's...
They're really trying to get aggressive onto the shield, but look at the support that he's got. Constantly supported from that terrace door, taking out the track stingers, not allowing them to do their job. And right now, they're just completely stuck in no man's land, waiting for a challenge, which is going to come. And there it is.
You're never winning that.
I don't know why G2 have done this. A double from Deadshot. They've played the clash beautifully. They've lent into the Capitao ban fantastically. This is what needed to happen.
Oh, calm down.
Gen.G, come on. You've done it all right so far.
Oh, at least to get one back now. It's all on to Blaz to save the round for just a save. It really is a proper heroic effort if he can swing this one around. They were in a 2 versus 5. It's down to a 1 versus 2. One out towards display that it sounds like he's aware of at this point. The other one working his way up from house. Needs to isolate a 1 versus 1 now before anything else can happen.
He's going to swing. There you go. What beautiful pre-fire from Blaz. Surely he doesn't get the 1v1 as well. He's low health, but so is Neko. 20 seconds left to go, and the defender is going to try to use the clock here, I think. Try to avoid the fight. Blaz knows that he's switched over into the other side, and this just becomes a game of ring around the roses right now. He's trying to play around side, but ultimately Neko manages to step out and get the kill. Gen.G holding on to a round that should have been a bit easier for them, to say that G2 were banging their head against that balcony push for so long, and you saw the success. If you remember, I said at the beginning of the round, get yourself into VIP. You've taken away the bandit, you've given yourself the easy breach opportunity. Use it, get yourself in there. VIP, Dragon, open those walls, push from that other side. And when did G2 get success? When Baz walks into VIP and starts getting a couple of kills. It should have been much sooner in the round from them, and they didn't need to lose those 2 on balcony. It was such a waste. Leave 1 on there to hold some pressure through the breach into sight. You've got it open with a shotgun. That's all it needed.
Well, clearly not enjoying the fact they've lost 2 attacking rounds in a row here. Romalio's going to step in, tack timeout on the go to help course correct. It's kind of funny when you think about it. If you'd won the first 2 attacks in a row on a map, you'd be like, hell yeah, we'll crack on like this. So then lost 2 in a row, he probably sees the direction that this half could end up going in. Even though it's come down to a couple of 1v1s at the end of those rounds, this really for G2 is a spot where they're saying we want to be getting out of this 4-2. We should not be giving away rounds like this.
No, absolutely. I'd agree with you. You know, the way that they've come in there, I think it's good for G2. Beautiful shots, by the way, from Deadshot. You know, I know that he's playing from behind a shield, and well, he can sit, but they're not easy to pick up shots like that, especially the 1-taps, you know, giving no opportunity for them to fight back against him. It was really nice use of that clash. And G2, you know, they've got to ask some questions of themselves there as to, you know, why they were so magnetically drawn to a situation they were struggling with. You know, they had some of the tools, they had the air jab, they had the track stingers, but they knew that clash had support from inside a terrace. So every time they threw a track stinger, it was just shot out. Every time an air jab came out, it was just dealt with, it was removed. And, you know, Gen.G did everything they could to keep that clash in position. And I think there comes a point as G2 where you've just got to say, enough's enough, let's play. We've given a bandit ban, let's get into this breaching that we wanted to do. And, you know, go and do that. Go and focus on that rather than, you know, banging your head against that. But hey ho, we move on. 2-2, Gen.G played it well, get themselves around, and looking to get a bit of confidence built as well. Look at this, having a little bit of a peek outside of that hole that they've just opened up in the VIP wall. Will go for the reinforce now, so they are trying to hold G2 off from a push across the top floor. But to finish my first point, G2 have got the 2. That's the minimum they will have wanted on the attack. Anything else is a bonus to them at this point. I genuinely think 3 attacks will be enough.
What I love about that attempted spawn peek is it's so rare that we see it at the top level. Like, that normally is hard reinforced off early. You'll play around jammers, you'll play around Kaid, around Bandit if they're available. But instead leaving it soft, only for long enough that they can't get on the balcony and then challenge you as you're reinforcing, admittedly. I think it was just really interesting. And though it didn't work out, if it had, that would have been genius.
Gen.G have been doing really well on the entry so far. Let's see if it can
rush.
continue, but Alamo is just going to run into sight. He's looking for anybody. Finds his man finally in behind the bar. That's going to be the opening kill, so the entry does go in favour of G2 this time. Doki manages to double down, picking up Asa. 5 versus 3 now, as they do manage to start fighting back here. The Gen.G, nearly a missed opportunity for Bloira, but the smoke clears just in time. Picks up his man, Skies goes with a couple of toxic babes in pocket, and it is now 4 versus 2. G2 looking to get themselves number 3, which I think could seal the deal, but Azog scores big before being cut down by Stomp, wasn't enough. No, while that man's alive, it's still possible. 2v1, and the G2 able to win that round 3-2.
It's a really great start, fast push as well, like where we've seen them be slowed down so much. Almost like that impatience just built up and then exploded over in that round. 5v3, and yet a good fight back by Gen.G. Ultimately, as you say, Stompin is the one that's still left standing. I was a little bit concerned for a second because we saw Blaz go down with diffuser in hand inside a kitchen, and they had it. Gen.G side, this is beautifully covered from the hatch itself, but again, G2 always one step ahead, had a couple of players looking to challenge up there. Thank God it was Stompin, I guess.
Yeah, manages to get the job done with a quick double inside of Geisha. And like I said, that for me starts the alarm bells, the sirens are going now if I'm Gen.G, because I think, right, we've now got to perform on attack. They've got 1 more round left on the defense, but G2 have got the 3. So what that means is that G2 can just hold on to those top 2 floor sites. They don't need to worry about kitchen. They don't need to worry about bedroom. They don't need to, this was a beautiful shot by the way. They don't need to win either of those tricky sites. They can just hold T Karaoke, Exhibition Office when they're on the defense, and they'll win the map. That's now the freedom they've bought themselves. So Gen.G, they are backs to the wall. This is, for that reason, this is an essential round for them. And let's not forget the overall stakes here. We're talking about SI qualification here at the regional finals. Not only is it about the team that wins qualifies to SI, but it's about the points that can be picked up as well. So it's not even necessarily for Gen.G about winning. I think it was something like 36% chance went up to an 84% chance, something similar to that. You know, just by winning this game, it's massive for Gen.G, and they are backs to the wall right now.
Yeah, it is not looking pretty, but let's see if they can do anything to turn this one around. Deadshot getting busy on the Solus in this round. We spoke about this back on Bank when they did run. It wasn't Deadshot playing it. I want to say it was Naquo, maybe Skies. I think it was Skies. And we were like, oh, if they can get this working, that's excellent X Factor denial. And then 10 seconds later, he's dead. And G2 have sifted him out, got a track on him, no concerns beyond that point. Speaking of Skies, entry in the round as well as Alamo falls. It's the curse of the Lion, I swear. Doki has died nearly every time he's played the operator as well. Now Alamo's getting a little bit of a sniff of that as well.
Yes, Gen.G, I commented last round that they've done well on the entry so far, and they've got all but 2 of them. So they're now 4 and 2 on the entry. So doing really well and continue to do so. It's at least giving them something to build from. And G2, of course, have been able to take rounds despite that in the first 2, but Doki just looking to get aggressive, spraying in through that Dragon Wall, though. Knows that there's somebody playing up inside of Shrine, wanting to try and catch them out if he could. Going to see the keeper barricade taken down, so pressure already mounting on this position. But again, I like this from Gen.G. We've seen this repeatedly. This great teamwork from them, keeping people in positions. The Solus being kept in position in drum by the Azami playing elsewhere, and all of it's being held together by Azox on the Warden inside of Geisha. Double for Skies comes in, and that's going to be now almost the flawless round. Bloira manages to find 1 to bring it back to 1v4.
Another ace, why not?
Why not?
End as we started. Sounds absolutely great. But this has been the most convincing round I've seen all day from Gen.G so far as well. Absolutely dominant. I mean, nothing over towards the side of G2 except maybe a kill here. No. Bloira forced backwards, at least for a quick second here to get the reload complete. Being pressured out by the smoke at the same time, and the Spies have got their entry. Down about 40 seconds, that is a lot of work for Bloira to do, given he does not have the diffuser in hand either. This one should not be recoverable.
Nah, really shouldn't. 30 seconds left to go. You know, all that Gen.G need to do realistically now is take the hands off the keyboards. That's going to be a little bit, I was going to say it's going to be a bit of an audio cue as he coughs in the smoke. It's going to be a much bigger one as the Guzmot mine detonates as well. So Going to be very, very difficult for Loira. They know exactly where he's coming from. He's low health. I mean, he's got the operator to get a few kills, but I doubt he does as he swings around this corner. He's almost certainly going. I love the patience here from Gen.G. Not taking. They know they don't need to take the swing. They've got the player just inside that wall as insurance. You know, they're screaming in your head, aren't you? Just don't swing, don't swing. You know, I'm praying that your fingers don't make you as a reaction, because that's the way you win that round. But yeah, great stuff from Gen.G. Managed to get themselves to 3-3. They've got an uphill battle as they get onto the attack. I'm not going to paint it a different way. They've played better here than they did on Bank. G2 now get onto the defense and need 4 rounds. They can just hold down them top floors, and Skyscraper attack is not an easy one. If we have a look at the numbers for Gen.G, they've actually got a better attacking win rate on Skyscraper than G2 had. They're up at 42%, G2 down at 37%. So that's something for them at least, I guess. You know, it's not a bad map for them, so maybe they can turn it around, but it's not going to be easy.
That's exactly it, right? Even though they played well, they've had a great round to close out round 6 as well. You're now attacking one of the hardest maps to attack in the entire pool, which is concerning, to say the least. Looking back at their record on this map as well, it's not really bad, to be fair. Both teams, I'd say, somewhat similar. Played it quite a bit. Gen.G are 2-1 at this point as well, last winning it against Wolves about a month ago. So certainly not bad, but they also lost to G2 here just a couple of months ago during what I assume was the Stage 2 playoffs. So do a little quick check and we'll know then. Yes, it was. And it was the second map of that series. So they've had some success here, but back then they completely managed to at least perform better during the first half. It was 4-1 defense. They then lost every single attack they played to eventually give the map over to G2 7-4. So forgive me for being a little bit nervous, but we could go on to see an exact repeat of that.
Or maybe they'll have learnt from it. Maybe they'll have learnt from it. Maybe they'll have studied the tape and they will be locked, loaded and ready. But the problem, I think, for going up against G2 is this is a team that has showed an ability to adapt, to flex, to have plan B, C, D, E always ready. So plenty of options likely for G2 to switch things up from what has been seen previously by Gen.G. So let's get into it. We're going to go to Exhibition and Office first time around, becoming a bit more of a primary choice for a lot of teams now rather than T and Karaoke. G2 also opting to start out on that side. The big question, of course, from the Gen.G supporter perspective is exactly what is the play going to be here? Do you get yourself inside a Geisha, inside a T and try to move across full map clear, or do you go direct to breach? We saw the difficulty with G2 trying to do that, didn't really pan out, but there's no clash on the board because it was banned away from Gen.G by Gen.G, of course, recognising the strength that they were able to find with it. So could be an opportunity for them here to get a bit of space.
Absolutely. Well, thankfully not being impeded by a clash is always going to help. He's going to start focusing on the actual site itself and trying to take down members of G2 rather than dancing against the shield. You simply can't do that with. But Loira, of course, steps out. Dames with the better finds. What a second with the C4. He is cooking something special today. Finally gets put down from the display window. But once the dust settles, Tim, it's still a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, importantly, Stompton got taken down elsewhere as well there. That's the Denari offline. And like you said, just keeping that man count level, even, you know, without that, they would have been behind there because of that big double from Loira, who, as you quite rightly say, is having a phenomenal day. 11 and 6 so far here on Skyscraper. So 3v3, 1 minute 15 into the round. So plenty of time for Gen.G here. They can take their time, get on the drones, or they can just walk in and get kills. They're going to get the diffuser down as well. After manages to pick up one, sees a second, manages to get the kill. Good first attack from Gen.G.
Yeah, really, I'd say very minimal resistance from G2 as well, which is why I think they've rolled through. I mean, Atas also had a great round there, getting a 4K, massive for him, but G2, it felt, didn't really give up too much of a fight, which is what made the room for Gen.G to be able to push in so confidently, take out a couple of players in the initial entry, even though they lost themselves to the mirror quite early on. After that, they were just steamrolling through. Really good round.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think they're... Yeah, there's a huge performance from the Glaz in that round. I think G2 just move on to another site. I think get yourself across the T and Karaoke. But it's a big message sent because, you know, coming into it, I said if G2 get 3 rounds, I fancy them to take this in 2 maps. You know, get themselves those 2 top floor defenses and just hold them down. But they've just had one of those sites absolutely ripped away from them by Gen.G. So if you're looking for a Gen.G comeback, believe me, that round is where it starts because G2 are now thinking if we want the 7-5, we've got to win an offsite, probably. We're going to go to tea and karaoke. Let's, for argument's sake, say they win here. Do they go back to exhibition office, or do they go to that third choice site? I think they continue the rotation and go to maybe kitchen barbecue, but you've got a little bit of a gamble being taken then, and there's an opportunity for Gen.G to get the 2-1 quarter, and that puts us right on course for overtime.
Well, would it be a Desert Tim cast without at least one overtime, Tim?
I think it would be.
Bomb diffuser has been dropped.
There you go. Got to make sure one comes about at some point then. Maybe in the next series it will float, or as you say, it could be here as well. Now, more of the same coming out. We've got that Glass on side once again, alongside a hell of a lot of utility to make this execute sting. Blackbeard, of course, applying a hell of a lot of pressure at the same time. On the other side, you've really turned in towards Doki here, I think, to help combat the smokes. We've got 4 of them in back pockets, so obviously there's a lot of investment going in towards this Glass being successful. Doki, who's not having the best map so far, is the main candidate to deal with that pressure.
Azok's just opening up that window, but it doesn't really matter as Alamai manages to pick up Skies. That's the Grim gone. Big loss. Still got a lot of execution utility. Ying, Blackbeard, Glass all can work together, but the Grim was going to be the one that really massaged the defenders and created a little bit of space. Azox is still bullying from Swords windows a little bit, but being held back quite nicely by Stompin on that Azami. Looking to get the Candela just lined up and into position, and it goes. And that's going to, again, create just a little bit... They're not in position, though. You know, I often thought that's, to me, a wasted Candela. It's gone in. The effects have now worn off. They can come out and make the challenge. You know, they need to get in there quicker on the back of that utility.
Well, there's a lot of aggression going on through G2 this time round. Are not sitting back and waiting for death to come to them. They are the death. Loira on for a double. It's just on Deadshot, who is still the other side of the map here, but he's very much isolated. They're coming out the walls at this point, Tim. Doki as well, up through the Geisha wall off towards the right-hand side, and that is a very cozy round and much more of what we expected from G2 on this half.
Gen.G have done a great job in round 7 to get that first attack, get themselves pointing in the right direction on the road to at least overtime, maybe even taking the map, who knows. And then they come in the second one, and I don't even know what that was. Like I said, they throw one Candela in, they don't challenge on the back of it, so it's a wasted Candela. Another one goes in, they don't challenge quick enough. Loira runs out of the breach and just gets 2 kills. That's a catastrophe, quite frankly, on that office breach. You can't be doing that. If you've got a Ying and you've got a Blackbeard, there is no way anybody should be coming away having killed both of them and not taking a death for it. It can't happen. So, you know, Gen.G from kind of 0 to 0 in 2 rounds there, you know, who knows what we're going to get from them in round 9.
Well, we've had one of each, as you say, so I'm not 100% sure what to expect coming out of it. I think G2 have realised, again, in that first round, they were being a little bit too passive and giving up a little bit too much room. And so now need to be a bit more proactive in their challenging. You know, I say this a lot about teams that are sometimes quite slow on the attack. Yeah, if you sit there and be too slow for too long, the defenders eventually will come to you. Like, you can rely on the clock running down to 0, but I think you're just kind of inviting chance there for the attackers to sort themselves out. If you have the ability to go aggressive, pick off 1 or 2 players while they're still plotting out exactly what it is they want to do to solve a problem or close out the round, that's the best thing that you can do to really try and turn around. And I think G2 are going to realise that more and more. We're willing to go and fight Gen.G, who have now turned towards what I assume is a double shield setup with the Blitz and the Fuse coming along.
We're going to have, however, Stompin on the Valkyrie, just loitering on house stairs. Gen.G need to make sure that their intel game is tip-top, so that they are spotting out the Valkyrie and knowing that the pressure could come from there. Need to be very careful that they don't let Stompin into the back lines. At the minute, he's just roaming around inside a reception now, looking to cause a nuisance. Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
I just said that the drone game, there we go. The drone game needed to be tip-top, and it zoomed straight past the Valkyrie. Stompin kind of giving up an opportunity there. He'd been misdrawn, and I think they would have followed in on the basis of that. But as he moves around, he then gets picked up on the drone, and really, I think it was a case of maybe stand still and just let them go running past you. But Azox is going to take a lot of damage there, so that's a good start for G2, starting to just back up that blitz a little bit, maybe make him think twice about pushing forward aggressively.
They do the very best here, but I also think these drone blockers, you don't really see them all that often, but here, it's letting them play quite freely in that area of the map without being seen out by these drones on the side of Gen.G, so So again, also G2 are a step ahead and know what's coming and know how to respond to it. Doing a wonderful job so far and really taking a lot of the steam out of this Gen.G attack.
Yeah, and at the minute, it looks like if G2 can pick up this round, they really get away with that round 7 loss. You know, Gen.G have got to be kicking themselves. They put the pressure on, they got the first attack, and then if they let G2 win the offside, that's where you've given up that advantage. Blaz manages to get 2, easy as that. 1 through the soft wall and 1 on the flip. Blaz manages to make it a 3rd, stop and picks up the last. That's 2 flawless rounds in a row, Des. So Gen.G have a successful attack and then haven't had a single kill since in the following 2 rounds. That's 10 kills to 0 deaths.
And they chose violence. That's all I can really say. G2 really have put the screws in these last couple of rounds. Yeah, it's another case where another G2 player has popped off and gone massive. And I've often said this about G2. They're very much a big hero play team. In fact, back in Munich, I still want to say, I'd have to go back and double check the stats that someone didn't overtake them, but they were the team with the most multi-kills on their players compared to any other. Furia led it for a lot of the event, very quietly to away, because of course got knocked out quite early on, but then G2 jumped over them. And I've long said that these hero players are what I'm often concerned about with G2. If you're relying on players to clutch up or get a 3 or a 4K or even an ace like we saw from Loira to win a round, it's always the worry of, but what if they don't do that? Can lightning really strike twice? And the big issue against that is that every player on G2 is very capable of making that kind of play. And that for me is what makes them so scary. Even when things are looking bad in a round, and they certainly haven't for the last 2, there is always a player that can turn things around. And it's a very scary habit to have to come up against and face.
Tactical timeout comes in from Gen.G. And not a minute too soon, I think. After 2 back-to-back flawless rounds, something has got to change here. We've had a lot of, just looking through the list, quite a lot of the big multi-kill rounds as well have been the basis for these rounds being won. 2 for the side of Gen.G, 3 for the side of G2. So 5 out of 9 rounds so far have seen a 3K or better. And so it just seems to be those big performances from one player in a round is really winning the day for both of these sides on occasion. It was Blaz in that one with the 3K. G2, who's the ban? They're going to ban out the Grim and go back across to Exhibition Office. It's an interesting one because really it was the Glaz that caused them all the problems last time. Often we will see, as we did in the first half of this, we saw a great ban coming from Gen.G from ahead of round 4. They took out the Capitao that had stopped them using the Clash in the way that they wanted to, and they won the round on the back of it. It was brilliant stuff. It was really well worked. This time G2 take the Grim. I don't know how much that really, contributed in the first time they defended this site. I think they're probably just confident that they're not going to give themselves up to the Glaz. They're not going to give them those opportunities this time. But keep an eye on Naquo because they had a lot of joy last time.
Like I said before, he was one of our top players during stage 2, so I know that he's got a lot of capability. Didn't really get much done back on bank. He was having the right time, to be fair, back in the first half here, but has been a little bit quiet since, what makes me a little bit nervous for them and what they can possibly accomplish if one of your top players is having a little bit of a quiet day. But that said, as you can see, others have also stepped up alongside him. Maybe Deadshot's been a bit quieter this map, but that's completely fine. Not everyone can be the hero, of course. If everyone else is harvesting kills, where are you going to find any? So we'll see how things move forward here. To begin with, G2 looking to waste a hell of a lot of time. Maybe not wanting to lean on the Clash, but they can't lean on the Clash expand away. So instead, Subaru plus that Bandit, very, very competent.
Working in behind the Glaz again, using him as that kind of aggressive entry, trying to step inside of the smokes, but will take a little bit of damage from that random spray. The thing is, having played against it once already, G2 can confidently say if there's some smoke there, there's probably a Glaz stood inside of it. So let's just spray some bullets through and see what we get. In that case, we got about half health away from Naquo, so it needs to be a lot more... It's too easy. It needs to be a lot more careful than that. Alamau takes him down. Skys is there for the response, for the trade. IQ does take him down, but they have lost what was the driving force last time. It's going to be pressure onto the Blitz to make something happen now.
Exactly that. You've got the Capitao with all that utility too that can assist the Blitz in doing that, but that shield now is your go-to. Problem is, of course, if you're coming up against any electrified walls you need to get through, can't do that. Loki's now gone through all his tuber out, so that's not too bad. Then you've got to deal sometimes potentially with those Denari lasers by stomping being scattered around to impede him if he does jump in somewhere. So like this Blitz can just charge in for the fun of it. He's also got 2 C4s to play against. They've got to be really smart about the rest of this attack here, Gen.G. Like now you say, they've lost that main part of their attack, and okay, that's not really a way that I'd have thought about doing it, but Laura tries his best.
Yeah, I don't think it's really necessary from Lawyer there. He's having a day. He's 14-7, so yeah, sometimes you kind of got to think, look, everything's working for me here. I'll just throw it at the wall and see what sticks. Doke does manage to level things up 3 versus 3. But yeah, I'm not sure the aggression was needed from Lawyer. They're not in a position where they can just jump in through the window. He can hold it from an angle instead. But look, if he jumps there and gets 2 kills, we say he's a genius. As it is, Azox is going to relocate with that blitz. It looks like the push is going to come through Terrace because with 30 seconds left to go, they're going to have to commit to something.
Yeah, at least for him, that's where he wants to put the angle. They need a bit more pressure than just one window to push, and never a good idea towards success. All the utility going down, while they may think of Blitzcrank coming through this window, he's working off elsewhere instead, but it looks like Doki might be at least aware of the Capital being inside now. Is ready for the challenge, and that's the key one. The blitz has been shut down. Doki gets another in the round as well, stomping out with the close too. What more is it to say? In fact, that final kill even came from those tripwires.
Yeah, Gen.G have seriously lost that momentum that they had after winning round 7, that opportunity they'd created by winning one of those primary sites. They now find themselves against the G2 that need one more round. One more round will get it done. It'll be 2-0, and they will move on to Malta.
All right, not looking bad at all for G2, certainly coming in full form. And I said at the start of the day, maybe you see them a little bit lethargic, a little bit kind of taking it a bit casually, but they have really come in here and brought the fire with them. Sets up some really interesting games, of course, before Malta rolls around next week. Wonderful country, they'll have a wonderful time there, and they were not ready to mess around. They want to get to that final, they want to get something in the trophy cabinet.
The thing is, it's, as I often say, winning's a habit. Winning is a habit. And, you know, whether you see it as the biggest tournament in the world, whether you see it as a regional tournament, whether, you know, whatever it is that you are playing in, are you playing in a, you know, a go-for on a Sunday, you want to be winning it. It's just about keeping that mentality, that competitive edge, you know, of going through and getting it won. And that's, I think, the position that G2 find themselves in. They've got 2 opportunities to close this out. So, interestingly, they're going to take us to Master Bedroom to begin with. So it's a bit of a curveball for Gen.G because it may be a site that I know G2 play this site, so I would expect everybody to know that G2 play this site sometimes. So Gen.G should have a plan for attacking it. It shouldn't come as a big surprise, but it's not going to be a site that you necessarily put as much time into preparing as you do for the others, because you know it's kind of a maybe 50-50 or less chance that you're going to be going to play here. But G2, I like it, you know, give it a whirl, and they've still got that primary site to fall back on. They can go to tea and karaoke if they need to in round 12 to try and get it closed out.
All right, well, let's see if it can get done here and now, or if Gen.G can take us through to that overtime we were speaking about. Very much running it back in terms of their comp. That Glass coming up again. Smokes being spammed across the team. At the Capital side last round for even extra utility to jump through. Nice wonderful triangle, of course, left Venara in the window. Not very visible either, which makes it quite interesting. Got the IQ to help deal with those two. Already aware they were getting, well, not... I don't mean this to be a pun. They were getting tripped up by them last time. Ha 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 ha. There he is. There he is. I wasn't doing that, I promise. Oh, nice try. Not the ideal one for Laura in terms of the C4, but yeah, they got hurt by it a little bit. It slowed them down. Tim, stop it. And so I think actually having the ability to pick them out here and deal with them before you go pushing in is a really good shout.
Yeah, big
Definitely
loss to the utility there. Big loss to the utility on the Nitro. You can't be giving them away to electricity like that. So not going to get the opportunity to get a couple of cheap, easy kills on that outside. Nitro will be avoided by a Deadshot as well. Well played there. Gets himself out of the window. Maybe just heard it beeping underneath. I don't know. Something certainly scared him enough to make him move away. But how about this aggression from Bandit on that breach? My big concern for Gen.G here, Des, is all this fighting is just to get above sight. It's not even to get into sight. And, you know, we know the verticals are important, but we're 1 minute 15 in and they haven't really got any ground yet.
Not yet, no, that's the issue, right? Not a lot of time to work with here and still much for G2 to hold on with. C4's admittedly expended, so that is what it is. Got to win a fight here, and that's the one you want. Skies, casual one-tap on towards Stomping. That should give some life towards this Gen.G side, Tim.
Yeah, again, I come back to that Grim ban, and I know you can't ban operators based on them having one good round, but G2 have consistently struggled against the Glass even after the opportunity to take it away. They're still being punished. Deadshot does manage to find one. The pre-placed Nitro did take Skies down. Blaz fights back. 2v3, 35 seconds, and if Blaz falls back to site here, there's a real possibility as Alamau manages to take down Azox, but we are going to see a kill come through. A little bit of a response. Naquo manages to find his man, but Blaz, he makes it 2 in the round, can't find 3 as Naquo takes it to round 12.
It's another 1v1 where Blaz can't quite overcome Naquo as well. it comes down to that point where literally one more round stands between G2 going on forwards or Gen.G taking us to overtime. And then God knows, if this goes all the way to 3 maps, then all bets are up at that point. I know Bank was very dominant, but as we can see on this map, it was G2's map pick. Gen.G have been far more competitive. Cafe is a very equal map for both teams. I couldn't tell you now which way it goes.
I'd agree with you. I just think given today's performance, I think G2 probably dig deep and get it done if it goes through to Cafe, because I think they have been the better team today. There's no way around that. Gen.G are fighting much better on Skyscraper than they did on the first one, but let's not forget it was a serious off-site choice from G2 there. They're now going to go to their primary. They're going to go to T and Karaoke, I would imagine, and yes, they are. So this is now much more difficult for Gen.G. If we look back, it was the first defensive round in round 8 that G2 won. They won it flawless. It was the start of 2 back-to-back flawless rounds. So yeah, I think there could be bigger problems here for Gen.G than there was in the last round.
Yeah, they're still really persisting on making this composition work as well. Yeah, I admire the persistence. They really are gunning for it here to make it work, because now the onus kind of turns onto G2. Like, based on the last round, G2 are the ones who now have to make a change. Gen.G can try the same thing again and again and again if they want. G2 have to find a way through. So what are they going to change? What are they going to bring along? Stomping on the Solus is the one. Not really a hyper-significant change for them, but it's enough that maybe, just maybe, you can pick away a lot of the utility and make life extra difficult for Gen.G.
G2 are going to get spotted out there. They're aware of the Solus's presence. They've got to come away with this kill. Simple as that. They know he's there. Good, prepared for it.
Oh, no!
Can't let him. No.
How?
Can't let him escape. They can't let him escape. Stomping. He's like water there. He just, just manages to just slide out of there and, through a gap that just shouldn't even be possible. Doki manages to take down Asa, so they at least make up for the misstep, Gen.G.
For the reverse, Stokey has gone down to Asa Hirtin, which is not good for them. You've lost the Azami early, you lose the extra keepers, and of course, lose the gun. Almost in a way you could say they're trying a bit hard here to stop them being able to get towards that point of execute. I spoke about it before. Are we going to see them explode on forward here? Looks like they're ready to jump in through that terrace window and start putting pressure on. So G2 have got to be really respectful here. They can't just assume they can walk into every gunfight and come out on top.
No, I totally agree, and I think, yeah, maybe a little bit of over-aggression at the beginning there. G2 taking multiple fights at the boundary. I think just trying to get this done here and now, but yeah, a little bit of a risk there. We can see Gen.G just setting up, they're playing this slow, they're just not, feeding into that aggression of G2. Blaz has got himself in a heck of a position here behind this keeper barricade, though.
Yeah, can they get rid of one though? I mean, the C4 is great on towards Asa here. The push comes on forward, and Blaz has got rid of 2. That's the second one spawning the round. Sorry, a 4v3. Is this where it falls apart for Gen.G? Really trying to find some kind of movement forward here, but so far kept at bay. Stomping another and kill back the other way. It's a 3v2, but no, Naquan really had to have that kill. Now he's stuck in a 1 versus 3. Will find one off to his left inside of gold, and one inside a geisha box. This looks rough.
Yeah, 45 seconds left to go. No choice but to try and get the 2 kills here. Stompin and Lyra, 2 of the best players for G2 on the day. Both had a great 15 and 8 on the side of Lyra. They're not the 2 that you want to be going up against when you have to get kills. He's not going to get an opportunity to put the diffuser down, and they're just toying with him at this point. Look at that. Stompin puts some shots in to take the attention. Lyra finishes him off from the other side. Beautiful stuff from G2.
Exactly what you wanted to see from them as well to close this one out. Do not open that door. Do not let them back in. And that is exactly what they have done. Commiserations, of course, to Gen.G team, because they were pretty close, Yeah, woo, Carl, woo! They were pretty close, but just couldn't quite get it over the line. And with that, that does mean that their chances of making SI are greatly diminished. But there's a lot to break down from Skyscraper. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, our desk, I'll talk about it for you. See you in a few.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir.
What a game for G2, because with this, they don't just make it to Malta, they make it to SI as well. So 2 big things ticked off, and therefore we get to speak to the victors, as we should have Doki on the line to ask him a few questions. Doki, good afternoon. Congratulations on Malta and SI. However,
good afternoon.
You can't really see that on you guys' faces. It seemed like it was just another day in the office for you guys.
Yeah, we haven't been scrimming very much, so we're still in that zone of getting back into the swing of things. So we were actually try-harding a bit extra today. So yeah, but easy game, to be honest. Can't complain.
Actually, I think it's kind of interesting because I didn't get to speak to you after you guys lost in Munich, and I was wondering what was going to be the schedule for you guys until the regional finals. I guess what's the main takeaway from that loss in Munich for coming into SI and Malta finals?
I don't know, I felt we really played pretty good at Munich, especially in the last game against Wildcard. I was really disappointed to lose that game. Like I even said to
tiny
the guys,
margin, right?
Yeah, like I even said to the guys after it, like, this is probably one of the worst losses of my whole career, because like I felt like we could have won that game and proceeded even further, because we were in control. So that really sucked to lose. But I think it was a bit of nerves. Like it was the first time playing on stage for a few of the guys on our team. I think 3 of us, only me and Carl had played on stage before. If you exclude EWC, which wasn't really a stage, it was like a small thing. But yeah, so I don't know. It was nerves. We're going to be better for SI.
Hello, Jack.
Hi, Jack.
What did you make of the map bans today? I'm seeing Bank, Skyscraper, and Cafe, and I'm thinking, have G2 picked all 3 maps here? Like, what's going on?
To be honest, I was actually getting a bit PTSD. It was the same or very similar veto against Wildcard, and I was saying these guys are crazy. We've just got our best maps. It's over. It's GG. Yeah. So I wasn't being cocky going into this game, but yeah, pick Bank. Come on, guys. It's like we're literally one of the best bank teams in the world. I'm not trolling. So I don't really understand the pick Bank. And then we had Skyscraper, and I even said, like, all right, see if Skyscraper goes belly up, because they have 6 defenses, whatever, we have Cafe. So yeah, I don't know. SI, I was just thinking, oh nice, I can just put my feet up. We can relax.
Well, it definitely seemed like that, though. As we said, you make it to Malta, you make it to SI as well. You talked a little bit about just getting back into scrimming now. So looking forward to Malta. It's fully back on business. We talked about you guys taking some time off, I guess, as well, after the Munich Major. But you're fully back on track now to make sure you have the best performance in Malta, right?
Yeah, so the team had a little team vacation. Like, they went skiing together in Switzerland, but there was a few issues which delayed a couple of people from that trip, so we couldn't actually come back to scrimming. But everything's okay now, nothing to worry about. We just couldn't really, we only had like 2 days of practice. So but yeah, all's good now, all's safe and well.
All right. Well, that's the most important thing after all, is it, right? So, and I guess, with the result from today, seems like the scrims weren't very much needed, because it was a very easy game for you guys. Once again, a massive congratulations on making Malta and SI, and best of luck for your game tomorrow as well.
We have a game tomorrow? Really? No.
No.
I was going to go and have a...
No, you don't. No.
It was a
next
pub
week.
day.
Sorry, jump scare. I was testing you there. We'll see you in
Malta.
Malta.
Oh, my God. Don't do that, Anna. I was going to the pub.
Oh, my apologies there. I just assume that when it's EML, like, the teams always play the day after, right? That's how it always goes. Just testing each other there, I guess, is what we're doing at this case, though. But what an easy victory for G2. We have to say it, right? Yeah. I mean, Skyscraper on this half as well, starting on the attack isn't always easy, but G2 just show once again how strong of a Skyscraper team they are.
Yeah, exactly. Tomorrow, of course, being the gauntlet day. You have just given him a heart attack there, Ran.
He was just expecting to be done and go to the pub.
I'm sure G2 will be celebrating, and I will say why, because I actually thought Skyscraper was a better performance coming out of Gen.G. I thought their defenses were good, they played the utility aspect. Obviously, Sky defense is always good, and then they attacked it reasonably well. However, I will say, they managed to find a way of losing rounds that they should have won, particularly defending out. G2 had absolutely no right getting a 3-3 attack split there, and realistically, we should be looking into Cafe right now. But they found a way. G2 found a way to get those victories and then got over the line on their defenses, which were always going to be dominant.
And that's the main thing. If you think about it, Gen.G last time they played Sky against G2, they were not able to attack. And I actually thought that their attack split was pretty good. And as you see it there, they made almost every single round kind of close. And if you think about it, it's all on the back of that defense split. Like you said, how do you let in the very first round, Loira get a single ace from what, 2 breaches and 1 window. And it's the same thing again and again. They held the right conditions. They had the right stronghold. They played the clash. They played the Ela. They abused the utility to hold the site strong and not die early like they did on Bank. But then they just somehow overpick. They somehow leave a gap for G2 to exploit. And the strength in G2 to be able to bring these rounds back, you know, congrats to them. But it's mostly here on Gen.G that literally gave some rounds away. If you think about the
Sorry, go on.
I was just thinking, if you think of the overall match, though, the fact that G2 came in with barely any scrims and completely abused their natural strength, which is just like coming up on the fly with the right adaptations and the right gunplay, just perfect for them. And now straight back to the pub for Doki.
G2 are like the anti-siege team, right? Do you remember last year, actually? It was when was it last year where they qualified to 6 Invitational from the open qualifiers and the LCQ? And actually, the whole team went on a vacation to, I think they went to like Lapland or something around January. Yeah. Every other team scrimming, getting in the zone, you know. And these guys went on holiday, rocked up one day before the qualifiers, and then won the whole thing. Maybe G2 are just, you know, the anti-siege team from that point of view.
Yeah, it shows that it's all about the vibes, I guess, is what we're seeing from this team here, even though that wasn't really visible on the cameras, as we said. But G2 make it to a side, they make it to Malta, so they've got a big accomplishment done for today. We'll see them next week in Malta, but we have another game here today in the upper bracket to decide who they're playing against with that first match in Malta. It's either going to be Falcons or Team Secret, and we'll decide that after this break.
sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays et Paris. Pareil toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Welcome back to the EML Finals. We're about to head into our second game, but before that, we'll have a little bit of an update on our bracket, on the stakes of what we're playing for in this competition here at the EML Finals. When we look at the bracket, though, after we've had our first matchup, of course, it means that Gen.G will now drop down to the lower bracket. We don't see them on the lower bracket yet because it depends on the result of the second game that we have. The worst loser will have to play that first game, or the second game technically, in the lower bracket, whereas the best loser gets that bye. They play one game later in the lower bracket and therefore have a bit of an advantage, closer to making it to Malta, closer to making it to an SI as well. So there are implications on this, especially, Jack, given that Gen.G really suffered on that first map.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Gen.G are doing a great job of making themselves the worst loser with how that game went on, because they got whacked in map 1 and they lost the series 2-0. So even if Falcons Secret, the next game that we're going to see, even if both teams win one map, they will automatically, and we go to a map 3, then they will automatically, whoever loses that, be the best loser. So even though it's not yet determined, I would say Gen.G are very, very likely, unless there's a serious whitewash coming in semi-final number 2, to be the worst loser.
Yeah, realistically, they've got 6 rounds. I mean, if you look at Falcons and Secret, if you look at that history between the two teams, it's basically become a European Classico. It's always very close. And even in a scenario where there is a 2-0, I can expect at least to have an overtime. You know, the round differential will straight up make it, I think. It's just, I don't see a world where Gen.G does not, or is not the worst loser here and has to do 2 BO3s tomorrow to try and make it to Malta, which was what we expected looking at the 4 teams in the upper bracket here. You know, you have the big 3 and then you have Gen.G. And it has a lot of meaning. It has a lot of meaning in terms of SI points, but also in terms of prize money. You know, overall, there's 100K here at stake in the EML Regional Finals.
Yeah, as much as we would have wanted to take all of our 6 teams to Malta, there's only space for 3, really. So it really comes down to the best teams that EML has to offer to make it to Malta, to play in front of the crowd again. And talking about that as well, you know, we have Falcons qualified for SI based on the points. We now have G2 qualified to SI based on points as well. If Secret win this next matchup, they are also qualified based on points. That could be 3 teams in that upper bracket, or 3 teams in this bracket, rather, that have already made it to the SI. And we know that winning the regional finals also qualifies you to SI based off the direct invite that you get by winning the finals. It voids you from the points, which means the teams underneath, like around the 11th, 12th standing, then get put up in regard to the global standings. And therefore, even other regions could benefit off of what we are doing here, technically, because W7M currently is outside, just outside of the points. But also, as you mentioned as well, Leo, the prize pool really is a thing as well. But even, Leo, for a team like BDS or Virtus.pro, right, who, as of right now, don't have a big chance of making it to SI, should they finish second, that's all of a sudden 700 points. That currently, if you had no points, would shoot you up to 5th position.
Yeah, that is absolutely massive. I mean, that amount of points is crazy. When you think that most of them, they got, what, 50, maybe 100 points? Probably 50 for most of them from the stage, getting 700 or even 400, trying to breach into that top 3, and that's life-changing SI points. You can maybe make it thanks to that, especially with the 3 other ones already qualified based off points. You need those, absolutely, and especially because the top 3 teams, if they already made it to SI, the rest is prestige, the rest is cash prize, but they don't have nearly as much pressure as you, right? But also they don't have the same amount of stake. This is the moment or the opportunity for you to try and salvage your season, to try and go and bridge that top 3, get multiple hundreds of SI points and out of nowhere make it to SI. And that is for some of these organizations, for VP that made it to top 3 last year, or SI in Brazil rather, and then made a long finish and a deep run in Boston. It's super important. For BDS that used to be in the SI Grand Finals in Boston, for the organization, they need to be there as well. So there is a lot of pressure there, but also a lot of opportunity.
It feels almost counterproductive to be rooting against some of our top teams, to be rooting against the G2s and the Falcons and the Secrets of this world. But I do hope that one of the teams makes a sensational run. One of BDS, VP, Gen.G, whoever that is, and makes a sensational run all the way to the final, gets to Malta, you know, maybe even wins it. Because I'm Team Europe first and foremost, right? I want as many European teams at the Six Invitational as possible. And like you say, Leo, there's some big names, there's some big teams, there's some big prestige there that are sitting, you know, outside of the Six Invitational places right now. So, you know, I think certainly, I know we've got Falcon Secret coming up, but the BDS game later on, it's going to mean so much because there's so much more on the line for those two teams.
Yeah, let's be honest. I mean, looking at the global standings right now, we only have 3 EML teams inside of the top 11 based on a point. So, like, we need these teams to start stepping up, but especially teams like a BDS and a Virtus Pro have this most difficult path ahead of them, right? As they are currently lowest inside of those global standings when it comes to the EML team. So we're looking at them to have a great run, even though they're going up against each other in that first round of the lower bracket later today. We'll say goodbye to our first team inside of the EML later on in that last game, but we do have Falcons and Secret in the upper bracket before that. However, as you can tell, we have been talking for a little bit about the bracket, about everything that we're playing for here. That's because some of the Falcons players are experiencing internet issues at the moment, and therefore we'll have a bit of an extended break before we'll jump into match number 2 of today.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back to the EML Finals, where we have our second game of the day lined up for you between Falcons and Secret, and these two teams are no strangers to each other. Over the course of 2025, they played each other 7 times in this season, and Falcons have won that matchup 4 times, so it's quite even between these two teams as well. And as we look at the final one, the final time these two played against each other, that was during the Stage 2 playoffs, and it was the grand final of Stage 2, which saw Falcons bring up that title once again and defy Secret once more, because this is a ever-growing rivalry between these teams. I think we can say that pretty fairly. And when we talk about Secret as a roster, you know, for them after EWC, they had a pretty good run at the Munich Major. When it came to the playoffs, though, eventually, you know, losing to G2 in a close game, beating Furia, but getting eliminated to the eventual major winners, it is looking good for them for SI Fresh, but they still can get overtaken by other teams if they end up losing here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, SI is the main prize for both of these teams. Like you say, Falcons are already qualified. Secret, they're 1 game away from qualifying, and I think they have been our eyes on the prize ever since their Munich exit. I think, you know, Leo, me and you, we both spoke to them, but the whole team at length in Munich, and I will say, I would say it's a real maturity from this team. We're seeing them at events all the time now, and they're making themselves very open. They speak to us, and their mantra when they lost Munich, it wasn't, of course they were disappointed. Everybody's disappointed whenever you lose an event and you're not in the finals and you're not winning and competing for it. They was disappointed, but it was right, okay, what's the next one? SI, how do we get there? And we were going, you know, speaking to them about that. So they are so laser focused on that goal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were counting every single percentage, like what would they need to be doing in this bracket to qualify. Effectively, it's winning that first game, and it's a tough opponent. It's Falcons, and it used to be their nemesis, although it's been closer this year. But I think they can be proud of what they achieved in Munich. I think that looking at the results, even when they dropped to G2 and were sent to the lower bracket, they had such a hard opponent. They played Furia, and they dispatched them to 0. And in the end, they only lose to the champions of Munich. They lose to M80, which has been, I think, a trend for Team Secret across many S-tier events. Either they lose to a grand finalist, either they lose to the winner of the trophy. If it wasn't for that, they are the ones lifting the trophy. We can see a real maturity in the way they advance in events, but I think also in the way that they came back in good shape. When they started Stage 2, they struggled really, really hard. They dropped hard for 3 matches, and then they came back in full force and managed to have one of the only flawless run in the first phase of Munich. So looking at this roster, still a massive potential, still room to explore and grow. But most importantly, and you said it best, they are the only team of the big 3 in Europe that has not qualified to SI yet, and they just want to make sure they land that final pass, that final hurdle, and what better way to do it than to beat Falcons?
Yeah, it's a lot about looking back in regards to the competitive year, right? Given that this roster hasn't been together for the longest, you know, getting together at the start of this competitive year and then winning EWC, making it quite far into Munich. Looking back, they could be pretty happy, but I understand they want to look forward as well to making it to an SI inside of Europe, and especially for Falcons as well, you know, in front of a home crowd. That's the most important thing with 3 players on this roster, you know, coming from France as well. They want to make sure they get there and they want to get it done over the line, because when we look at Falcons and when we look at the Munich Major, you know, do we talk about it? It happened once again. Another grand final, another unfortunate loss for them.
Do we have to?
And it just, the way that we're responding to this, it just keeps on happening, and it's so unfortunate. But they need to look forward to SI now. That's the main objective. They need to make sure they get things over the line there. But I do think, Jack, when it comes to making it to big playoffs and big grand finals, they have a few things maybe to work on.
Yeah, do I become a Falcons apologist right now? I think I'm going to. Leo, you definitely are. But they were 2 rounds away. They were 2 rounds away from 3-0ing M80 and getting over the line in a major. Yes, it is comical that the 4th final in a row that they've lost inside the official circuit. Yes, they did lose it. But it's not as far away as everybody's making it out to be. It was 7-8 on Night Haven Labs. It was 7-8 on Chalet. One round in those goes a different way. It's literally a 3-0 victory. This is still a top team and a juggernaut in Global Siege. And I don't know what to say. We talk about Falcons time and time again, Leo.
Thank you for defending our EML champions. Thank you for defending the French as well as a British man.
I know.
I did not expect that from you. I will say this. I agree with you. Obviously, I agree with you. I thought that this grand final was anything but different from the other ones. I felt that they were combative in every single map. They never gave up. They were hyping each other up, even in the most dire moments, even when they were facing match points. Even in the last map, they came back and went in overtime on the Consulate where they were attacking. So I think, in my opinion, they learned something in that grand final. Yes, they lost it. Yes, it's many different grand finals that they lose. But I think looking after them and chatting with them after the grand final, they did not appear as defeated as the previous ones because they felt like it was a great day for MAT. But any other opponent, they could have beaten them. And even MAT, in any other given day, they could have beaten them as well. I think they really felt like this was the closest they were to maybe raising another S tier trophy. And I think that they've learned it. They are aware they can do it, and I think it was a very different grand final, and it starts with the path of preparation to SI now. Now is the moment where you prove to yourself you're still as confident, you're still as dominating, and that starts by beating Secret today, reaching Malta easily, and just showing to everyone you're still there to be a grand finalist, and this time take it.
I said it earlier about a low bracket team, but I'm a bit of a romantic when it comes to the storylines. You know, I want to see this cute storyline where Falcons don't get over the line in all of these finals / old BDS, don't get over the line in all these finals. They go to Paris, majority French team, and they go and win it there. I think it would be so poetic to see it. But yeah, like you say, they've got this competition in front of them in terms of the EML finals. Being honest, this is now their home turf. They will be expecting to win this, and they know that they can win this quite comfortably. They generally do win a lot inside of Europe, when we get to the playoffs and the stages. So for them, Secret is just another roadblock in that way.
It would definitely give meaning to the Here to Make History slogan, of course, with SI coming up and them, potentially winning it in front of their home crowd. But that's very much looking ahead as we were doing for these two teams. Speaking in regards to performance as well, something we really highlighted during the Munich Major was our big monster of the tournament, really, on the side of Falcons. Solotov has had an amazing tournament, and I hope, Leo, that he can keep it up during the EML Finals as well.
Oh, yeah, and he will be finding a champion of his own against him, Joom as well. Joom was the best performer in Munich. Joom, as the only German representative at the highest level of Siege, was also the one dropping incredible numbers. I think the resurgence of these two, Joom always consistent, Solotov having incredible live games and carrying Falcons over. These two being the entries, we're going to have again a huge clash of massive gunplay, and it's always been the case, I think, between Falcons and Secret. It's quite explosive. They all play the meta the right way. They're all aggressive at the right time. I'm hoping to get a real good game that's really close between the two of them. I think on one side we've got the pressure for Secret. On the other also, they've got the right stakes. They should want to win it more than Falcons. And so it's the perfect balance between the pressure and stake here. Who is able to play free, just as free as G2 played against Gen.G? That's the big question mark for me coming into this matchup.
There's heads all over this game, isn't there? There really is. You think of your Mowgli against your Shaiko. You think of your shield players. You've got Savage. Wow, I forgot his name. You've got Savage against Brede. You've got kind of your Flexes. You've got your Adrians going up against your Leakyfax. Like, across the board, both of these two teams have got such high quality, and every single player can pop off. They both use the shields. They both understand their current meta incredibly well. It's what makes it such a fair and entertaining matchup between these two teams. So yeah, I can't wait to get into this one.
I feel like we're just glazing our region at this point. We do love a good EML matchup between two very competent teams that will show us everything they have on the table. Let's talk about the maps as well then, because I want to see where this series takes us to, and where we'll see this epic battle really take place though, because as we'll be heading into Cafe as our first pick coming out by Secret, did you expect that one, Jack?
Yeah, yes and no. I think Falcons, they tend to struggle on this map. They don't really play internationally. In fact, we've not really seen them play at the Munich Major, for example. They tend to play inside of Europe, and even then, it's generally been stage 1. They haven't really played it a whole lot, so preference-wise, it's low. For Secret, it is a higher preference. That being said, they played it 3 times at the Munich Major round. Can you guess how many times they actually won it? No? Well, I will tell you, it was a big fat 0 times that they won it. They lost it against M80 5-7, they lost it against M80 6-8, and they lost it against G2. They got 7-1 on it as well. So for Secret, I think maybe they're trying to right some wrongs on that map.
Yeah, and if we move on to the next map now to see Falcons pick, I'm quite interested. It's going to be a Skyscraper one. Now, that one is surprising. I think we're seeing a lot of Skyscraper here. Maybe we'll come back to that point, but maybe these teams are sending a farewell to that map if it gets out for Fortress. Looking at this, Secret will be in defense here. Falcon starts this, and I think, wow, that's a weird one because it used to be one of the only maps where Falcons had a poor, a poor map pool. One of the only reasons for it. And if you think about this, they were on a 3-loss streak before they played it against M80 in the grand final, and there they won it. And I think they recently added it to their map pool. It's been really working for them. And talking to Lekefak, they've got this really unique approach of trying to cut off the bridge, the dragon statue, all of this, the garden part in the middle of the map, and trying to abuse and poke around the other sides of the map and commit to one area when it seems weaker. It's a really unique way of playing the map, but kind of new and setting the meta. And that just feels like Falcons to me.
Yeah, I will say Falcons on Skyscraper traditionally was always good and it fell out. The reason it was always good is it was old BDS, who were amazing on Skyscraper, and then old M&M, who were also amazing on Skyscraper. They merged those two teams, found success, but then they needed to refine themselves onto that map.
Yeah, and then you move on to the decider and you think, Secret goes back to Consulate? Really? I mean, if I think about it, it's a map that they almost never played. They played it at Reload, lost it to Wildcard. They played it during the first stage of EML. They lost it to G2, and they played it in Munich, and they lost it to M80. So they tried to play it at all different stages during the year, and they never were able to win it. So looking at this, I'm kind of surprised. I'm thinking it's also a matter of trying to not show too many maps, maybe. But it will be very interesting to see Falcons take it on them.
So really quickly, are we seeing all 3 maps, we think? Is that happening, Jack?
It's Falcon Secret. It should be all 3 maps.
Yeah, all 3 maps. Designates casting, 45 rounds. I'm here for it.
I mean, it would be a very good matchup. I really hope we do get to that, though. But as we already mentioned, of course, we have some players on the side of Falcons with some internet issues at the moment. It's not looking very much better for them so far. They're still having some issues that are holding them back from joining the lobby with us here. So the game will have to wait for a little bit longer. But in the meanwhile, we won't have to miss Ace and Desdo as they sat down with Emmy before the start of stage 2 with some questions and some very difficult ones.
Welcome to the Balance Patch, the quiz show where we quiz some of our quizziest friends. From way up north, it's Tim, Ace of Pyrite Lever. And unfortunately from Birmingham, it's Derry Desert Holt. Let's get quizzing. Finish this famous cast. Holy shit. The point to Derry. Name every attacker secondary gadget.
Smoke grenades, flashbangs, frag grenades, breach and charges, hard breach gadgets, mini EMPs.
You missed out, Claymore. So you spin the wheel, no points, but you do get a debuff. 11. You have to clap as long as you are talking.
Got it, okay.
Finish this iconic roster. Retro, Goddess, Mark.
I can't remember.
Wow, Laxing and Fox A. Spin the wheel, Tim! 6 is trade. You pass that over. What is the name of Fenrir's gadget?
FNAT.
Oh, we didn't clap.
Yeah! Suck it.
Name every city SI has taken place in order.
Montreal, Paris, Stockholm, Montreal, Sao Paulo, Boston, 20.
Yeah! Spin that wheel! Let's debug Des. 8. Des has to make a new buzzer sound with his mouth. Cuckoo. Which org had these players? Diaz, PSK, Gohan.
Team Liquid.
Oh, he's right again. What were the maps in the iconic Berlin final you cast?
Chalet.
Not Chalet. It was Border Villa, Skyscraper, Bank, Clubhouse.
I was gonna say Villa, and then I thought I didn't go out of the pool right now.
No points for you, spin the wheel. Tim has to end every single sentence with a badumch. What was the Super 90 commonly known as?
The Sniper 90. Half a second behind. Other than that,
late, but he got there.
I just can't remember to do things when I speak. Remember that one.
Which operator is this?
Striker or Sentry?
Twitch. It is Twitch. Des did not use his cuckoo. He loses a point, Tim wins.
Yeah, he got it right.
The reward for winning is that he doesn't have to now record a cold open that will 100% be used and made up on the spot by Derry Holt.
I'm saved by my own knowledge.
Welcome to the Balance Patch, where we find our two lovable explorers going into the unknown. A quiz. How are you doing? Production treating you well?
They are, but you're not.
Take 1 point away from Des. He starts on 9. What? How many seconds does Pengu need on the clock?
20.
Perfect.
Get the debuff. Enjoy.
Which EML team went 2-2-2-3 last split? I didn't fuck around.
Virtus Pro.
Gen.G. Spin that wheel. 9. You have to call everybody Big Dog. Who is this an impression of?
Can I get a store? Parker.
That's correct, but you should have called it technically Big Dog. Who is on each of Fresh's pillows currently?
Big Dog Tim. Big Dog Parker. Big Dog Demo.
You're forgetting the biggest dog of
The
all.
biggest dog of all, Lynx, is our pillow.
Spin that wheel! 5. Every sentence you say has to end in an Ian Chambers kick. This is a buzz-in. They are known as destructible
ingredients.
That's correct. Name 3 of the top 6 EML players by EPS last stage.
Loira, Big Dog. Stompin', Big Dog. Pasha, Big Dog.
Number 1 last split. You get to spin the wheel. 6. He gets to trade one of his 2 debuffs to Tim.
Big Dog.
Big Dog it is.
Not a problem, Big Dog.
Who is the reigning Esports commandee?
You, Big Dog.
Well, you brought it up. Roll VT. This is all going to be roll VTs. Roll VT of me saying roll VT. Roll VT. Which team played the most maps last EML split?
Matchco. Big Dog. That wasn't referring to
That
anybody.
wasn't technically referring to.
I was just answering the question. Grow up.
Falcons with 23 maps, unless Dez's stat thing is wrong.
It's never wrong.
Tim rolled a 5. That means he also now has to end everything in the Ian Chambers kick. Which talent member is this?
Leo?
Correct. What was the most banned map in EML last split?
Skyscraper.
Correct. Des wins the episode. Now, Tim, unfortunately, you're going to say a sentence in Danish given to you by our production staff. You will have no idea what you're saying. The twist is that Des is going to tell them in English what to tell you to say in Danish.
Jeg utroligt skellet.
Welcome to the Balance Patch, where we find our two lovable explorers going into the unknown. A quiz. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling scared of the debuffs, Emmy.
They get worse.
Excellent.
First question, where are we?
Copenhagen.
That's right. I would have also accepted in a garden.
In a garden.
We can't accept it now.
Take a point off him. Take a point off him.
No, I can't. What was the most played EML site from stage 1?
Ooh. A church in Arsenal.
I think he's right, baby. Oh, what? Oh, that means he spins the wheel.
Okay.
7. Wow. Every sentence you say has to end in a sigh. Gonna be so out of breath. How many pellets does Sabana have?
18.
Correct. Cheer up, Des. What years was Pengu active as a player?
Ooh.
If one of them does mess up their debuff, the other can rat on them by hitting the button, like this.
That was aggressive.
My quiz show. Do what I want.
2016 to 2019.
That's wrong, babe. 2016 to 2021. You get another debuff, my friend. The wording on this is you have to do your best impression from one of the 5 people. Dev Marta, Parker, Ollie, Fresh, Tim.
Tim.
His impression of me is awful.
Oh.
See?
This is a quick, easy one. Name someone French.
Leo.
Yeah, that's right, Leo. Who was the first operator to smile in their operator picture?
That's ridiculous.
I know.
I'm gonna say Ace.
He is smiley and dumb. Like you, it was Dockerby. Spin that wheel, buddy. 2.
2, we all saw it.
Every sentence you say from now on, Tim, has to be a question. How tall is Ollie? XR Troika.
6'3".
Wasn't an impression of me?
That is true. Well, 6'3" is correct, actually. I messaged him like 20 minutes ago. Des, the EML player with the most plants.
Shepherd.
That's wrong. It was Rede or Asa. That means Tim wins this episode.
I win?
During one round that will be cast by you on this play day, Tim, you get to choose exactly how Des acts to you for the full round. What do you want him to do?
Des has to be really positively nice to me.
That's it for this episode, so I'm going back into this shack that I now live in. Bye.
Well, we all love it when a timer gets cut nice and short, and now that we have our issues resolved, Tim, we can probably get started with what I think at least will probably be the best game of the day. Two of our best teams in the region going head-to-head. What more could you ask for on a Saturday?
Yeah, I think so. It's a great rematch as well. We saw it twice in the playoffs. One apiece. You couldn't separate them. Falcons had a win, Secret had a win, and now they come back together. You know, this is becoming a matchup for the ages in kind of recent times. You know, both of these teams peaking at real high highs, and I think today is going to be no different. I'm expecting a good one.
Absolutely, and Cafe, of course, to kick us off, as you can see, is our first battleground. We have Skyscraper second, and then Consulate as a decider if we need it. And knowing these two teams, Tim, I think that's exactly what we're going to find ourselves running into. Let's see how things go then first with our banning phase and see where we land. And in case you're wondering about the jokes in chat, to give you a bit of a fill in there, Shaiko's having net issues that have now been resolved, but if he couldn't play, Stuflex, their manager, would have stepped in and played instead. So obviously here all is sorted. We are very, very good to go. Monty going to be the first ban taken away from Secret. Shock horror, Tim. Teams still love banning shields away from Savage. We know that he is an absolute demon with them. I wouldn't be surprised if this next one is Blitz.
Yeah, very possible. There we go. Blitz will come in. Azami Mirror as well. Fairly standard Mirror, of course. Super powerful, particularly on the top floor, but also down like mining and stuff as well. I'm hoping we don't see too much top floor. It's going to be the first side. Falcon's going to go straight up there. It's an interesting map ban as this one, really, because I feel like sometimes we get a game where teams will ban out, you know, the other team's good maps, and you end up on maps that kind of neither of them really like that much, and it's like, right, who can adapt the most? And they're always interesting games. And then sometimes you get the games where it's like, actually, you know, nobody blinks. It's a game of chicken, nobody blinks, and everybody gets to pick their favorite map, and you end up on, you know, maps that these teams are amazing at. I feel like we've got the former in this one. We've got a group of maps that these two aren't necessarily like wildly known for, you know. Skyscraper, yeah, it's a good map for Falcons, but we don't see him play it very often. Cafe is anybody's 2 and 4 and 1 and 3 are the records, you know, for Secret and Falcons respectively. And then Consulate, we all know Secret's problems on Consulate. So yeah, it's an interesting map ban. But look, these two are going to go at it on Cafe to begin with. Top floor is going to see Falcons kicking us off.
Yeah, a big one, of course, looking back at it, is the bank ban that came in fourth from Falcons against Secret. Secret are like, at least in official Ubisoft competition, 11-0 on this map this year. No one seems to be able to beat them there. They are terrifying to play against with a 75% attacking win rate. That is like almost unheard of. And shock horror, because it's Secret, it's also high in their defensive win rate. Very good at attacking. Still some improvement to be done on the defense, that's for sure. But let's lock into Cafe and see how things shape up now that we've had our bans finish out. First round, as you can see, we're attacking into the upstairs. And Tim, I know you love talking about this top floor, but the data does hold up. This is the lowest defender win rate site on the entire map.
Well, I'm rarely wrong, Des. Just early. But
now. Have a word, man. Come on.
Did you like that one? Right.
Yeah, very good.
We've got Leakerback down. Well, Leakerback's been a roaming demon recently. We've seen it from him, you know, on so many maps where he's loving the Soulless buff, getting out in the map, making a nuisance of himself. It's something Secret have got to be aware of. He's been able to take out an air jab. He's not going to do it. He's not going to do it immediately, but it gives him the opportunity. He's kind of missed his chance a little bit because surely they're going to be looking, waiting for him. It was worthwhile chance from Leakerback, but he doesn't want to overcommit to it correctly. So a little bit of fencing at the beginning, but no shots landed. Savage picks up Usus and Doom doubles down, taking out the Soulless. This is big for Secret.
Oh, but Bride seemingly unforgotten about as well. They tossed a nade at him, so I don't know if that was miscommunication where Savage simply wasn't made aware that he was still there or what, but they could pay the price here. No, Shaiko falling down to Doom as he swings out. Bride, though, doing Bride things, double kill in the round, and now a 1 versus 2 to win. Finally gets cut down and Secret take round 1.
Yeah, they had him pinched nicely there at top white. One on white stairs, one inside of Pixel, and it was always a lose-lose situation for Bride. So as you say, Secret taking that nicely. Falcons there, like I said, I kind of like the effort from Leakerback down on bottom floor. It was a nice little attempt, but you know, he didn't want to overplay his hand. But the problem was, as much as he didn't overplay his hand and get overly aggressive on the peak and give his life away, what he has done is give his position away. They know exactly where he is, and Secret have adapted quickly. They've moved people into position and they've cut him off and got themselves a nice easy kill whilst he's isolated. So really well played, and maybe that sends the message that, look, we know what Leakafac's game is. He's been doing it for months. You know, we've seen it on Clubhouse, we've seen it on Cafe, we've seen it on Bank, we've seen it all over the place. You know, we're not going to allow him to play that game where he just gets into tricky spots and fights his way out of trouble.
Absolutely. I think it's fair to say we all know what we're going to see from Leakyfact today is a ton of Solus. And we've mentioned this quite a bit lately. Obviously, Solus had those buffs relatively recently. Even before them, Leakyfact was one of 2 or 3 players around the world that were playing a hell of a lot of Solus. Now that the buff is there, he's just like, well, I thought she was great before, and now she's like OP, she's amazing. And so I think you're going to see him throughout the series playing it a lot. You and I had questions back in Munich. Will teams finally ban that Solus away? And if I remember rightly, a couple of teams did take that Solus away because it was such a headache.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we will start to see that Solus ban rate maybe creep up a little bit as teams kind of, you know, start integrating them more. Because once we get the buffs, there will be teams that are like early adopters that will just be like straight away, yeah, we're going to start including them. But over time, we start seeing them creep in a little bit more. It's the way that we saw, you know, Mirror for the longest time wasn't really used even when available because she wasn't integrated into setups at that point. And sometimes it just takes teams a little bit to say, right, you know, we're going to adjust this strategy, that strategy, we're going to you know, adapt and clear. And Falcons have grabbed hold of them early. Secret, you know, we may see some Solus play, we may not, but a lot of teams have gone from stage to Munich to here. You know, it's not necessarily been all the time in the world to be making those sorts of changes. So Solus, as she's played more, I think we'll then see an increase in ban rate because you know, the buffs have certainly been positive and have made it much more viable.
And I think except for a very, very dedicated strat to anti-intel, running the Mute, the Solus, and the Mozzie is quite heavy. So in this round, Falcons are going towards the Solus and the Mozzie. Of course, although she can see when drones are coming towards her, can't always kill them immediately. And I think having the Mozzie on side to steal a couple of those away, very, very handy. And of course, the pairing is there for the Solus to identify where drones are, ping them out, and then Solotov can go yum, 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 all mine, and take those drones away if so desired. The Mute probably would have been quite useful in this round, though, granted, because there's that Dockerby on the other side. You know me, Tim. I speak to the living death about this operator. I think a gadget is the most broken thing in the game at this point, but there's not much more you can do to drastically change it. So I think trying to suppress it with the Mute is always a good idea. But obviously here, well, Ugly has got free reign to do as he pleases.
Yeah, it just gives you some options. Look at this aggression, though. Absolutely beautiful stuff. A few missed shots, however, from users.
Tim, the whole mag.
There's a few landed. Mowgli's taken half damage, but on a different day, users would have come away with a kill there. It was not necessarily an easy fight. I think there was a lot of concern about others backing up the Dockerby getting inside of the map. Solotov is going to be the one able to finish that kill off, take Mowgli down. 5 versus 4, advantage Falcons.
All right, not too bad, not too bad, not too shabby. Really could have been a chance there for Secret to get a bit of a push on, maybe a little bit concerned about the potential aggression of other players when they tried to push in to get rid of Solotov. As you say, they've walked away from that one with a kill. They've got rid of the Dockerby. That's the most crucial part for me. And now they're in a 5 versus 4. They can sit easy here and just wait to see what Secret bring to the party.
Adrian just having a little think about holding that angle into sight for the time being, but I don't think it's going to be the most lucrative. He maybe just wants to prevent anybody pushing up underneath that hatch whilst it gets open, but that wasn't the case as Leakyfact did exactly that, but Adrian had stepped away from the angle. And Falcons enjoying quite a bit of freedom inside of sight at the minute, and just trying to utilise that utility from underneath, but even with the book above, they're not really being massively moved. They're going to hit a beautiful nitro. Solotov doing a great job, and I've got to say Secret have failed a little bit in this round to really utilise that map control that they've got.
All it takes is a couple of bullets, Tim, as we've just seen. Adrian getting that one straight down on Solotov. It was low HP. They've still got to play against Breeda's C4 here, and Leakyfact is looking to hit them on the roam at the same time. Not looking too easy. Here he goes, starting his move forward, snaking his way forward on the Solus. No one's actually inside the map at this point, unless there's one on the bridge. Didn't there was? Had no idea about Usus though. He gets it right this time, brings down 1, but there's a trade as Adrian hits the triple. Suddenly, we're down to a 2 versus 2.
Possibility of an ace on the cards for Adrian as well, and a plan.
No choice
surely
now.
Not. Leakyfact manages to get Savage. As you say, if he wins this, it is almost certainly going to be an ace with plant. It is quite truly going to be a one-man round. That's the 4th. Surely he can't find the last. It's him versus Breeder. He sees his man. He sprays him down, but he can't find the Adrian plays it perfectly, backs off, sends in the drone just to give a little bit of intel. But are they going to be able to hear if Brede gets on the diffuser, Des?
This looks like it's going to be so hard to do. We've had a couple of aces today already, so why not get us another couple in the, flawless rounds and aces today. He's waiting for the push because Brede's really got no choice but to go and fight him here. He needs to win the gunfight. Now here's maybe getting on there, draws himself back off. That drone is going to see every time that he stands up, and sure enough, Adrian, what a play. Diffuser goes down and gets the ace for himself. What a round.
Adrian has literally done everything in that round. Got every single kill, it's very much, right guys, I'll do it myself. Just gets absolutely everything mopped up. I'm sure his team are going to be very grateful for that one. That is a round that Falcons should have won, no two ways about it. They got themselves the opening 2 kills. I commented at the time they weren't really being bullied inside of sight. The book was opening up. Doom got hit by the nitro on the reverse. You know, Falcons were in command of things there until Adrian got involved and just took it upon himself to close that one out.
Yeah, 5v3 is the crazy part, you know.
Yep.
We saw this from a few different teams of being like...
at the end as well.
Yeah, that's it. Like, it's absolutely mental. But as sure as it looked like it was a win for Falcons, they managed to deal with the early aggression in towards Bakery, got rid of the Dockerbee. It was all looking up for them. Sometimes, like I said in our last previous series, players will just go a little bit bonkers and have a brilliant round sometimes. And that round 2, that was Adrian's round. Let's see if he could carry on their winning ways here on Cafe. It started out wonderfully for them. Dare I say, not as dominant as we saw between G2 and Gen.G earlier on, but it's got the same vibe to it. It's looking good.
I must say I have benefited from many such similar Adrian rounds in ranked.
Hopefully on your team.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure when it happens. Usually Emerald plays a demon on Emerald Plains, I'll have you know. Yeah, very much still doing it at the pro level as well. Great stuff from him. So round 3.
Is that just because no one else knows how to play Emerald Plains though?
Who knows? I just know he's very good on it.
Enjoyed himself a lot.
Okay, let's get into it. Round 3 is going to be, and mining will be the defensive side for Falcons. I'm not sure about this side choice. I personally might have lent towards reading instead. I feel like you've kind of increased the difficulty for yourself. It's not gone well in those first 2 rounds, and now you've got to worry about external access to sites. It's always difficult when you've got a site that you can essentially just have somebody sat on a window watching, you know, cutting that site in half. So that's something that Falcons are going to need to deal with, but for the time being, Secret look like they are more focused, more interested on that top floor control.
Absolutely slow start. No need to go too quick here when you know you've got the Solar still to round after. Liquidfact actually opted to be the one to drop off that operator and give it to Uzus, and instead has moved on to the Vigil. Real old Dave throws back there to an LMs. Used to, of course, be a part of this roster and run around on it an awful lot himself. Goes to the headshot, but just unfortunately can't quite find his man. Now they know that he's here and he's got a Bosch G in hand. Well, put respect on the name.
Seeing exactly why it's called Pixel Corner, as Liquidfact just tries to hold the tightest of little slithers of angles out of there with the Bosch G. Doesn't get his opportunity, dips himself back into Cocktail for the fight, but Mowgli is going to get in aggressively and take down Sharko. 5 versus 3 as he clears out utility as well, and the top floor clearance is proving lucrative for Secret as June manages to pick up Solotov. Liquidfact found one with the Bosch G along the way, but then he's punished by Mowgli in a trade. 4 versus 1, a minute left to go. Surely another Secret round.
Yeah, you're seeing now why they are one of the best, if not probably the best attacking team in the world. They are just so overwhelming to deal with. It's horrible. I remember parts of this roster when it was, of course, part of Wolves back in the day as well. Looking really at Mowgli there. There's a lot of things I think they're taken from that team. It's only really in the last, like, 10 to 12 months this roster has really clicked, and now they look as good as they are, and they're always in a top 4 position inside of EML, but also at events they're performing very well too. Is that they're one of the first teams to approach this very kind of varied tempo style where for a good chunk of the round, they can be very, very slow, very patient. There's no rush coming through. And then in a 3-2-1 count, suddenly you are just being flooded from all sides by every player. G2 are kind of similar in the same way, which again points towards why both teams for a long time had a better attacking win rate than a defensive win rate inside of EML. They're showing it here in spades. And I think Falcons are really struggling to get themselves moving on this map. And that's why we are into a TAC timeout.
Yeah, Falcons certainly starting to panic a little bit, I think. Maybe panic's not the right word, but they will know that they are up against it at this point. It's just not going well for them at the minute. So, yeah, definitely Julio wanting to interject there, have a conversation, and see if he can just turn things around a little bit for Falcons. At the minute, I don't know what they do, to be honest, because it's largely down to Secret winning gunfights really well. The one thing it's always a difficult one. The one thing that I would say is that I think Falcons have been too aggressive. They've put themselves in some bad spots sometimes. You know, there's a few places where they put themselves and really given the opportunity for Secret to find those kills. I look at Leakifak in that last round. You know, he got picked up, stood in the middle of Cocktail when a couple of kills had already gone down. He was asking for trouble, really. You know, rather than dropping away down the hatch, which was open, rather than choosing, I'm going to fight another day. They really are standing firm on the front line, deciding they're going to, you know, basically, it's fight or bust. It's kill or nothing. And unfortunately, it's been more of nothing than anything for Falcons. So I think maybe take the foot off the gas on a little bit on the defense. Try not to play as aggressively. You know, let Secret build their attack and pick them apart as they look for that execute. Because right now, it's playing into what Secret want to do. You know, Secret want to push in multiple areas. They want to take those gunfights. They want to take map control, which we know they do so well on attack. And Falcons are kind of leaning into it at the minute.
Yeah, looking pretty good for it. Admittedly, again, it's that pace that I think is catching them off a little bit. That's where I need to see a bit of adaptation. And their answer has been, well, let's get super aggressive around the map. Look at this comp. You've got the cap can traps on one side. Of course, you've got the razor blooms coming out, the jammers that I spoke about earlier, maybe offering a little more success for them. Full of traps inside of bin bags, why not? And the Skopos can go a little bit mental alongside the intel that comes in from the Valkyrie. They've got a lot of tools in this round to try and trip Secret up and prevent them from going fast, because if you haven't cleared out the map and identify where all these traps are and you're barreling in towards site, there's a fair chance you're going to lose your life on the way through. Shaiko making his appearance here onto Noah to start things off. That's the Lion gone. Dream operator to find, I think, maybe also alongside the Deimos, because now you can be a little bit more flexible in pushing around the map and not having to be worried about getting caught out by a scan or anything else. This is only good for them. I love this, by the way.
Solotov's just playing based on that thorn trap that's underneath the hatch. So as soon as somebody drops, the trap will activate, and whilst they're trying to get away from the trap, Solotov jumps up and gets the kill.
But look at Savage is being stupidly patient sat inside a coach check. He's waiting for Leakifak to TP bats into this shell, and then he'll instantly kill him straight away. But he needs pressure to come onto Leakifak elsewhere around the map when he's in a more unescapable position. And right now, again, all that pressure and all the comfort is on Secret, because Falcons, the ones that are really comfortable here, they aren't going to get pinged out by the Lion scan. They aren't yet being pressured by any of these players up on the roof. But Shaiko gets his second of the round, mode going down, all that pressure, he's disappearing. I'd be shocked if we see Leakifak blink back at all.
Yeah, there's no reason to at this point. The 5 versus 3, yep, they managed to get a kill there, but Leakifak picks up one from inside a site. There's absolutely the problem here is that Secret have took a gamble. They've found the shell, they've got him behind it, and they've thought, yeah, we're going to wait. Savage has actually left it now, he's gone. You know, they've left themselves effectively. What you do is you give Falcons the entry kill, because it's effectively 4 versus 5. They haven't given them the entry kill. Ultimately, it did go to Falcons, but you play in 4v5 because you've committed Savage to that position where he can do nothing to help the team. And so, ultimately, that gamble hasn't paid off. It's one of them on another day. Leakifak switches, Savage gets an easy kill, and we're saying, oh my God, what a genius play. It just hasn't worked out, unfortunately, but it has left Secret short-handed for the round. I want to pick up on Shaiko's kill as well, because we saw Solotov waiting for that hatch drop to come through, trigger the Thorn gadget, and he would spring up and try and get the kill. As it was, Shaiko just ran under the hatch and was like, nah, this is how you do it, and just shot him up the hatch onto the roof. So it was beautiful stuff. Falcons close out the last 2. Secret never really got any control over the map at all then, and Falcons just fought them very well at the boundaries. Whatever was said during the tactical timeout certainly seems to have made a difference.
Yeah, much better in that case there. And I think it was definitely the Shaiko effect, right? He gets the 2 entries and they crack on from there. If he doesn't get those 2 kills to start things off, you probably see Savage hanging onto that shell a little bit longer. And like you said, getting that kill, it looks like a genius plays, blah, 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 blah. But because they were down to only 3 players left, Savage had no choice, really. He had to come off and go and start helping his team. And to be fair to him, he got a kill onto White Stairs, so he showed that it was worth coming off to go and then start assisting the team. In fact, this exact kill right there, just by then it was already a little bit too late, as Shaiko had done what he'd done at the start of the round. It was very comfortable to close out from there.
Yeah, then round 5 it will be back down to the basement. Didn't go well for Falcons last time. They were actually very close to it, but they just suffered an Adrian 5k with a plant round, you know, which is, I don't even know the last time I've seen somebody get an ace and a plant, to be fair.
Yeah.
I'm just scratching my head thinking, have I ever seen that? Have we ever cast a game where somebody's got an ace and a plant? But look, that's what happened back in round 2. And I don't, it's not the sort of thing you can legislate for if you're Falcons. You know, those things happen. Look, they were 2v1 at the end. They should have won it, but they didn't, ultimately. Adrian played it well, gave himself an opportunity to take 1v1s, got the diffuser down, and it put the pressure on Falcons. But if I'm Falcons, I'm looking at this site and thinking, you know, this is one that we should win, realistically.
Absolutely. Well, see how steps up from here. Onwards we go. Got Savage jumping across on towards that fuse. I mentioned about the shield bans and how that is like the go-to for this guy, is take shields out of his hands. You don't see him on Blackbeard a ton. He definitely plays these more conventional ones more often, and then with the Blackbeard nerfs, I think there's a little bit of that coming into it too. And so I think you're going to see more and more teams starting to lean towards playing this fuse as an alternative when you haven't got the Monty or the Blitz on side.
Ronan will continue then for Secret, 45 seconds into the round. Not yet established inside of the map. Everybody is still outside, just waiting for that intel to come back in, we can see. And it's going to be Solotov chased back down red stairs on the Valkyrie. So Falcons still trying to play that game a little bit aggressively out in the map. Take the fight to Secret, don't give them too much. But I like this. Secret have been able to at least take top floor control without any risk. They've not had any gunfights, they've not lost any health, and they can now start moving down. They should have mid-floor control pretty quickly because there's nobody there for Falcons. So I'd expect in the next 10-15 seconds that we start seeing the Ram gadget, we start seeing the skeleton key opening things up inside a site, creating those verticals and pushing defenders out of power positions.
It's a good work being done by the IQ of Noah to snip out any gadgetry that's scattered around the map. It's mainly the Electro Claws that I imagine is brought to fore here. Of course, the Valkyrie cams are a nice secondary piece to deal with, but otherwise making sure those are gone to get hatches opened up. Probably play number one, I'd expect from here. My eyes more fall towards those 3 C4s in the back pocket of Falcons here. Yuzu, Solotov, and Bride all ready to start tossing those skyward as soon as they feel the Secret players are getting a little bit too comfortable in opening up verticals.
Yeah, we saw the joint that they had with them last time. There goes one unsuccessfully. That's good for Falcons. Sorry, for Secret. Secret, they need to be like more confident and aggressive in getting those floors opened up, which I feel like they have been this time. It was a little bit slow, you know, a little bit measured last time. Just struggling to get that electrical taken off as well. Instead, going to dump the nade down onto the shelves, and that is going to get the job done. Will allow the hatch to be opened. Another nitro is expended there. Doesn't do the job. An attempted flank is shut down from Leak. In fact, Noah takes a little bit of damage, but Secret standing up to well to what Falcons are doing, but the clock is going to become an issue, and the hatch has been re-electrified.
Well, that's to make things even more annoying, and you still got to deal with potential go canisters on site. You've got more of these goo mines to run through. One more C4 to contend with. It's doable, but they've really got to get a move on, like now. We're coming up to the last 10 seconds. That push needs to come on through. Sure enough, 2 kills. Make it 2-1. Going the way of Falcons so far. Make it 3 at this point, Tim. They are done. Jim and Adrian can do their very, very best, but they're out of time. Even if they get a couple of kills here, this is round over.
Yep, that's done. Falcons managed to win it, and it was a much better round from them. I feel like, you know, as I suggested, we've seen a little bit less aggression out in the map from Falcons. They've not been taking fights that they can't win or that they're heavily disadvantaged in. That time, we saw, you know, yeah, Leakafac having a little bit of a peek up white stairs. Nothing wrong with that. Have a little look. Can I get on the flank? Can I not? No, you know what? I'm going to dip away from it. But for the majority of the round, Falcons focused more on their defensive setup than they did on fighting Secret. They didn't go and try and challenge them face to face everywhere because it hasn't worked through the first 3 rounds, and we could see the difference there. It took Secret a lot longer to get into the position that they wanted, and I think Falcons there should have learned something about the way that they should play round 6. And again, that is bring those frustration tactics. Don't go and meet them face to face. That's what they want. They want you to take the gunfights. They want to go into it with Noah, Mowgli, Adrian, you know, Duke facing off against you, making life difficult. Savage on a Blackbeard right up in your face. That's what they want. So don't give it to them. Just, you know, force them to delay, give them problems to solve, and right there, they run low on time. They just have to send it, and that's when you mop them up.
Absolutely. So not too bad. At least Secret started out on absolute fire with 3 rounds in a row, but Falcons have shown it's a little bit of fight in them here. Of course, that timeline seems to be doing quite a bit of work for them. We'll see if they can get this 3-3 half that no doubt they were hoping for, because I think no matter which way you look at it now, losing 3 defensive rounds in this half on Cafe is still going to feel bad regardless. It's kind of more of a salvage operation at this point, it feels like.
Yeah, it really does. 2 drones are going to be taken out. Good value found by Leakafac there. A little bit of a risk, of course. Could have given himself away. Absolute beauty. Who else was it going to be? Shaiko stood having a look out a pillar's window. Nearly gets himself cut down. on the counter shots coming in through that dining barricade, but the damage is done. The Nomad is gone. That's going to remove a lot of safety from the side of Secret. They do still have those track stingers on the side of Gridlock, but not going to be able to maybe play quite as flexibly as they might have liked.
No, absolutely not. Sure, it's definitely a bit of a sting, but it's not the end of the world for them. They've got enough to work with. Savage this time on the Blackbeard, playing the 2 shields that are available to him across the half. And a lot of time on still which to fix this. Don't forget, Secret don't always want to go fast at the start of rounds. They're happy to start slow and then turn up the tempo, turn up the pace as you get towards the latter parts of the round. And earlier on, let's not forget as well, Falcons had lots of control, lots of ability to win a round out comfortably, and Secret, mainly through Adrian, still managed to recover the round overall. So don't count them out just yet.
We're peeking back into Pixel. We've seen Leaker back holding this spot a couple of times. What a challenge! Absolutely beautiful stuff. That's why they call it Pixel, because you don't get to see more than a pixel of your enemy. Mowgli taken down though, loses the fight. That's the Gridlock gone as well. Track stingers have been deployed, so at least the utility is not wasted. For 4 versus 3, Falcons again in the driving seat as Leaker picks up another.
That really shouldn't be happening against the Blackbeard there for sure. He's lost his life for free to Leakerfat. Not sure if he was hit on the side or if he just lost a direct gunfight. Given the fact that Leakerfat is full HP, I'd probably say it was him getting hit on the side here, because all that drone work, all that control that we've been talking about with the Mute, the Mozzie, the Solus, the Vigil has worked out in their favor for parts of this half, just clearly not the last couple of rounds. We've had Secret battle their way. Sorry, it has worked out the last couple of rounds, where back in the first 3, Secret were the ones in full flow and very much in charge of the game. Good stuff. And now Noah and June have got to win a 2 versus 4 with only 45 seconds to play.
Yeah, it's been a great response from Falcons. I think ultimately we see users cutting down the one on Brown Stairs, so it's all up to June from the very top floor. 40 seconds left to go, so he does have a little bit of time to work with, but the problem is he's 1v4. He's going to be having C4s thrown at him, he's having angles watched, he's on a Scopos cam. They should know exactly where he's coming from at this point. You can see Zolotov's actually watching that cam as well, so yeah, fully aware. June manages to find one. That's all he's going to get as Leaker Fact fans. I think it was the 3rd in the round, and that's going to be a 3-3 split. It looks like Falcons were just a little bit slow to wake up into this one, Des, but the alarm has gone off, and they are certainly ready to play.
The big worry for me is that before that alarm went off and they woke up, they were down 0-3. That's 3 attacks you're given to Secret, which we come to expect of Secret. Again, one of the best attacking teams in the world. But from Falcons, you probably expect a bit of a stronger defense. And my only worry now is they've given themselves quite a mountain to climb, which they have to win 3 attacks of their own here. Granted, Secret aren't as good a defensive team as they are an attacking team, as I said earlier on, but still very, very capable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be achieving the kind of things they have so far this year. So heaven knows how it plays out, but I would still put my money on Secret for this one, thinking how things have gone so far.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna reserve judgment until I've seen round 7, until I've seen this first defense from Secret, because I know Secret love the top floor. They always go to the top floor, and I keep going on about it. Don't like the top floor. I think there's a real opportunity for Falcons to come in here and take this first round, and if they do, if they get their first attack in the book, I really start swinging into their favour then. I'm thinking 4 rounds in a row, including an attack, going up to top floor. I think for me, for Secret here, I look at this as a bit of a gamble. It's not, it's not them playing a risky card or anything. They normally play up here. I knew that they were going to pick top floor to begin with because, they always do whenever I've seen them play on Cafe. But, like I say, I know that the numbers don't back it up, and this is a very 50-50 side when it comes to defending, even worse than that at the minute. But, so that's what I'm saying. I feel like you're kind of giving Falcons an olive branch here. They're coming in with 3 rounds in a row, looking like a bit of a different beast to the one that we saw in the first 3 rounds, and then you go into a site that is very mixed results generally for the defenders. I'd have preferred to see them go to a reading, a kitchen, just make sure you're securing that defense to begin with. Even if you're going to play top floor later, absolutely fine, whatever, that's your choice, but I'd say just, get something secure in the books to begin with.
Obviously observant of the Deimos ban, shock horrors to know who that's against. It's always going to be Shaiko, trying to deny him his ability to be hyper-aggressive. He does tend to then play on slower operators, things like the Nomad, the Brava, the Floros. We've seen an awful lot of those operators coming out of him in general. So I think not having the Deimos, which would be his preferred go-to, great idea. And a shield, of course, from Breed 8 is never going to hurt. On the other side, though, the Solus is the really interesting one. Mirror is what Mirror is. Teams will play is available, makes good sites, great sites as a result. So I think the Solus ban here is the interesting one to look at, because as we've seen, Secret had to play against that an awful lot back in that first half. now kind of denying it away from them in case they wanted to try and abuse it in the same way. It simply can't. So I think you're going to see quite a bit of a Rooney with the DMR, for example. Still, of course, her strongest point in the game overall, but the laser gates certainly don't help. Certainly do help with slowing down teams as well. They don't hurt.
Utility just being pinged out there. The magnet systems, of course, going to prevent nades coming down from New Hatch. Thermal deployed. Falcons getting themselves set up, but punished as they do. Noah manages to find Solotov, takes down the Capitao. Big loss of utility along with that attacker. They know that there's one in behind the bar here, but just not 100% sure where. Going to continue trying to take that challenge, but Mowgli keeps himself secure for the time being and fighting. Breeders Claymore, however, picks Savage up on the flank, but here comes Secret, getting aggressive in Piano.
Yeah, good spot to be in. I mentioned that DM already earlier on. Misses the puncher first, but still gets away with his life. Falcons are really kind of waiting for someone to make a move here, for something to happen. And I've said it before, when teams start playing slow on the attack, the defenders are more than welcome to step up and take a massive swing back. Like, even Noah's got out of that spot. Sorry, not Noah, sorry. Whoever's in behind there before and behind the minibar. In fact, there we go. It's Mowgli. Has moved himself back an extra step and then got away with a kill like that is magic. But Breed is matching them punch for punch here. He's got a 3K in the round. Is he on for an ace of his own?
The big problem is that he's supported by a very low health Leak of Fact. 1v2, exactly the same as Adrian was when he got his ace. So it's going to have to be almost exactly the same. He gets the first. Brings it back to 1v1. Surely not a plant as well, Breed. The opportunity is there, but no. Mowgli manages to cut him down at Timber, and that is going to be the end of that. I'm happy to join your little bus. There's supporting Secret. I think they now have an advantage. They've got that top floor done. As I say, I always look at that as a bit of a risk, and we see why. It's very, very close, even though Secret were getting the kills. But they get the job done, and they now move on to statistically stronger sites. So, yeah, I think we see them build a little bit of a lead now and take a real advantage on the defense.
Yep. Definitely one of those to win out and get comfortable with. I think if Falcons take that one with Breeder, they just keep on rolling forward in that 4-round win streak they've built up. But for Secret now, I think that should be a pretty good spot for them to be in to move on, as you say, to this next site, keep on building up that bank of rounds. In mining we head to in round number 8. Nothing too crazy coming out so far outside of Solotov, at least hovering over the Amari. Maybe we'll change from that, so we'll talk about that in a little bit. On the defensive side, more of the same. Making sure they've got this really solid backline with the Warden, for example, alongside the Azami, which could also go and play very aggressively around Piano. But it's more looking in towards the DMR of the Aruni that I keep on speaking about, because there's a reason why, for example, back at Munich, we had the quarantine for a short time after the first day, but on that first day, a number of teams were like, yeah, I mean, we'll play it, but we're not going to bother placing any laser gates down. We literally just want the DMR. In fact, that's exactly what Gunnar was doing when they played on, I want to say it was Cafe, but I'm probably thinking of a different map altogether. But it's just the fact that DMR is so powerful in the defense when there are so few options for them these days.
Yeah, not the only time we've seen, of course, great use of the DMR, the Mark 14 on defense. Of course, Super on Geary, I think, probably being its most famous wielder.
Yeah. Broke the kill record for a single map, didn't he? 27 kills.
Brought the kill record with that very weapon. We certainly know the damage it can do. Round 8 then, we're underway. We're going to have Secret 4-3 on the scoreboard. And looking to extend that now, and I think they've got a real opportunity to here. Like I say, for me, they go into the better sides than the one they've just won, and I don't see any reason they can't come away from this 6-3 now.
They've got the same problem to face off against here, though, right? Well, although they've got a player above up on the skylight, in this case it's Shaiko, they can't easily make Mowgli move. They need to put more pressure on him to make that happen. They'll very happily sit around that minibar again and just wait for the opportunity to strike or to get into a more difficult position to deal with, as he did in the previous round, and then just collect a couple of kills on his way through. So Falcons have got off the side here. Are we going full commit towards actually hitting the site here, which is where most players are, or are we full committing as a group to first try and clear Mowgli way on the top floor?
Yeah, I think the top floor has to be the priority here. Just looking, we've got 3 up there. Adrian, Noah and Mowgli all looking to hold Falcons off. They have made the decision to go in and get aggressive. Mowgli is going to be pushed away, but Blinkafak is there, ready to mop him up as he drops. Absolutely beautiful stuff from Falcons, just massaging Team Secret around the map here.
Wow.
Uses Shaiko 1 apiece, and in the blink of an eye, it's a 5 versus 2, and Secret have crumbled. I really thought that top floor defense might just send them on their way, but Falcons once again have found an answer.
Again, playing it in a very secret way. They played very, very slow and then hit the trigger and said, right, all of us go now to get to the kind of result they've got. Doom, potential to recover, needs to really get this man off the window as well. But looking back at how they executed, I spoke about Mowgli being the real power player they had to clear away, killed him, and 2 more lives followed almost immediately. Really good stuff by Falcons. Very, very patient with their attack. But look at the results it's given them. A round on the board, and we're at 4 apiece.
Okay, then. Falcons fight back, sure that they've got attacks in the locker, and that was very convincing. The way that they took top floor control was phenomenal. I love what they did from Cigar when they were able to just push Mowgli over that balcony, and Leakafat was there waiting at Snowdoor, cut him down as he dropped. Absolutely beautiful stuff coming out of Falcons, and this really has been a game. You know, I came in saying that we're not really seeing these teams' best maps in a lot of cases in this map ban. We're kind of more seeing, you know, we'll pick maps that the other team don't like, and this one has been a great game of Siege so far. You know, to say that we're on a cafe map that neither of these teams, you know, really excel on or haven't done recently, I think we're seeing some great Siege here from both sides, and this is, you know, absolute pedal to the metal stuff from both teams, getting aggressive, getting in there, trying to win rounds. And that's what we love to see, proactive Siege at its finest. 4-4.
10 seconds left before insertion.
It's often something I'll say about, like, you know, weaker teams in general always struggle on the attack more than they do the defense. It's often that sync together, the ability to push as a unit that starts falling apart. And often it doesn't look like it's that bad, but it can be a player a second or two behind the rest that often ends up hurting them, because you get one player going into an engagement, they haven't got someone else flanking from the sides, maybe even trade, and by then the defender has escaped or moved away in some way, shape or form. But these two especially, you know, G2 also included in this group, I'd say of 3 in EML especially, are excellent at attacking. It is always a joy to watch, and that's exactly what we're being treated to. Really good stuff so far.
Okay, then straight up to the rooftop they go. Users on the ramp is going to be looking to create those verticals. They're attacking into kitchen and service. It was something that we saw Secret do particularly well, but thinking historically, it's something that we've always seen the side of Falcons and formerly BDS do well. I remember the days of seeing Shaco sprinting down those white stairs after a minute into the round, confidently taking that map control and getting a hold of things and really facilitating some early work. It's going to be the case again. It's Shaco on the push forward. This time there's going to be a little bit more resistance, but that might actually just melt away as Solotov manages to take down Adrian, but Mowgli is there for the trade. We see him just on a little bit of a runaway. However, Savage picks up one. Leakafat somehow, though, gets a double.
He's ready.
2v2.
Oh, wow. I mean, fair play. A triple jump out to secure a kill is great, but not when you lose every player in the process. Noah actually getting rid of Shaiko and has now got to get down Leaky back. I think he's got 3 kills in this round, so well on for a 4K at this point. But it all comes down to this final little scrap between these two, this duel that's lining up. Instead, Leakafak opted to dip himself away for a second, out on the drone, see what he can find, of course, or at least to watch in case there's a flank that comes on through. But Noah's just got to be patient here. Leakafak has to come to him.
Yeah, I think Leakafak was kind of favouring the double door approach, if possible, because he can engage straight away. If he goes into Freezer, as he has done, he's got another wall to play around. It could suit his purpose, though, but it puts him in a box. And as soon as Noah realises that, you just go down to a 50-50. Am I going door or am I going window? And you've got to win the gunfight as you come around it. I think we're going to see these two do this dance for a little while yet, but Noah, he's going to dip himself back out of sight behind bar. He's playing it smart. Leakafak doesn't have diffuser in hand, so no opportunity to put that down. He needs to find this fight and he needs to win it.
This new 1v1 game mode is excellent, by the way. So fun to watch pros going at it like this. And Leakafat hits the 4K in the round, steps out, collects his man. Falcons back in front now.
And again, we're seeing, I think, that fortitude from Falcons coming out. You know, they spoke about it on the desk beforehand. It's difficult to ignore the same result, the second place in Munich for Falcons again. But you and I said it on the cast at the time with Leo. I've said it since, and I will continue to say it. It looked like a different Falcons in that final. I think they were just beaten by the better team on the day. It wasn't like we've seen before. It wasn't about them crumbling. It wasn't about this silence falling over the team or an inability to fight back. Falcons were very competitive throughout. The energy was up, the spirits were high, and you know they fought hard and just lost to a team that were well prepared and played well on the day. And we can see it here. You know, even though they're being piled under pressure by Team Secret, they're still laughing, they're still positive, there's still a lot of good energy in the team, and it's converting itself into rounds and confidence for them.
Wonderful stuff, and that leads to attack timeout for the other side of Secret. Given again, they were 3-0 at the start of this map, and all we've seen since then really is Falcons battle their way back forwards and then getting the lead. It's been of the last 6 rounds, 5 have gone to Falcons. They need this pause now. They need to get themselves back on track. I'm sure Twister's the guy to do it if anyone can.
Yeah, we know that he's got a history of being able to have those impactful timeouts. We've heard plenty of them at events over the years. We've been able to listen in, and there's usually a strong focus from Twister, either towards, you know, he recognises, I think, what his team needs, whether that be kind of the mental input as to, you know, vibes, energy, communication, or whether that be a strong strategic input to think, right, you know, there's a focus here where I can deliver 2 rounds for this team, you know, with what I can say right now. And, you know, Twister has a real habit of being able to, you know, pick exactly which is needed in the moment. So let's see how Secret go from there. They back up to top floor. They won it. It's the one site that they have won defensively. You know, I was critical of the going up there. I'm critical of anybody going up there, but you know, it's the one they've been able to lock down so far. Let's see if they can prove me wrong. Come on, Secret, prove me wrong. Love to be proven wrong. See if they can double down and get another round there to take us 5-5 and continue this epic battle on Cafe.
I still think there's a whole series to come out of this yet. Those maps we started to set through in Skyscraper and Consulate. Already get the feeling with how close it's been. It could be what that series of the day that I thought it might be, because it is between arguably our 2 best teams in the region. Now Falcons going to start themselves on the roof, of course. We're all used to seeing this setup on Cafe. Step 1, get to the building while avoiding all of those wonderful potential spawn picks that might come your way. Step 2, get yourself to the roof. Open up hatches, start thinking about what you're going to control. Normally that turns to be top red, piano side, for example. If you're attacking top floor, it's someone out on the east side as well, often getting onto the windows, but in League of Facts' case here for now, he's watching for any attempted, I don't want to call them spawn peeks, but peeks out of the windows or potential jump outs too. That's why those claymores are down.
Doom is there, ready, waiting on the window. Shotgun in hand now, but it is going to be nothing more than a bypass from League of Facts as he gets himself up to the rooftop and heads towards that window. But Doom is there, he's tracking him every step of the way. He knows what the play is. He's got Nitro in hand. Is he going to deliver it? He's waiting for his moment. Out it goes, but to no effect. However, it does prevent a little bit of fear, or creates a little bit of fear for League of Facts, and he sends the first of those B canisters into the window frame rather than to its intended target.
Yeah, now there's someone in the area, you have to make sure they're at least trapped or pushed back. You can't have someone being that aggressive onto the window if you're looking to control it as well. Solotov steps in and Mowgli, domed out, super easy underneath that sky hatch. It's been the main problem for them. Solotov into a second, Noah not even having a chance to fire a shot back. Wonderful stuff, and that could be the amount of control they need. Savage finding his 3rd kill of the map as well, and now looks to go aggressive himself. There we go. I'd look for a second there, I thought for a moment, but no, it's Solotov instead hitting the triple kill. This game has been stacked full of multi-kills, Tim. It is mental.
Yeah, Solotov's been a little bit quiet so far on Cafe, but turns up when his team needs him. The Des spoke about his performance in Munich and how much of a driving force he was for this team. If we look since the beginning of Stage 2, he is up there, tied with Shaiko on EPS through Stage 2 in Munich. Real driving force, the engine of this team a lot of the time. And when they really need him, he steps up with an important triple, takes away that top floor site. Controversial. Always going to discuss the win rate up there. And it has fallen by the wayside this time for Team Secret. They're not able to hold on to it. And that's going to be Falcons now getting themselves map point and able to have 2 opportunities to close Cafe out before heading to, whilst not a highly played map for them, it is still one of their favourites in Skyscraper, a real high preference job for them.
Obviously, it's so often banned away against them is why it's not one of their like top maps. You just don't really get to see it all that often. But as you say, I think you're going to see them come out swinging there. Also, expect the same out of Secret, truthfully, as well. It will be another great map. But as you say, still 2 more rounds to go here before we even know if this one is done and dusted yet. That's a lot of C4s being stacked up in by Secret, along with a Pulse. They're going to have a lot to throw at Falcons without even having to fire a shot. So it's going to be the question of whether or not Falcons can get themselves ready to execute on site fast enough, whilst also dodging away from this constant spam of C4.
Mowgli is ripping down Snowdoor, ready for a little bit of a run out maybe. He's got the pulse scanner, so he could use that to feed himself with a little bit of intel, but you can see users just giving it the little jiggle peek on there before sending the drone out. Does he see the barrel?
I think he saw the gun.
He knows now. He knows now. As he goes in through Snowdoor on the drone, it will be taken out, and that's just going to force Mowgli back a little bit as well, I think. Having been picked up by the drone, he knows that the dance is danced, and he's not going to get the opportunity to go out of that door. So 5 versus 5 still. Falcons 2 opportunities to close this one out, but just playing this cautiously about getting in the building.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, start slow, move fast later. That's completely fine to do. Secret themselves play that exact same play style. Falcons also showing the same, that level of caution to not get caught up by C4 sailing out of windows or any of the madness that Secret might be able to throw at them. It gives you very little opportunity as a defender to be able to actually catch the other side by surprise and start taking their numbers away. Jump out coming through here and assist coming. In fact, they had 3 players ready to go out there once to deal with him, and sure enough, Leakerpack is there to at least catch one back. 14 and 6 he now sits on this map.
Yeah, big performance from the captain. Taken down though. See him down, but not out at the minute. Mowgli's looking for the finish. Noah beats him to it. They're all outside. Adrian manages to get one. Doom another. How about this, though? A big double from Users. 1v4 becomes a 1v2. Secret might just have some head scratching to do at the end of this one.
Absolutely mad that he's got away with that. Literally drops in like Ezio out of Tori, takes down 2, but has got to find all 4 for himself. These last 2, it's only him left to achieve that. Lots of time with which to do it, it's worth stressing. Has got all his utilities still in back pocket and only the 1 C4 to worry about. It is doable, but he's going to have to play this so stupidly well.
Yep, no diffuser in hand either for Users. Despite the time left on the clock, that is a point to the negative because it is going to make it difficult for him to have his options. Sees 1. How about that, though? Just able to keep themselves safe inside of dining. Beautiful play from Users. Uses the flash to stop the cover. Finds the man. Can he get the second? It's a 1v4. No! No, it's not. Cut down at the last moment. So close for Users.
June Bellingham just a little bit too much there for him to overcome, but it was so dangerously close, and it would have been another massive play. We've had so many throughout the day, but just couldn't quite bring down that final man. All the hard work done otherwise. And for now, they keep on fighting. One more round, and they take us through to overtime. Can they do it again?
It was brilliant stuff from Users. I want to come back to that flash. That was he knew exactly where the player in dining was, and he knew where the cover was. So, you know, normally we think of utility like that as being a direct solution to a problem. You know, you'd flash the player that you're going to swing, give yourself an easy gunfight. But just absolutely brilliant speed of thought from Users to send that flash out ahead of him, prevent the cover as he goes in and then gets the down. Beautiful stuff. The one thing that might just have worked against him, I don't know that it will have done. They were deep in a gunfight, but with the player being downed and not finished off, there will have been intel. It will have been split-second stuff, but he's swinging, he's back,
10 seconds remaining.
he's swinging. You know, so look, it was a tough one. It was a great attempt from Users. Doom stood up well at the end there, got the kill that he needed, wasn't baited in, you know, to that fight on sort of negative terms, trying to save his teammate. Just, he knew what won the round, and he did exactly that. So 6-5 Falcons, Secret continue fighting, maybe a little bit of overtime.
Well, arguably, this is their chance to be do something a little bit wacky here, Falcons, and see it over the line. Just catch Secret off guard, do something they wouldn't expect, and dare I say, really running around on the fuses we've spoken about a few times already today probably is a good way of doing that. Once he's taken away, you don't assume you'll see him being the kind of guy that runs around on blitz. He's a little bit more slow and composed. And Fuse just kind of match that, but brings a lot of utility, of course. All those explosives to get the clearances out from above. Now at least not focusing up there, instead looking at the bottom of White, and maybe later moves upstairs to make use of that gadgetry to help clear through the site itself.
Yep, Breeder opens up White Garage, can at least hold the angle for the time being, prevent any rotation going up White stairs. We saw that previously. It was back when Falcons were on defense. Leakerpack tried that exact flank, so just wanting to make sure maybe that that's not an option. Adrian does work. He needs to be careful, actually, because he's going to work his way down there. Breeder is still in that position, so it could be a little bit of a coming together there if Adrian doesn't watch himself as he comes around here, as we can see there. Breeder just using that shield to keep himself safe.
It's 3 of them.
They are going to be able to escape Secret and get themselves back in to those default positions.
That might be the third or fourth time that I've now seen Secret basically try and commit 3 players, either someone that's outside the map or essentially isolated. Leak it back on the jump out in the past round. This one just here now, and of course seen it a couple of times earlier in the game as well. They really love trying to overwhelm someone entirely and just disrupt that flow. Like I said before, if attackers are being slow and you disrupt that flow and take a key player away, they have to rethink the entire plan sometimes. And Secret are very happy to get up in people's face. It's a very high risk, high reward play style. So far, it's not giving much reward though. Noah the first to fall. They get 1 back, but Shaiko's there for 2. Looks like they might be able to get it done here, Tim. That's all they need. It's only Adrian left. Surely he can't find himself 4 in a row to get this one done. And no, Shaiko is there. Map number 1, it goes to Falcons.
Yeah, good close out from Falcons there. Let's not forget Secret took the first 3 rounds in a row, but then after that point have only been able to secure 2 more, while Falcons get 7. A great performance, a great comeback from them. They dug deep, and as I said, they now move on to a map in Skyscraper that we know they like, and it could be a short day for Falcons.
It could well be. I thought this would be a 2-1, Tim, but maybe they just managed to push on through and get it done. But we'll find out after we've been to a short break and our desk have broken down the map you've just seen in a few minutes' time. So, catch you after the break. Don't go anywhere.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Falcons take the first map on what was Secret's map pick. And when we look at this game in general, I feel like we've just seen a very crazy game, very entertaining game though from our EML region. I think with more kills happening outside of the building rather than inside the building, it seemed like in this game. But one thing we have to talk about, Leo, is the resilience that Falcons showed us after being down 0-3 on the defensive half.
Yeah, and I think we started seeing that on the defense split, right? They're 0-3, and you look at round 4, and what do you see? They're in Capcan, Thorn, Scopus. Something snapped in that team. Like, they were like, okay, that's fine. Like, playing competitive and playing normal is not working. Let's just play for fun. And if you look at the rest of the map, it's basically this. It's refrag upon refrag. When Secret are throwing bodies at them in defense, they're just accepting it, and they're just taking them, and then are doing the refrags that they want, and then afterwards playing together for the rest of the round. If you look at the way Falcons play, it's actually such a good exercise for them because they're not relying on preset plans. They're not relying on preset plays. Like, this is one more example, you know, of Secret feeding rounds to them, by the way. It's them relying on coordination, training the coordination as much as they can. And it gives you these kind of moments where it's like, what is going on? It's completely crazy. But that's the chaos that they thrive in, and the chaos that enables you to really work on your team play when you're not relying so much on strats. Yet they know the individual price will always be there, so now is the time where they can play off each other.
And it would have been very easy for Falcons to have just kind of rolled over when they were 0-3 down. So the fact that they came, you know, 0-3 down, brought it back when they were on their defense as a cafe and kicked on, is a big testament to them. Now, I've actually got a stat about Team Secret it's from the Munich Major. So at the Munich Major, Team Secret were the second best attacking team. 58% on their attacking win rate, only behind Falcons, which was 60% if we round it. In terms of defense win rate for Team Secret, second worst in the entire competition at 42%. The only team worse than them was D+ Kia at 23%, and they got grouped very, very early. Secret had 15 maps. So that's 42% across 15 maps on their defense win rate. Why is that? I think when they're attacking, they kind of unify behind Savage's single vision. They're playing shields, they know what the strategy is, they go up against like default defenses, and they know how to play through it. When teams get a little bit spawn peaky, a little bit ranked like it was, you know, we were seeing Scopus, we were seeing Capcan, then they struggle with their attacks. But I think Secret maybe have a little bit of problem on their defense where everybody's kind of got to plans at the same time. And I think we saw Secret working on it. We saw them jumping out of windows together. We saw them really going for those little micro plays. But in the end, Falcons were ready for it. They were baiting it. They were punishing it. And I think that was the difference between the two teams.
Yeah, and honestly, if you look at the way they preserve the man advantage that they get, because like early round, that's fine. You saw the coordinated jump outs. That's what you mentioned, Jack. They are trying to play together. The problem is during the mid round, for some reason, when they get that man advantage, they struggle to play off each other. They struggle to commit to, okay, we're going to hold that area, maybe closer to the bomb site, and if someone dies, we get an instant trade. How many rounds did they give up when they had the man advantage or when they get the early entry? It's too many, right? And it's the main flow of that team. Somehow that works so well in attack. They are able to trade each other in the weakest and hardest side. But then in defense, when it comes to the easiest part, it's still not fixed. And that's an issue they will have to fix really quickly, because if it's not in this game, it needs to be during Malta if they want to make it to SI and perform there.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to be a negative Nancy here for the side of Secret, but given that you two just mentioned, okay, they have this issue on defense, the numbers aren't looking great, they're trying to fix it, but they can't seem to do it against Falcons. Next map is Skyscraper. Now, Skyscraper is one of the more notoriously known defensive favorite maps, and given that it is the pick from Falcons, we're likely going to see Secret on the defensive half there. Now, looking at this next map that's coming up, Leo, what do we think these Secret players need to do to keep themselves in the upper bracket, right? Because if they win this matchup, it's SI guaranteed, it's Malta guaranteed. Two big things they want to check off their list.
I think the main thing is they need to capitalize on what we've seen from Falcons during the Munich Major. Falcons always played it the same way. They poker on the karaoke geisha side, they poker on the exhibition side, and they leave Shaiko or Solotov in the middle as a flank watch kinda, ready to jump in and go and basically harass the weaker side. That's something that is great, that worked well against MAT, long enough for them to win the match, but the thing is extremely predictable. You know how to problem solve that. So you know the way they're gonna play it. The main thing is make sure you're always in a tradable position. Sky in defense means that you have to be spread out. you have to defend the borders of the map. You have to play aggressive towards these guys. It means you're going to be spread out, so it's a bit tricky for you to be able to be in a trade position. But somehow they will need to find that, because every single time they get the man advantage, somehow they're always ending up not with the right decision. So it's about fighting the first ground, making sure you can get traded, and afterwards, whenever they fall back towards the side, make sure you're close to each other. Make sure that Falcons cannot sneak around and get a multi-kill. That's the main thing. They need a lot of runs in defense if they want to win it.
Okay, well, I feel like you've just given them a pretty clear checklist of the things that they have to do to get this defensive half going for them on the second map in the series. As we mentioned, if they want to stay in the upper bracket and still keep their hopes and dreams alive of making it to Malta, making it to SI through the easy route, that is a question that we have for Secret. Going into the second map, then we'll send it back to Akasis for map 2.
Thank you very much, down to the guys over on the desk. Yes, here we go. Tim, you're thinking it might be a 2-0 based on what you've seen so far? Still sticking with the same assumption based on what you've seen the desk speak about there, or have you changed your mind?
I honestly think it could be. I think we're just dealing with a different Falcons here. I picked up on it earlier, the way that we saw them at Munich. Yep, they might not have got the result they wanted, but the attitude and the approach of the team was different. We've seen more of that today, and yeah, I think this is going to be a real struggle. There's not a lot of tape to go off when you play Skyscraper against Falcons. It's a map that they love. Tough one for Secret.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because obviously for Falcons, we've barely seen them play it this year. In fact, they hadn't until they played at M80 in the grand final not too long ago. Outside of that, they played it against W7M, against Loud, against Rasa. It's all Brazilian teams, so a little bit of a different story there. For Secret, they've lost very, very handily to both G2 and Cyclops this year. So it's one of those I'm looking at and saying, okay, on paper, it feels like Falcons have probably got more experience. It's one of their favorite maps. Why not go there? But it's a similar story for Secret. Although they have bad results there, it is still one of their most preferred maps. So you're not coming into a map that either side like hate or detest. It's going to be a good game. Really interested to see how it plays out and how they approach, as you heard the desk saying, a very defender-sided map.
Yeah, the first few rounds for Falcons, I think, particularly are going to be very important. Need to get in there, need to secure a few attacking rounds. They're going to want at least 3 on that half. I think if they can do 3, much like I said for G2 in the previous game against Gen.G, if they can get to that 3 threshold, then they start looking towards that second half with a 2-0 win in mind. But this is against Team Secret. Whilst I might think we'll get a 2-0, anything can happen with this team on the table. We know that. We know what they're capable of. We will see in the next few rounds, next hour or so, whether they're able to extend this one through to Consulate. The problem that Secret now have got is Consulate, I think, realistically. It's a bigger problem for them than Skyscraper. We know that they've struggled on Consulate previously, and they're looking at that as a decider. The fact that that's been allowed to stay in place is problematic for them, because it felt like it was... sometimes we look at matches, I think if they don't win 2-0, they're really going to struggle this because of the decider. And that's how I feel about this one. Having lost that first map of Cafe, even if they do win here on Skyscraper, I just feel like Console will be such a hard task for them.
Absolutely. Well, we'll talk about that when it comes around to it. For now, let's get locked in on what's happening here on Sky. As you've already heard, as you can see, Secret Star on the defense, they're taking away the Deimos and the Monty. Exactly the same as we saw on the previous map. And on the other side, it's all about trying to take away the slowdown threat, both the Clash and the Tuberel being taken away by Falcons, so Secret cannot make use of those operators. For both sides, I wouldn't go really looking too far at previous maps to kind of understand, okay, here's what they like to ban, here's what they like to play it, because we've seen them so infrequently this year that it's hard to take that as law as to how they'll play it. Choco starting things off, Mo will be the first to fall. Instant response coming out from Adrian, at least he's now looking on towards the doorway for the shield that's bearing down him, but Brede, he don't lose those. Well, apparently he does. He also dies very shortly after.
Yeah, well played there to clear Adrian out from Black Stairs. That's always the first sticking point for an attack into this position. Leakenback manages to get one. Noah with a kill onto users. A real round of trades this. It has been 4v4, 3v3, 2v2. It has just been chipped away for either side. Leakenback does take the power position of Black Stairs. And so, with the diffuser down just opposite him, he's just waiting now for Solotov to get himself into position to be able to support with that Ying. No Candelas left, but extra gunpowder at least.
I can only imagine they've seen drones to say where Doom is, and in this case, he is downstairs waiting with that C4 for a plant attempt to come on through. And what you saw there was Leakerback actually starting to move on to the downstairs to go and do exactly that, to find him. But then Turntail has gone upstairs, got rid of Noah, and now they know the only real threat to them is what's going on below. C4 comes out, but it's been dealt with now. That's it. Will not be able to use another, of course, and has got to step up and take some gunfights. Solotov is waiting, and they've got to ping us to where he is, but won't be able to stop him in time, unfortunately. That's a great shot from Doom, though, across onto the head of the one. But as we've seen so often to date him, they just can't quite get the final kill, and Falcons take round 1.
It was a little bit of a risk from Secret there, playing Doom underneath in the 2v2. I don't really like that, and we saw the reason why. Falcons then say, yeah, we've got one above, so we push him together, we take the fight, we get the kill, which they do, which now means Doom has to play back into them. There's nobody there. There is no opportunity, no possibility to be able to impact on that death. Now, I know what you're saying. He's got the nitro, he's below, he's there to deny the plan, but they've got no intel. What we see is he ends up just having to take a blind throw with the nitro to hopefully try and get, you know, that they're somewhere in T. It's too big a risk for me. If you had intel in there, say you had some vault cams, you had a bulletproof cam, you had something that could give you reliable intel, and you knew that 95% of the time you were going to hit that nitro, you were going to stop the diffuser going down, you were going to put it into a 1v1, absolutely, play him underneath. But I think given that lack of, you know, insurance to be able to do that, it was a big problem, and it left that player up on the top floor in kind of no man's land, really, being pushed by 2. Falcons played it perfectly.
Wonderful stuff. Okay. Always a good chance to get a win on the board to kick things off in the game. And it starts to put Secret maybe on edge, just that little tiny bit. All the same coming out here with Breeder back on that Blackbeard. Spoke a lot about the shields already today, so we won't dig massively into that topic. But Chike goes on his old school classic as well, charging around in that Ash. And I think with the mirror on the other side, pretty good option to bring it along.
Okay, we're going to be mounting up straight towards that exhibition and office side. And you can see the silhouettes out in front of us. Falcons, I think, going to be looking for that breach. We have the late mirror wall deployment, just at the end of what we would probably consider the setup phase there. Just going to be put towards that breach. I think if as soon as they've heard the pressure from that side, as soon as they've known, that's where it's going to be mounted. Right, yeah, that's where we're going to play the mirror. We're committed in that now. Get it put out there so that we can watch onto the breach. But they need to be cautious because it's going to be a difficult position to play. With that Banshee being taken away, there is now an opportunity for Falcons, should they wish to peek that corner behind small bar. And if you've got the back to them playing that mirror window, it could be a real tough one. But there is other things happening for Falcons as well. They're going for the push from Tia Karaoke side.
They are, but it's only for Savage. He's the only player out here at this point. Like, sure, you have 1 or 2 players around Drum in Mowgli, but he'll pull back very happily. It's more the concern for Savage here, who is very much in no man's land. He can't easily get back towards site. They can't immediately kill him, but the pressure will start to mount. Shotgun at the ready, and you see just walks headfirst into it. No push coming in from below, as Breeder's been hit by a jump out from Mowgli, it seems. Secret have dealt with this really well so far.
Yeah, that was a poor attempt at taking Savage out, to be honest. He's managed to get himself a double. Brilliant stuff from him. Played it really patiently. It was just a bad Capitao. 2 bolts. You know, they just didn't get into the corner. They needed to force him to move. If they forced him to move, Usus doesn't have to repel in. He's going to have to expose himself or burn to death. So, yeah, big mistake really coming in from Solotov there. Not able to get him shifted. He probably just couldn't get the angle into that corner, but still, that doesn't mean that you go anywhere. If you can't play the plan you want to play and clear that player, you can't then just feed into it, which is exactly what Falcons have done. Savage played that brilliantly inside of Geisha. As you said, he was the one player out there on his own. He's wasted half the round, got 2 kills, and Secret go on and win it. 1-1.
Yeah, what more could you ask for there? Real good stuff, but as you also remarked on, a little bit of a lackluster clear of Savage in the first place coming out from Falcons. But yeah, we've seen great rounds from both now. A rock-solid defense, but also a pretty good attack coming out in at that first round as well. Let the games begin. Who takes that first half? Obviously, we'll find out the deeper and deeper we get into it.
I think Falcons...
Have you been working on the garden, by the way?
Sorry?
Have you been in the garden again lately, or have you just ignored it for now?
I haven't since we got back from Munich. The weather's not really supported it, so I've got one last...
That's awful.
Yeah, I've got one last little bit to do. I was showing a few pictures of the decking in Munich to people who were asked. I was amazed. Like, people were asking me about the decking, and I'd laugh, like, you know, you were there for 1 or 2 of them, and I'd kind of laugh and be like, you know, I kind of just thought, oh, it's a bit of a joke, like, people, you know, oh, yeah, there's the garden. And people were like, No, seriously, like, where are you up to? Have you got any pictures? Like,
5 seconds left.
People genuinely wanted to know. I don't know. So look, don't worry. I've got another project coming in the new year, so there's going to be you know, a new focus for us. But yeah, it's I've got one last thing to do. I need to put 3 posts in the ground, but if it's too wet, it's a problem. I can't put concrete in if it's going to rain within the next like 12 hours or so. But also, if it's going to be really cold or frosty, it's not ideal to be concreting either. So I'm kind of in limbo at the minute. It might be that I don't know. I'll get it done as soon as I can. I'm just waiting for that kind of perfectly favourable weather to be able to get it done. And that was not perfectly favourable for Solotov losing that fight as Mowgli takes him down. Great stuff from the Azami.
Yeah, 0 damage back the other way. That is the dream stuff. Turns out the terrorist may well be Mowgli's domain. He had a great time there in the previous round and is looking to carry on exactly that. It's the book off line, so not the end of the world for them. Have other options to look vertically, kind of. If you look towards the charges, you can use, of course, the ones in Bride's back pocket here that are pretty good for it, and also Shaiko, but outside of that, a little bit limited. Great shot from Shaiko. There down goes Adrian. Smoke offline.
Big loss as well for Secret there, losing that utility. You know, we often comment on it, just the denial that it provides can shut down avenues, shut down pushes. If you're facing a little bit of aggression, Toxic Babe canister out there will usually then just push the attackers back. So big loss there. 4 versus 4. Falcons get themselves back into the round. Still fighting over top floor control. They want to get control of Geisha so that they can pressure site from there.
It's very cautious, isn't it, so far in terms of playstyle? You expect it on a map that is more defender-sided. Saw it a little bit in our last series as well. Some maps being much quicker than others. In fact, the Skyscraper back then was quite slow for the most part, outside of 1 or 2 rush rounds. But this version of it, at least across these 3, has been a little bit more chilled out, dare I say. Draco still asking questions here, looking on towards top black, where he killed Adrian earlier on. So it is going to make the side of Secret a little bit more concerned about what it is they're on to. Joom working his way back up to take the seat where Adrian previously was. Of course, has not got his own smokes, but can be there to put some pressure on towards Shaiko. Stop him doing just this, Tim. Walking in and getting a freebie. Should have died there, really, to Joom, but no, just a little bit too slow on the follow-up.
Looking for more, just continuing to battle here. Shaiko on that door, you know that he will if he's given any opportunity. 4 versus 3. Leak of fact, just looking for that little creepy play underneath. Try and get himself into restaurant, sneak about, and see if he can get himself a kill or not. Whether it will work or not, time will tell, but they're getting themselves. There's another one joined him down there, and Falcons are in a position now where Secret need to be really careful about moving back to site, because if they do, all the angles are covered. There you go. Leak in fact manages to pick up Joom. This has been brilliant from Falcon. Shaiko gets another one. 3 versus 1 now. Mowgli on the fight back, manages to make it a triple in the round. It'll be an ace if he's able to win it out. Fights the first, can't get the kill, and that's going to be Falcons taking another attack. They are looking very comfortable on Skyscraper. I'd be worried if I was a Team Secret fan.
We said that back in map 1 that it felt like, oh, way it's going, it's not looking too good, and definitely they've got their attacking socks on today. Falcons been brilliant across 2 of those 3 rounds. Just a prime one where Secret were willing to take the fight to them, like I've mentioned a few times now, that things were a little bit different, and certainly didn't help that they struggled to clear Savage out of Geisha box at the same time. So, first quarter is down. We get another band to come on through. We'll see what it's going to be. That could be maybe for the side of Secret. No, going to be the Capital that we've seen a few times now. And Melusi, very interestingly, on the other side. Haven't seen many Melusi bans since she had a change a while back when it's no longer bulletproof, for example. It can be destroyed easily. Although still very, very powerful. Like, she's my go-to in ranked. I know this is not ranked that we're watching now, but she's my go-to. Does an awful lot. Early enough of a bother that it's being taken away.
Yeah, I think part of the thought with Melusi, you know, we saw her used to hold down the balcony, particularly to prevent movement around that corner, balcony into terrace, that kind of area for an exhibition office attack. So I think by Falcons taking away Clash and Melusi, it's like taking away everything that they can try to use to hold on to that area. So what they're trying to do, I think, is when we go into round 5, which will probably be exhibition office, the Falcons are looking towards forcing Secret's hand into a different type of defense. They're going to have to do something differently. And of course, as you say, Melusi, just super powerful on any of the sites. I quite often use Melusi on T Karaoke. You can cover with the 4 Banshees. I'll put 1 on Black Stairs, 1 on Drum Stairs, 1 on Dragon Door from VIP, and 1 on Drum Door from Terrace. And you basically create like a bubble where nobody can approach without triggering a Banshee. So she can be like super, super powerful on this map. So yeah, I think, you know, fair enough, but I think it's also looking towards that balcony.
All right, well, let's see how this round goes. Of course, those operators taken away will change the game at least a little bit. But good old faithful Dockerby is still available towards Falcons. Their most played operator, I've said it many times, but 3 of their players have Dockerby in their top 3 most played across pretty much any time period. And when normally paired up with the Deimos, it's even more effective, but if you haven't got a Deimos, it ain't the end of the world. Dockerby is what you're really looking for here because of how it gives you so much information as a team on where these players are, who you should be looking to push, and of course makes it far easier as a team to push in as a group and use that info to win gunfights.
Just looking to challenge on that tight angle. Cannot show themselves, though, because Shaiko is in position. He will need no invitation to take this fight on and to get the kill. Just going to, I think, play the patient game. We're only a minute into the round. He can wait there while the rest of Falcons get themselves into position. And as soon as pressure starts coming onto that position, beautiful from Solotov, managing to track Mowgli around the mini-bar there, gets his kill, takes down the Azami. Big loss for Secret. It's going to put Doom under even more pressure.
It was a pain losing someone like the Azami early in the round. As you said, you sort of lose that ability to hold on that little bit more. It creates a lot more pressure for the rest of your team. So watch out for how they build off the back of this. They have already won rounds before. They've been down a couple of players. Great C4 comes out, but not going to find his man. Just a little bit too far beyond the Falcons player.
Oh, they can't lose that. User sends in the Candela. He's got him full white. Tries to find his man, but Doom had done as much as he could, just trying to hide himself in the corner, and it was enough. But Solotov is in there for the trade, and now he's on the hunt. He knows that there's one inside of Drum. He wants a little bit more. The Kiba barricade is still there. Won't be replaced if taken out, and we can see that the player actually drops away from the fight, so Falcons taking more ground. But Shaiko, after all that patience, has got the payout. He's got up Black Stairs and got a double. Savage with a double of his own, fighting back 1v4 to 1v2, but Shaiko hits him with the pistol, and Falcons take another attack, and this now has got to be warning signs for Team Secret.
It feels to me like the warning sign is Shaiko. He's having a bit too much fun in this Ash, you know, charging through teams, killing out 2 or 3 players at once, pulling out the pistol for the final fight and still winning it out. He looks like he's having a hell of a lot of fun. 3-1 though to Falcons, and obviously that's going to lead to a tactical timeout for Secret. They know they have to be getting defenses on the board now because they're going to have to really fight for attacking wins when they switch sides.
Yeah, they are. I think right time for attack timeout. You know, I've already spoken about Twister's tactical timeouts, you know, and they are often well-timed and, you know, well-themed as to what they need to cover. And I think, yeah, 3-1 down, definitely the time to pull that. With the way that Falcons are playing here, I think there's at least one more attacking round for them out of the 2 that are remaining. If Secret can turn this around and get a 3-3, they've done phenomenally well. So, you know, if we look at it on the basis that maybe Falcons go into the second half 4-2, they only need 3 defenses. I think they're going to fancy themselves on Skyscraper for that. If we have a look, I just want to have a look at Secret's history on the attack of Skyscraper. And it ain't great. We're only covering 1 map here, but when they played it against G2, they won 2 out of 6 rounds there. So it really plays into them being in trouble now. Even on that basis, Falcons can win this 7-5. If Falcons win 1 or 2 more rounds, then, you know, you're having to really overturn big numbers there.
Yeah, these teams really just throwing haymakers at each other as far as the attacking halves go, that is for sure. And Falcons, of course, having the better start. I'll always say 2 halves to a game of Siege. Secret could be absolute lights out, brilliant attackers when we switch sides, or maybe not. We'll see when we get there. So things shape up though for round 5. Find ourselves, of course, with more players running around this top floor given we are on the exhibition and office. An extension once again coming out towards Karaoke and T. This was where Falcons really struggled last time around. I'd like to see them be able to deal with Savage, for example, far better than previous. And maybe if you have to, commit even more resource to make that happen.
Shaiko, once again, he's been like a demon around that Black Stairs position. It's going to be Leakyback who picks up the opener, though. Taking down Adrian, just sees his opportunity on House Stairs, gets in there, and look who they've lost. They've lost the Warden, Des. It's absolutely massive because there's a Ying on the other side. Solotov has just gained a huge amount of freedom here and could really damage this defense with those Candelas.
Yeah. That's a bit of a stinger. Adrian's been caught out in the entry quite a few times in this game. Remember when he's on smoke, for example, at top black, and Striker runs up, punches the barricade, shoots him in the head. Well, as he came running up the stairs, shot him in the head. makes it look a little bit too easy. And as you say, that's 2 rounds now where he's been on a very key operator, the smoke prior, and now the Warden that was the main response towards Solotov on the Ying. A little bit of a stinger for the boys. They're going to have to fight it out more conventionally and just hope to God they aren't all white screen every time they die.
Just going to be trying to open up some new angles, the defenders. Try and give themselves an opportunity to fight anybody who comes up from stairs. There is 2 of Secret over on this side, and there's actually 3 if you look. There's one just kind of inside a Dragon, and Solotov gives himself away far too easily there to say he's on the Ying, and you've taken down the Warden. Leaves them now 4 versus 4, and I'm just wondering if there wasn't an opportunity for Falcons here to be able to push themselves into sight, knowing that everybody was over on this side, catch them as they rotate back, but that's not going to be possible now as Mowgli takes down the Blackbeard. That is a huge loss for Falcons. Feels like it might be a missed opportunity. Diffuser's down cold, Shaco fights back, 2 versus 3.
That's the problem, Tim. You said his name. Shoko fights back. Leakypack also joined the 4. They're looking good, and they've got another Dokkaebi Core if they want it to hunt down these last 2. But Shoko just feels like he wants this over and done with ASAP. 9 and 2 he currently steps at. This should be theirs to the taking.
Peeking around the corner now, and if they have a look at this, you just feel that they're going to lose that fight. He's ready for it. Beautiful attempt, but Shaiko cannot find his man. Look at the HP on so many of them. Noah does manage to take him down. In comes the Dokkaebi Core. Leakypack full health though, DMR in hand. He can kill at least one of these players with 1 shot, Des. That's the big problem that they face right now. He's going to look at going and picking up this diffuser. Not sure if he's going to take the opportunity to grab the cams whilst he's there. I don't think he will. That's going to give him the chance to plant now. 15 seconds left to go, but he needs to find at least 1 kill.
That's it. He needs to get some kills here, really, to get things moving. Lounge on that sofa in the corner is normally where someone would stand. I don't think he knows about the player off towards the left, though. That could be the big upset for him. Goes in for the 1. Up nice and close. Gets the down. Now it's to find Savage, who, again, someone could do so much work and just about get yourself down to a 1v1 and then you lose it out. That's probably the 6th time I've seen that today now.
Yeah, it was a well-played end to the round from Secret there. As soon as they hear Leakypack, I think they have a good idea that he's going for the diffuser, and they make a call. We've got the diffuser down. Do we play the diffuser, or do we take the chance to get ourselves into more optimal positions? And they take the second choice there, and I think it was bang on. They got themselves separated, as you said, you know, over by swords, 1 over by, you know, couch going into terrace. It was always going to be difficult for Leakypack because no matter which one he goes to challenge, the other one is going to be behind him, and that was the big problem that he faced. Ultimately, they had the chance to close it out and did. Well played, Secret.
All right. At least it holds them on, and it's almost like a reverse scenario to the previous map where we were saying when Secret were up 3-0, like, wow, Falcons have really got to fight their way back in. They need to get to a 3-3 at least, and that brought us as close as we were before. Similar story applies here. I don't think Secret can afford to go down 2-4 here and give Falcons 4 attacks. I know it's a Secret are very good at attacking, but it's still asking a lot of a team to be able to win 4 attacks on this map, especially against the caliber of competition that they're facing up against today. So I want to see this 3-3 scoreline come out now. Last chance saloon to get it done.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, Secret, like I said, they desperately need it. It still might not be enough, but they need the 3-3. If Falcons get a 4-2, then you feel like the race is probably run. But like you know, like you always say, Des, 2 halves and stranger things have certainly happened. Users straight away up onto that karaoke window. Hasn't opened it yet. But no doubt will do very, very soon. It just prevents a lot of movement. This could be a quick one from Falcons. I think they're looking to get aggressive here. They've got barbed wire to face off against. We're going to see that getting cleared off. They know about Black Stairs. Breeday's going straight in. Doesn't matter what you do with the Toxic Vape Canister. Big problems. Breeday doesn't have the support, though. Doesn't have the support. Can't find the kill. He needs to find himself in 2 mines when Adrian turned back 180 and came for the attack instead. And it's 4 versus 3, and Falcons' attack has crumbled.
Really good play from Adrian. You can see it here on your screen as the gas burns out. Shaiko couldn't follow him in without taking tons of damage on the way through. So instead, he was left isolated with the blitz on the other side trying to push on forward. It's just a horrible situation to be in. A bit unfortunate for them, but now Falcons have got to respond and find a new attack to come up with.
Yeah, big problems now. 3 versus 4. They need at least the next couple of kills, and the problem is they haven't even got Black Stairs dealt with. Diffusers down. Adrian's going to sit on that for the rest of the round. You better believe it. Tried to just have a quick spray around the corner. Shaco can't get anything going. It feels like it needs one of those magic moments Just prevent, I love that keeper, just preventing him from playing that quick peek around the corner. They're trying now to bully Adrian and get on both sides, but he's got the shotgun. He's going to be seriously dangerous in this situation, and he's playing it so well. He's not overextending, he's not exposing himself, he's not giving them the opportunity. They do get the kill, but a ton of time has been wasted. Bodies have gone down, and this could be good for Secret.
Could be right for Falcons as well, now they're in the 3 versus 3, and they've wasted a lot of those keepers just to try and keep Shaiko back a little bit, when really the threat came from below in the form of Solitov. In towards site they go, but they've got to win a gunfight here, but no. The Azami a little bit better in the moment. Shaiko falls. Plant bait coming out to try and force some kind of movement from the other side. Secret simply aren't having any of it.
Yeah, I don't know how much they needed Shaiko to push into T there. I think they were concerned about that peak coming through onto the plant spot, but I think it might have been better timed had it been done when the plant was going down, because the concern then from the defenders would have been on stopping that case being activated, but instead Shaiko went in, hoped to win the fights, didn't happen. And then his team fell apart one by one. 3-3 half is not the end of the world for Secret, given how it started.
It's not, and it's exactly the same outcome as we had back on that first map. We had the attacking side winning 3 rounds, then the defender side came back to win 3 rounds, and it all gets balanced out. At least here we had Secret winning round 2 to give us that 1-1 scoreline that we started out with. But at the end of the day, 3-3 is how everything has brushed down. This is very doable now, and you have to start asking that question again. If things play out the same way they did in this first half, do we then get to see OT towards the back end of this one? It feels like we might, but of course, still a lot of siege to go. First bang going to be the Blitz. No doubt the Monty should follow, but at least take that one away from Savage, because he is a bit of a terror on it, Tim.
Yeah, I think you've got to try and impact on Savage on the shields as much as you can. You've got Secret, one of the best attacking teams in the world, maybe not. You know, it's not what we saw from them on Skyscraper in Munich, but still, you know, I expect them to be able to come here and get a couple of rounds at least. This could be an overtime that we're looking at. So, yeah, I think anything that you can do to hamstring that, taking the shields away from Savage, is going to be a good point. He's still going to have Blackbeard for the first 3 rounds. Even if you take that away, there's still the possibility of Fuse Shield, depending what you want into attack and where you're going. So, it's certainly not a cover-all solution, but at least it gives them something.
All right, well, let's see how things shape up to start things off. Karaoke and T. And on the side of Secret, indeed, no shield. Well, Blackbeard, you can counter that if you want. Blackbeard been brought along by Savage, and I've always has the option to go to the Fuse, as we saw earlier on. But I imagine if that were to make an appearance, that'll be for barbecue and kitchen when we're on the downstairs, as that's when the gadget actually has a little bit of use case for you. Otherwise, we're looking in towards things like Doom on the Deimos. And then play this quite a bit over time. Of course, the fact if you track someone out and they had to kind of back away there or risk getting dragged into a gunfight is always a good shout. We'll swap away though, jump on the Ying. So actually, not miles apart from the kind of stuff that we were seeing Falcons run.
Reinforcing wall.
Gonna be straight away towards Exhibition side, I think, here. Is going to be the attack for Secret. Get themselves in the building and sweep across. They've got the Candelas to play behind. They've got Mowgli with the air jabs as well, so as they do take, I think that's a little bit of a nod, a little bit of a recognition of maybe how Falcons and particularly Leakafak have been playing, not just today, but, you know, very much recently, trying to get him out there on the roam, hit the flank. So I think, yeah, bring that Nomad along, prevent any jump outs, you know, maybe from terrace window, from Geisha window, from black stairs, but it also gives you an option if you do end up taking the map, if you've got any left, be able to prevent those flanks as well.
I don't think that gets the full wall. There'll still be that like band across it, yeah. More about trying to put pressure into Geisha, anything, I think, but it won't be fully open. Maybe for a vault over the top of it. But if that gets tricked off, which, well, for a second, maybe it was by Shaiko there, I don't know. The whole thing won't be opened up and they won't be able to get through it. Yeah, okay, they got it in the end, all good. So they've gone for the kind of equivalent of a trick in that case then, yeah, fair enough.
Okay. There's the jump out.
Does he?
He's desperate for it. Oh, there was no need, Solitov. There was no need to go back. He's giving himself away. Leakafak does manage to take down Savage in a trade, though, and Leakafak is getting a little bit active on the mirror, so it's something that they need to be aware of. A lot of the air jabs seem to be placed outside, so there could be a little bit of room. Candelas are going to come in from Doom. That's going to give an opportunity for Secret to get inside of the building.
What the hell?
But Falcons need to be careful here. Leakafak and Shaiko both pretty low health now.
Still really fancy it for themselves, aren't they? They really want this scrap. Shaiko, even after he's lost a teammate and seen Leakafak take damage on his jump out, and even himself being down to 30, still really wants to have a go. And fair play, if you can get rid of the Capital, for example, that's massive. And here we go. The step out from Leakerback. He finds one, hits his second in the round overall, and has a C4 to play with if they still need it. Really hard defense on towards Geisha, and it's working wonderfully. Joom swinging one back and almost dying as he runs out, and there we go. Finished off by Uses. Him and Shaiko pairing up, but down goes Shaiko. 2v2. They just keep on mirroring each other, Tim.
Yeah, that's it. Falcons are just quite happy to play the game of cutting one down as they lose one. There's only one winner there, and it is going to be Falcons 1 versus 2 now. Noah trying to find anything inside his side. I don't think he knows that there's a player in the corridor just waiting for him to step too far forward. They know exactly where he is. There it is. Users picks him up. Beautiful patience from Users, not choosing to swing at any point, and then just manages to get his man as he moves across. Falcons looking good on the defense. Secret in trouble.
What's interesting is, again, it's a really, really aggressive defense, and we typically see that on a map like Border. The golden rule is you need to keep them outside the building for as long as possible on Border. The more time you get them inside of it, it's relatively easy to move through as a map overall. You just get overwhelmed as defenders. It's often that gunfight map, right? Sky, there is a lot of map that you can play behind, yet the choice of Falcons was to go really aggressive on towards this balcony. Like you saw this first attempt here where they ultimately lose out. Leakerback wins a jump out elsewhere, then steps up to go and have a really aggressive fight and towards the Geisha wall itself. Just everything was about Geisha, giving no room away at all. You know, Secret barely got a foot inside the building overall.
Yeah, like you say, every time they tried to take any ground, every time they tried to establish themselves, they were punished. And it was done really well by Falcons, and they will continue playing that game of attrition if they're given the opportunity. See them move across to Exhibition and off this side now. Just having a look at the setup that they've got. They've got the FNATs from the Fenrir. Always going to be a tricky one, needs to be dealt with. No Brava being brought along, I note, on the side of Secret, choosing not to give themselves the option with a Twitch, Brava, anything. You know, look at the utility that could be taken away. You've got Mute Jammers, you've got FNATs, you've got Banshees, all of which could be dealt with. They don't have anything in order to really do that. They can send the nades in, of course, but other than that, they're going to be limited to just shooting them out. So keep an eye on the utility and how much of an impact it has on this round.
I just thought we're getting to see our classic Raura.
A little bit of Raura.
Yeah, a little bit of Raura. Of course, the intent for the operator really is what's most important, and where it is they're choosing to push and execute here. The fact they have the Raura on side suggests display window is going to be the one for the Raura to play on. You can, and seen it a few times now, where teams will use the Raura to block off the main double doorway leading in towards display. That gives you a safer angle to push more aggressively towards site itself. Doesn't only mean you need to have a shield, which is why Savage is on side as well. And just for added measure, they've also got those light screens able to be rolled for by Mowgli. So they are bringing quite a lot here towards this. This mirror when it's been popped out now, so this will make life a little bit annoying. Savage should know this one well. Loses half of his HP there to the floor spray coming out from the other side.
Yeah, it's not surprised to see him bringing along the Blackbeard. How about that for aggression on the window there? Just going and punching that Blackbeard shield from out in front of Savage's face. He does manage to sidestep the problem and keep himself out of the line of fire. Solotov has taken a little bit of damage. Leakerback manages to escape any bullets landing on him as he battles with them downstairs. Nitro goes out, not going to be successful. Savage is down, actually, no. Adrian manages to pick up Shaiko in a trade, 4 versus 4, but the shield is off. Mowgli's down, it's falling apart for Secret. They're in big trouble, Des.
They've tried their very best here, but yeah, it's all down to Noah. As they tried to step in through display, Breeder was just there gunning every single one down as they went. Very comfortable for them, and now they've got enough of a gap between them that they can see that 2-0 win coming on through. I tell you what, it's nice to see Breeder normally is pretty quiet, laughing, and probably being as vocal as Leakerback is.
It's just, it's easy to see, you know, visibly the work that they've put in. You know, I know that they're winning right now, but the energy in the team is just different, you know. And yet, when it comes down to the round, they'll lock in, they'll be focused, they'll play the right, but it's like the weight is lifting off them in between the rounds, and I feel like that's where the damage used to be done. You know, you'd see them, obviously the players need to be focused, need to be locked in whilst the round's being played. The comms are clear, you know, they're doing what they need to do. But it's also fine then outside of that to have that minute of, like, you know, just let the pressure lift a little bit, and they play so much better for it. Honestly, I'm so impressed with Falcons throughout Munich. You know, I know it didn't go the way they might have wanted, but overall very impressed with them, and then continuing to do it here against Secret. Secret, you know, I don't think have played badly today. They must feel frustrated because it's kind of like nothing they do is getting them the answers. They're keeping it close, they're managing to compete with Falcons, but Falcons just always have that extra 10%.
Again, for me, it comes back to what I spoke about a bit at the end of the previous round, was the aggression the Falcons are showing in their defense is really cool to see. Like, Adrian had barely stepped in towards display and was already being gunned down by Brede. And that just happened so many times over in that round. We had C4s being tossed out on towards the balcony, Impact denials coming on through. They were just giving nothing over to the other side. It was really good to see. Despite Secret trying to do the same with things like the mirror window on the VIP wall, Falcons just always found a way. At least here things start well, as Mowgli has got rid of Solotov on that Nomad, but immediately, same as the last round, there is always an immediate response back. Oh, but Leafback's down outside. Is he down outside? I think he is. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, he's outside.
They'll be hunting him down now.
Balcony, surely he's going to be picked up here. It's a matter of time. Yep, Mowgli goes up and he's being cautious. I like how Leafback's played this, actually. This is really smart. He's put himself in a position. There isn't anybody there. Oh, no, there is.
Oh, there is.
There is. They need to be careful because Usus is there. His defense. Surely he doesn't go for the pickup. He wants to see where the player is.
Didn't finish him. No, he self-flashes himself and can't finish off the down player. Leafback's still arguably savable here, but it's better to just let him bleed out, I think. Okay, fair enough. Realises that Usus probably won't stay around there and tries to look a second time. He backs away. He does go down, but it's a lot of time wasted and a lot of HP taken off Mowgli.
Yeah, Usus did really well there. I think, you know, just trying to bait him out, but it just gave away Mowgli's position. He was able to take the fight, got himself back to safety. Beautiful stuff, really. You know, it was a lot better of a situation, of an outcome for that situation than maybe it could have been for Falcons. I'll put it that way. But Secret still in the driving seat. 4 versus 3. Mowgli is low health, though. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Utility still on board that they need. They've got the Capital utility. They've got the Lion scan. You know, they can still be in a position to go in and get a plant down. Adrian manages to pick up the Malusi, taking out users, manages to find Shaco as well. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Just flowing through Geisha, finding one after another. That's going to leave them now 1v4 and surely a round for Secret.
Yeah, surely with a minute and 4 players alive, you can't bottle this, right? Like, they've got so much to work with time-wise, not really tons of utility, and that's why Brady isn't charging upstairs looking for gunfights. He's waiting to see what he can win off the back of this if they choose to come and try and search for him. And so far, at least one player is looking to do just that. Not sure he'll have full knowledge of this one. Goes to the challenge on towards Pantry, and there we go. The sidestep from one as Adrian swings at the same time. Good closeout for Secret, and again, they bring us one step closer.
Yep, great stuff there. And like I said, they've done a great job all day of keeping it close, but I feel like there's just that extra 10% for Falcons, and it might be that they win the first map 7-5 because of that extra 10%, and they win the second map 7-5 because of that extra 10%. And, you know, while Secret have played a good game and they've kept things close throughout, they just haven't been able to get their nose in front at any point. And that's the big problem for them. So Falcons will continue with another ban. It's going to be Nomad that gets taken out. They will have Clash removed from them. That being said, they haven't used Clash as of yet. But Secret, I assume maybe preempting that it would be brought along for the second of those exhibition office holds. Could have been the case. Sometimes teams will do that now, kind of keep an operator off the board for the first 3 rounds so that they don't draw the ban, and then hopefully we'll be able to use them in the second 3. But if that was the hope for Falcons, it may not have been. They may never have had any plans for Clash, but if that was the hope, then it's backfired a little bit because they've ended up with absolutely no opportunity to use the Clash.
Sure, well, now looking at it, of course, this is one of those really dangerous rounds to look at again. Falcons win it, they move ahead. They're 2 ahead, they're at match point. It's a lot then to ask a Secret to take us into OT. Normally that prior round would be the bigger one, and Secret have kind of passed the round 9 test, where they either find themselves 3 rounds behind and facing match point, or they're 1 round away. That's where they stand now, just 1 behind. They win this one, we require all 12 to see whether we go to OT or not. And both sides have again shown an awful lot of grit, I think, in multiple rounds in different ways. I definitely think Falcons have had the stronger defensive side so far. Yeah, more convincing in terms of how aggressive they've played. Sometimes they've overheated a little bit. But you'll allow that. It's definitely a different style of play than what we're used to seeing on a map like Sky. Mistakes are going to happen, of course.
We're going to be the one that is straight on the rappel looking for that karaoke window. It is going to be karaoke and tea room that Secret are attacking onto here, so primary choice is available, and this was kind of the concern. If you remember, I said if Falcons can get 3, and much like I said for G2, they only need to win those 2 primary sites. Karaoke tea, exhibition office, that's exactly what they did 7 and 8. Yep, they've lost barbecue kitchen, but kind of to be expected. If they can continue that same pattern, they win 7-4, they move on, they qualify for Malta. But how about that? Doom knew that he was being watched from above. He felt the eyes on him, and he takes down Leakerback. Absolutely deleted him with a headshot up through the floor. That's the mirror gone.
It's the second round in a row where he's flicked onto someone like that. It was Shaiko in the prior round who really should have won that gunfight, but didn't. And again there, Leakerback had his number, but couldn't get enough damage down to actually kill him, even with the Vector. And well, Doom has bitten both their heads off across 2 rounds. Really good stuff and gets them moving. The mirror being gone means one of those C4s is taken away as well, which is particularly key when there is a Blackbeard on the other side.
Is the Blackbeard going to follow in after this nade? They're trying to dislodge the player inside of Geisha. Haven't been able to, but it doesn't matter. Shaiko gets overly aggressive onto the window, will be cut down by the rappel, and it looks like Falcons might just be leaving the door ajar here for Secret to walk on in through 3 versus 5 now in one of their primary site choices. If they don't have a real big moment soon, Falcons are going to lose this one, and Secret then are looking at a real opportunity to get this to overtime, or dare I even say map 3.
That'd be pretty spectacular if we managed to make that happen. Consulate would be such a good showdown between these two. Again, this is where the reverse side of what Falcons have been doing now punishes them rather than helps them. Last time around, they were really aggressive. They basically ended the round there. This time around, Secret have got rid of 2 players who are trying to be aggressive through reverse angles. Of course, Shaiko trying to be aggressive onto the balcony. That's the kind of advantage they need to get things moving. And now we're out of smokes. Things are about to get very, very hot inside Karaoke and C for the remaining Falcons 3.
Yeah, Breeder just deciding it's time to give up Black Stairs, but that should be the opportunity for Secret to start pushing forward more aggressively. Need to be concerned about this Nitro coming out, though. It's pre-ripped, no put away, so they will have an opportunity to hear it. The sound might not quite travel that far, though. Challenge is actually coming in from the right-hand side. Solotov super low health. He'd be better off relying on the Nitro. Manages to hit Noah. Absolute beauty of a throw. 3 versus 4. Falcons on the fight back.
They might be trying to work their way through off towards his left here. Yes, Usus knows about it as well. Has to win the fight, but guess what? It's a shield in front of your face. It's never too easy, and sure enough, Mowgli swings in from the side, up to, I believe, 13 kills now, by the way, and brings us dead even once again. 5-5, Tim.
We continue fighting on Skyscraper then, Falcons. They do have the opportunity of winning this with their primary sites. They don't need to go to a 3rd choice site anymore if they don't want to. They could go to Exhibition Office, they could come back to T, they could try T again and go back. As it is, Julio's going to interject with a tactical timeout, and we've seen some great success following Julio's tactical timeouts, both at Munich and here today as well. He had one previously on the last map, in fact, on Cafe. That was what turned it around after they'd lost the 3 rounds. So if he can give them enough here to get 2 rounds on the board, and they get it done, they qualify, they move on. But Secret have really built some momentum over the last couple of rounds.
That's why I think now's a great time for Falcons to slam the brakes on and see, okay, what have we got to change here? Because the current plan we're running, it ain't working. They've figured it out. And this might be now where you see them playing less aggressive and drawing back a little bit. Because what has always been a great part of Falcons' gameplay, and I remember seeing that before, I want to say it was back at Munich in one of their earlier games. It was a team they were playing against on Bank who were just taking a lot of ground, being really aggressive. The Falcons would just constantly step back piece by piece by piece through their layers of defense until they were all down in the basement, for example, and would sit and play behind utility. They've played this game so far the exact opposite of that in terms of how aggressive they've been. So we'll see what the gameplay change is, and of course, whether or not Secret can then adapt to that.
Exhibition and Office, it will be there. They move across the top floor this time. Round 12, if they get this one done, I'll be fascinated to see whether they go back to Tea and Karaoke or whether they do move on to Kitchen Barbecue, both of which they've suffered losses on now. I personally think they will stick to the top floor, but we will see whether that is the case. We're getting a full top floor setup here. Solotov is the one on the Azami. We've seen it be Shaiko previously playing the Azami inside of Geisha, but when it is this setup for this site, it is Solotov who switches across to it. That was the same last time around, back in round 8. It's the only time that we see Shaiko moving off that Azami and onto the Fenrir instead. Leakerback on the Solis is the big difference. Didn't play that last time. He's been on the Mirror a couple of rounds, Mute, Legion, but this time goes back to that Solis, and I think it's going to be that. Let's get out on the roam. Let's cause a nuisance. Maybe they feel like they've been giving Secret a little bit too much space. We know it's a beautiful kill.
So
he can't get it. He can't get it.
Okay, no, it's not.
It's for nothing. It looked like it was the perfect start for Falcons, but the answer is there. Doom, again the hero for his team, kills the Solis, picked Noah up as well. It was a gamble, and it hasn't paid off.
No, it's a real shame for him. If you got hold of that kill, you're taking the Grim offline. Key part of this attack because it forces defenders to have no-go zones, but also to exit them if they are currently inside of them. That's no longer the case. Maybe we see the attack work out this time around for Secret where it's failed previously. Again, mainly looking towards Adrian on the Varro when I say that because we never really got to see it come to life. By the time they were stepping in towards display and trying to go aggressive with it, well, it was too little too late because Brede was gunning absolutely everyone down.
Okay, then we've got Adrian. I like this. Secret have kind of taken the foot off the gas a little bit as well. They know they've got Leakerfact down and done. They know that Falcons aren't then likely to play anybody else on their own because it would be too much of a risk to kind of double down on that. So we don't have to rush now. There's a minute 30 left on the clock. They're opening VIP wall. They're working on multiple angles. I love this from Secret. I think Falcons could be really struggling to find anything in round 11.
Here we go, looking at this off flooring as well. He's got the right idea, but just can't quite find Solitov up above. Tucked in a bit too tight, Mobley. Very low here, tries to go from one to the other, but simply cannot do it. June forced to back away as they're chasing after him, knowing that reload is a hell of a long time. But just like that, Falcons have started to spin it back around until Savage equalizes things yet again into a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, something that these teams have both done fantastically well is not allow rounds to run away from them. Even when the kills are going in the opposite direction, they're often there to find an answer. Brede, how does he get away with it? Takes down Nori, nearly lost his life while he was trying to pick up his teammate, but somehow just managed to find his feet and attack back. Doom is going to be forced away by the Toxic Babe canister, saying they know exactly where he's coming from. I think that they will track his on as well, so that's going to give the intel. But getting the first is big. He's got the info on where the second is. They need to just try. Solitov manages to keep himself out of danger for the time being until the track stops. So now at least it's a little bit less intel for Doom.
All he's got to do is wait for the tracking and go again, do it, rinse and repeat. No big surprise here on how it plays out. Of course, the reverse info comes on through. All Solitov has got to do is survive here, and right now he's tucked in tight. Got the right sort of idea, but down to 1 HP. Surely it's June's to win. All he's got to do is shoot it, but no! Solitov with an insane outplay takes it for Falcons. They're up to match, map, and series point.
I don't know how Solitov's managed that. That is some of the slipperiest movement I think I've ever seen.
So good.
The way that he moves it, he's got such little space to work with, and he just plays it perfectly and then hits the prone at the end that saves his life. Beautiful stuff. Doom has got to be frustrated with that one. It was there for the taking. It's when he gets the kill onto Brede, that's the moment you think, he's got 2 scans. Like, this is done. Falcons were so lucky there as well. But yeah, you think it's over when he's got 2 scans against Solitov. But here we go with just beautiful stuff. He had no idea that he'd gone prone. He was aiming above his head. Brilliant from Solitov.
Absolutely brilliant. I mean, June, to be fair, played it out as well as you could too. Did his very, very best, but sometimes life just ain't fair. And we've seen so many 1v1s lost today where, again, the player that loses it had got a couple of kills prior to that to really get that round back in your favor with a good chance, an even chance of seeing it won out. But sadly, that's not how it's fallen today. Falcons, as I said, have now got this 1 round to win, and they take Skyscraper, they take the series, and they carry on here in the upper bracket.
Okay then, can they do it? That's the big question. That's the one that we're going to find out. There's 2 options here. There's overtime, or there's Falcons closing it out here and now. They're setting up for tea and karaoke, but there is a heavy presence over on the exhibition office side. We've seen that from them previously. I'm sure that Secret will be prepared for it. Last time we saw Secret win this was round 10 on the attack. They were able, if you remember, to get things started. It was Doom underneath, got the kill onto Leakerfact, who was playing the mirror. This time he's on the Fenrir, so things have shifted a little bit. They've got Shaiko back on the Azami. He's likely to be playing inside of Geisha. We know that's the position he plays. He hasn't had too much success there so far today, so we need to see a better round from him. Holding on to this area. He's got Leakerfact in support with the FNATs, and I think they will again be helping them to stay inside of Geisha.
Well, the same again, the same trick we saw earlier on to make this wall soft. Very similar to the Hibana one that I think we're always seeing on maps like Labs, for example, here. And that at least ensures the wall is made soft. They can get their way through without having to play the merry dance that we've seen several teams today have to play time after time after time. Now, looking towards Shaiko, it's a key player for me because he's always played in Geisha. He's always been ridiculously aggressive. Now, as I start making my point, he actually moves into Geisha, which is absolutely brilliant. Thank you for making that point for me. But he has been a little bit more defensive in where he's played overall. Now, probably with a bit of support off towards his left, we'll try and do the same. Solotov looking to be aggressive onto the terrace window yet again. So actually not a lot has changed in terms of how they want to defend this site. Basically kill Secret before they get inside the building. Don't even give them room to breathe inside of the map itself.
Savage is going to be heading up towards that Geisha balcony. Needs to be careful about any possibility of a challenge from Terrace. I think Falcons have played this pretty well so far, pretty cautiously. They don't want to give Secret anything, and it's 1 minute 50 into the round, no deaths. They're just going to see that door could be cold, die down, and what have Secret got for that utility? It's the question I always ask. If you send a Candela in, if you send a door could be cold, what ground have you taken? What map possession have you gained? You know, have you got an opportunity to plant? Has anything come of it? And the answer is no. As Shaiko manages to get another 5 versus 3, 5 versus 2. Des, if you remember, I said they needed a big round from him in Geisha. They needed a bigger impact, and they've got it. That's exactly what they were asking for. The Asami has done the work. 4v1 as Solotov finds Doom. Falcons are going to close it out. They're going to Malta, Des.
Beautiful stuff for them. An extremely well-played series at 2-0, more than deserved. Secret couldn't quite get it over the line when it counted most, but don't take it away from them. It's been a brilliant series, very competitive and close all the way through. Again, Falcons just had a little bit more.
Yeah, it was just that extra 10% in the end, wasn't it? I said it could end up 7-5, 7-5 with Secret feeling frustrated. They've played a good game there. They've pushed Falcons. They've, forced them to find that 10%, but boy, did they have it. Great performance from Falcons.
Well, that's our last game of the day. There is still one more to go, but before that, our Destiny to tell you everything about the series that they've observed during that last map. So let's go to a break, and when we come back, I'll break it down for you. See you in a few.
On est au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays et Paris. Toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
And a solid 2-0 is how Falcons booked their ticket to go to Malta next week, as we'll see them there. A great series from them, and we get to speak to the victors, as we should have users on the line to ask them a few questions about this game. Good afternoon and congratulations on the victory here. I want to bring it back to map 1, because after round 3, it seemed on the player cams as well as in-game, something just clicked for you guys and you started winning round after round after round.
I don't remember like what happened or like what we did in the cams, but I just remember Julio like giving the timeout saying like just play more free, just relax, like because realistically the game like doesn't really mean that much for us, but they have to obviously win and get the SI points, so yeah, we didn't really care, to be honest.
Jesus, is that the reason why I saw Shaiko play 12 rounds of Ashe, just like when he was back in his prime, like 2018? And like, honestly, you guys played Thoron, Kapkan, Scopus, like I could see that I guess it was less about strategy and more about having fun, right?
Yeah, we were still like trying to win, but we were just like trying stuff and just trying to have fun at the same time, while still winning, obviously. No one likes to lose.
Yeah. Do you feel like it's something that you could really use in-game? You know, might come a time where like default strategy does not work and you guys just need to revert back to like a ranked playstyle, but you play with each other?
Yeah, I think that was the kind of the mindset and the goal of going into this, is like, and it will be going to Malta, is more like just practice on playing like more freely and just like more adaptive and more fun.
Your map today that you picked, Yusuf, was Skyscraper, which of course is leaving us. Are you happy or sad about that?
I'm kind of sad. I mean, I understand because like it's probably like the least played map in a long time. But yeah, I'm sad. I feel like it's always like every team I've been on, every single like one of our best maps is just getting removed. Oregon, Theme Park, and Sky.
Are you going to be playing a lot of Sky throughout this bracket then in the EML Finals?
I think so. I think that just does as well. I think G2 played Sky as well, didn't they? I think
yeah.
I won't be surprised if there's a lot more Sky games. Maybe not in the in the elimination games, but I won't be surprised if there's a lot of Sky over the Malta games.
Cool.
Yeah, definitely will be. I mean, of course, with it leaving, it's the last time you can really show it, and you can't really hide any things on it anymore. Next week, you're playing G2 in Malta, kind of a rematch of what happened at Munich as well, where you send them down to the lower bracket. Do you feel like that's going to happen again next week, or?
I hope so, but we'll have to wait and see.
All right. Well, users, thank you so much for your time. We'll see you next week in Malta, and once again, a big congratulations.
Thank you.
Always good to speak to Falcons and hear their thoughts about the game and how they forgot about what happened in the first few rounds and you know, how they managed to get it up afterwards. It's kind of sad to see players be sad about specific maps leaving as well, but hey, if this is maybe their last time playing Skyscraper, they sure left a good mark on the check.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a world G2 and Falcons end up playing Skyscraper in Malta next week. I'll be honest, like both teams absolutely love it, and both teams won it today, of course. But yeah, I don't know about you. I don't know about both of you, actually. I feel like I've seen this show before where Falcons come out on top of Secret, particularly in best of 3, and they just about do enough. And I think, you know, in reality, this is why we see Falcons in so many finals, because they do have multiple ways of playing. They can play dynamically. And, you know, if things go bad, ultimately they can find individual performances. They can find big performances out of their players to get them over the line. That was 2-7-5 victories today, where they got a 4-2 attacking split on a really defender-sided map in both Cafe and Skyscraper, and that's the sign of a good team.
Yeah, but you can clearly see from the reactions from the player on one side, whenever Secret wins a round, they're all super focused and they're hyping each other and like, okay, we need to win this. Look at Likefak here. He's having fun. They're yelling, they're laughing. They're just loving it. And it's exactly what we mentioned before. The stakes and the pressure were all on the side of Secret, which meant that Falcons could just try and be expressive and try new things. And if you look at the way Skyscraper played, for example, it's simple. You put Bride on Shield, you put Shaiko on Ashe, and you put the rest of the team on Flex Operator, utility-based operator, and you create some movement and you see what happens. And it's just the beauty of a team like Falcons with the best players in each role is that they can come up with basically any different way of attacking the map, and it seems still to work. And it just was such a good test today against Secret, and that's why I think they had the upper end. There was no stress, no pressure. Likefak, Shaiko, incredible game from the two of them, and just enough for them to making sure they get to Malta.
Yeah, and the Shaiko Unleashed as well on the Ash. You can just see how having fun really helped Falcons drag this game over the line here. Now, what does that mean for Secret in regards to their position inside of the bracket? We'll have a look as well, because we can update you now. As we said earlier today, you know, from these upper bracket games, we'll have a worst loser and a best loser. That came down to round momentum or round counts. And as we saw Gen.G dominantly lose that first map, I guess we can say, in their game against G2. That means they are our worst loser, and they will have to go up again tomorrow against the winner of Virtus Pro and BDS. And then the winner of that game will take it up against Secret for that spot in Malta as well. Secret obviously having the better game here against Falcons, winning more rounds, getting more rounds on the board, led them to get that bye going into the bracket. So technically, you know, when it comes to their SI chances, Leo, it's going to be difficult, of course, like they're not qualified yet, but their path is made a little bit easier by making sure they won more rounds today against Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, we needed 2 teams to go in the upper bracket out of the big top 3, right? One of them needed to fall. It's going to be Secret. It's going to be the team that needs that win to make it to SI. However, it does mean that they get the bye. It means that they will have to play against one of the weaker teams. They will have to play against the BDS, the VP, or the Gen.G, and it should be fine, right? You expect this team you have one EWC to come in, to go crazy, to beat these teams that they always beat, especially in the BO3. I wouldn't be too worried. In the end, it was still very competitive. If it wasn't for a couple multi-kills or clutches, who knows? Maybe it would have been 2-0 for Secret against Falcons.
I wouldn't be too worried either, but
there comes the but.
The defense it's worrying me. It is worrying me for Team Secret, and I'm not sure there's an instantaneous fix for that. Like I said, I think against some of the weaker teams, you're not punished as hard as you are when you're playing against G2, when you're playing against Falcons. So I still see a world where Secret probably do come through, or could well come through that bracket, but I don't think it's maybe as clear cut as it might seem on paper.
All right, well, we have to decide who they'll play against tomorrow. That'll be a match tomorrow. They'll see who plays against Suka. But before that, we decide who is our first exit from this room. And as we started, 6 teams in the EML Finals. 1 will be leaving after the next game. It's either going to be Virtus Pro or BDS. We'll be back after this. It's already time for our last game here, the first day of the EML Regional Finals, which is kind of crazy to say because we said we had a really long day ahead of us. It were two rather quick 2-0s as well so far, and now we have a game where we'll say goodbye to our first participant, either Virtus Pro or BDS. And the issue is for both these teams that if they want to make it to SI, they have a really difficult path ahead of them, right? VP currently 29th in regards to the point standings. BDS find themselves on 18th. They will need a stellar run to pull off SI through the points here. We can have a look at these two teams because they played each other twice so far inside of this year. 1-1 on either side in regards to wins from that matchup. And when we talk about BDS, we have seen them quite recently, right? This was their second international event as a team going to the Munich Major. They had a pretty good start. Beat SSG, beat G2, lost their qualification games, however, were so close to making a main stage check, but just fell short.
Yeah, the only thing that I can fixate on with BDS going to the main stage, or, you know, in terms of Munich, would be the fact that they were 1 round away. That was the big thing, Anne.
It was, yeah. We'll talk about Virtus Pro as well going into this one because we haven't seen them in 2 months. It's kind of crazy to think about that. You know, they didn't make it to the major. There was a bit of a fall off from stage 1 from this team going into stage 2. But the big thing is, Leo, there's been time, and surely they've done something with that time in between.
Yeah, I mean, just before that, focus on the statistics. Look at the cost from every player. They're barely above 50%. These guys, they had such a rough stage 2. They came in swinging in stage 1. They had a lot of time to cook. They performed well. When everyone was in reload, they were cooking. And when they arrived in stage 1, they made it to WC. They made the top 4. And we expected them to grow back into that big top 4 of Europe. However, 5 losses in a row in stage 2. And they only performed during the Super Week to get 2 wins, making it here. So 2 months, 2 entire 2 months where we don't see them. The last game was 1st of October, we're the 29th of November. I mean, they had so much time to cook something new, to come up with a new map, to come up with new strategies, to maybe bring more Denari. I need something entirely unique now in the match they're going to play because they've had so much lead time when BDS had to show every single map where these guys, they were hiding. So that needs to be an advantage for them.
Yeah, especially when they have a bit of time off. They tend to lift that veil. They tend to show us something new and then go for it. Like you say, it might be maybe in a new map, new operator, new strats, maybe a new version of VP. And I know we've been saying this for a long time, but these guys are a super high quality team. These guys, when they can punish teams, when they get flowing, they are one of the best teams in the world. They've just not been able to show us it. And, you know, often they fall behind on the meta and with maps, but then they've had this break, like Leo said. That's their opportunity to get back on par, get back level, and then if the team's not on it, that's up against them. If a team gives them an inch, they can take a mile. So that's the VP that I'm expecting to see.
And it could be an issue when we see BDS sometimes, you know, they have this really high ceiling that we think of, but sometimes it just doesn't work out for them on their day. And I feel like maybe that last day that they had at the major was just one of those days for them. I mean, it was eventually 1 round that stood between them and making the main stage. That could so set the thing. But then, as we said, it was only their second international event as a team.
Yeah. I can't stop thinking about it. In fact, I'm going to mention it again. I cannot stop thinking about it. It was 1 round for the main stage at the Munich Major, and it really was. Like, that progress for this team, and I know they were disappointed. I got a good chance to speak, particularly with the BDS coaching staff, but the BDS players as well, after that exit of the Munich Major. And yes, it was pure disappointment. They struggled with that loss because they felt that they could have and maybe should have made the main stage. But what I will say is, if you look at the trajectory of the team, a team that was put together quite at last minute, post 6 Invitational, that didn't really have a lot of time, to the fact that they even got to the point of being so close to the main stage at the Munich Major was good. Now, where are they falling short? I think when it comes as a team versus team game, they're often falling short. It's their big hitters that are taking them up into that overperformance level that drags them through games from time to time. So it's the same criticisms maybe that we had in the major, that we had during stage 2. We want to see that team level rise.
Yeah, it's basically the team that has had the most consistent progress, right? It's the team that probably has the more coherent unit, but at the same time, the biggest flaws reside in that, right? It's the fact that you always have 2 underperformers, at least, in the team, 2 guys that are going super negative, and you rarely have multiple fraggers working. It's usually one individual, whether it be Robbie, whether it's Frek, that goes completely crazy and carries the team over the line. And I think you need to see that ceiling needs to be shattered. You need to see everyone play the right way, everyone step up in the game. And we saw that. We saw that when they were able to beat G2, when they were able to beat some big teams during Munich. I expect them to go a little bit further here, and that's exactly what they need if they want to make it eventually to SI by winning a couple of games in this bracket.
Yeah, and as we said, of course, it's a difficult path for both of these. BDS looking slightly better when they're on 18th in regards to the global point standings. Virtus Pro on 29th, so it is going to be really difficult for them to make it. But should they have a really deep run in this tournament, as a reminder, it is 700 points for the person, or the team rather, who ends up in the finals. You don't even need to win it, because if you win it, you get a direct invite. But if you make it to the grand final, that's 700 points, and it would shoot these two teams up significantly in regards of the leaderboards. We'll have a look at the map feeder, because my main question for BDS is, it's going to be so difficult for them to prepare against a team that's been in the shadows for 2 months.
Well,
and it seems like BDS, they just want to go to a map that they're comfortable on. Jack, they want to go to Lair.
Yeah, I think so. And I think with VP is, yeah, you don't necessarily know what they're cooking, but you do have a pretty good idea of what they're going to ban. Skyscraper, Nighthaven, big maps that they don't tend to pick. Also Lair inside of best of ones, and that's what BDS will go for. I think what's a little bit surprising for me is actually when BDS played this map in terms of Munich, they struggled. They lost it both times they played it in Munich against NIP. They lost it against Team Secret as well, and actually also had a losing record on it inside of EML. That being said, because it is such a low preference map for VP, who also have a losing record, I can see why they would go for that map.
Yes, and Jack, remember, like, also, yes, they lost to NIP, Secret, and G2, but those are all great teams at Lair.
True.
The favorite map for NIP, and every time it was super close. 7-8 against NIP, 5-7 against Secret, 6-8 in overtime against G2. Clearly, BDS is a great Lair team. I know the record shows that they're in a 4-loss streak, but every time it was close. I'm more so surprised that once again, they have 2 months to cook, and they still do not throw a big surprise. VP does not throw a big surprise in the map veto. And if we go into the map pick, I assume it's going to be one of the 5 favorite map, and we're going to go to Clubhouse, which is a classic for VP, something that you could expect. And I know I might sound a little bit angry, or I don't know, but I just think if you have 2 months to cook, you only have a first BO3 to prepare. Come up with something new in the map veto. Surprise everyone. Play a Skyscraper, you know, play a Nighthaven Labs. Something that's going to surprise BDS. But you know what? Clubhouse is a very important one for them. It's a one where they feel comfortable, but also one where they played match code twice the last 2 times they played it and lost it twice. I'm assuming they want to revert back to something more comfortable. And on the side of BDS, it's also one map that they beat Space Station 7-1 on it at the entrance, at the entry into the Munich Major, you know. So I don't know. I'm a bit surprised at this map veto for VP. I guess my biggest thing is I'm not surprised, and that's a problem.
Yeah, you're surprised because you're not surprised. I get it. I absolutely get it. And I think, you know, with Clubhouse as well, you know what VP are going to do on it. You also kind of know what BDS is going to do on it. But I think as a pick into BDS, I think if I was targeting a map against BDS, I would be looking for a map where P4 feels really uncomfortable. You know, we spoke at length about how he's transitioned into IGLing, how he's transitioned into IGLing in English as well, not his mother tongue, with a new team. I would put him on a map that is a bit less straightforward than Clubhouse, but that's where VP have gone for, because they'll always only look at themselves. Where that leaves them in terms of the decider is kind of the best of one maps. Often with VP, they'll always ban away their worst maps, and we'll end up at Chalet. It could have been Bank, which was the map that these two teams played in the stage, but again, it's maps, these types of maps are best of one maps that VP generally, historically, don't like, but have had to start trying to pull into their map pool because of their historic issue with their maps.
I love how we always talk about this, and then when we talk to Virtus Pro about it, they never seem to really consider it as an issue for themselves. So maybe, whilst we are surprised, they aren't, that they are going back to these maps that are so used, that they're so used to and that are so comfortable for them, because it is what they like to play, is what they are used to as well. Something that we're seeing on the cameras right now as well is actually something we talked to Lynx about in stage 1, that when Virtus Pro were boot camping together, playing on less ping, it was working wonders for them. That doesn't seem to be the case right now. They seem to be playing Black at their own houses, at the places they currently reside in as well. So that might be a different thing for them going into this matchup. But for the likes of BDS, you know, Jack, we already mentioned it. It could be difficult to prepare against a team that you haven't seen for 2 months, but surely with the information that they have right now and the maps, seems like pretty standard business, no?
Yeah, I feel that way, yeah. And I mean, this is always, and I think you'll agree with this, Leo, this is always us wanting more out of EP because we know how high their potential is as a team. So I think it feels a little bit like a little bit of a, I would say, quote unquote, normal map veto from VP, where we was wanting something new, something a bit different. And yeah, I think for BDS, they'll be very happy with this. I looked at the 3 maps on the face of it, and I think they're all pretty decent maps in BDS's map pool.
Yeah, and if you think of the decider in Chalet, remember, like last time BDS played it was actually during the stage, and they beat Falcons on it. And you know, it's a map where they have a lot of potential. you know, I'm not worried if VP goes to these maps if they bring something new to the table. If they kept the same map pool, but if they modernize their strategy, they get it closer to the meta, maybe they abuse the shield a little bit more, they come up with new operator bans. All of those things are also metrics that are into account in your map, right? And maybe they just created something a little bit different on those maps that they play a lot, and that might just be enough, right? I'm expecting something to at least be different for sure. It's not 2 months of rehearsing the same strategies that failed them during stage 2. That I am 100% convinced, and I'm just excited to see what they've been cooking during the 2 months in the shadows.
Well, the good thing is we should be able to see that very soon as the players are in the lobby and the match is ready to go. Survival in this competition is on the line, because if you lose here, it's going to be so much more difficult throughout the LCQ to make it to SI. The main objective for these teams, can they keep that dream alive? We'll send it to our casters. We have Fluke and Demo.
Thank you very much, Anne, and we are here to unfortunately say goodbye. One of the first teams in the running for SI, and for, well, I guess Siege for the rest. Hey, Demo, nice to be back. How you doing?
Yeah, it's good to see a pretty quick day already. So that means we've got the whole night to ourselves, more or less.
A free mapper? Give us
be a free mapper
all the way.
It's gotta be. Oh, straight down the middle.
I mean, okay, there's a lot. There's a lot coming into this game. There's almost, you could say, 2 opposite stories from these 2 teams as a reflection of their entire year. You had, you know, Virtus Pro, they started strong. They're a team that we've known for a long time, a long-standing roster that is here by the grace of their first stage. Their second stage, I mean, if they hadn't have gotten the win I think they did on the last playday, they might not be here, depending on how the head-to-head would have cooked against Matchco. They might have been sat watching on a difference of a single standard regulation time win. On the other side of it, BDS, very rough first stage, kept on building and building throughout the year, Demo.
Yeah, I mean, obviously for VP, they had probably the biggest change compared, you know, from one stage to another, where obviously stage 1, yeah, pretty solid all around. Obviously got themselves into top 6. I think they finished, was it 4th, I believe, behind kind of our big 3 that we have league, being G2, Secret, and Falcons. And in stage 2, they just nosedived off a cliff.
Well, I think it's even worth saying with that stage 1, before that sort of fall off the cliff, we looked at that and went, oh yeah, the 4 big teams have got the first 4 spots. This is obvious. And now you look at the stage 2 and you come into this and you're like, no, there's 3 big EML teams right now, and that 4th spot is anybody's to take.
Yeah, I mean, it was BDS who took it last stage. Yeah, they're the 4th team who went to represent us at the major, where I thought they had a heck of a run at it. I do. I think they done pretty well, especially for the expectations of the team. I mean, BDS aren't even a year old yet. You know, that's the funny thing about this team.
He's a little baby.
You know, they still have so much potential to hit, and we're starting to see the early signs of that. You know, and obviously the first stage for BDS, it was getting to grips. You know, how is the team going to work? You're meshing a lot of different kind of teams, I would say. It was basically 3 teams in 1. They were kind of combining, you know, trying to get people under the same kind of banner where they're all on the same wavelength. You know, they all have the same way that they want to play, the style of stage that they want to put out there for us. And in stage 2, it's finally come to fruition. So just think now for BDS, keep going, kick on now.
Well, they got to keep going or they'll be gone. That's the sort of split. That's the pressure of the game we have ahead of us. Obviously, the previous 2 series, they're still sort of battling, still sort of brawling. They're bloodied, and there's lower brackets and sections, but there's trips to Malta already secured. Here, this is it. This is that do or die. This is that 5th, 6th place, blow for blow brawl. And to be fair to BDS, they only just sort of jumped up there at the very end. I think, again, it was the final playday hurrah that drove them up 2 places on the board, pushed Mashco down and set themselves up for potential success. They did well at the major. As you said, it came down to a single round where they weren't able to progress. But here, when they're back against, well, unfortunately for them, another at once world beater team. They lost out to NIP. Now they've got to go against VP. And let's see if Virtus Pro can try and regain some of that regalia they used to wear of the medals earned from For Your, or if they are for your end here. A quick drive against Doc. get control of the shield on the back end, force Pasha slightly further back. They can still watch on towards the stairs. You can see that P4 is steadying away with the work. There's not going to be anything that directly tries to counter or play against this outside of a potential mute jammer, but well, between the buff and between the spray back in from the Impact DMP demo, that wall is quick and easy, delicious work.
Yeah, good basics, which is what you expect from BDS. Lair, it's a map which they've played, you know, a decent amount of times as well throughout the course of the team's history. I think Leo made a great point about VP. Very predictable map ban phase. You know, it has to be said. Again, the same bans that we're always used to. You know, VP have been in hibernation for the past number of weeks. And I just don't feel, based on the map ban phase, that they've really taken to that. So, yeah, VP just going to play the same VP style as what they can. You can see this position at Dan's, and he's really dug himself in here, Amy. You can actually see that he's using the Kiva barrier on the floor to stop the buck from getting at him.
Only so much it can really do, though, but the fact that they're all alive, VP, they're keeping themselves a bit mobile, and there's a bit of a slowdown. The burn of always with the Shimika launch, it will just keep them at bay, waiting on the second door to breach through. You can see they've been able to slip their way past, but that stops Lasmo going for the breach. What a nice little lineup. Yeah, they've got it open. Yeah, they've got some space on the far side, but none of it is comfortable to hold on to. There's about to be the first engagement, but Robbie, well aware of Dan trying to go for the sneaky strike round on the stairs. They've got a bit more space. Smoke canister stops the entrance of the Thermite, but he's not the one with the kit. It's on the cover of Blackbeard and Lasmo. The Sense wants to just tuck in on that close power point position and hold on and see if he can get himself towards the back end. Another rollout, another drive through, right in the middle of the room. Good gracious. No C4 to try and stop it. The smoke will just get him. Oh no, it was the Shimika. Bounced perfectly. 6 seconds. Everybody on BDS is hitting the floor and bleeding out. Virtue, he's not quite able to get the cover. VP, hold on.
Yeah, BDS, they've tried an off-plant position right in the middle of the room, using the Sense to create that little bit of a gap to cover himself, but no. The fire ricochets off the wall right beside him, right onto his lap, able to get the down onto the player going for the kit. And as we know, whenever there's 10 seconds left and the diffuser carrier gets eliminated, it's just panic stations. That's kind of what you see from BDS. They just had to try and run in, and yeah, great util placement there from VP. Just playing the clock down as best as they can. You know, that kill happens. Just what can they do? The smoke comes in. Yeah, just look at that. Utter carnage in the bomb site. Again, you have to put that down to just a bit of a slow start there for BDS. Okay, first round in quite a while, just a slow one. And yeah, they're going to be punished. You're up against the smoke, up against the Chanka. If you don't move fast, that's what's going to happen.
There's almost this element of we don't know how much the Chanka knew. We obviously don't know how much VP knew. They went specifically for that very dangerous plant position in the middle of the room, assuming the lineup will go to the default, right? The lineup will go a few feet further along. This way we can be safe and out of the way of the fire. And I'm really curious if it was we've got the read, we know where they're planting, this is even easier, but then they might have swung and gone for the shot, or if they just got a little bit lucky, a little bit of grace. Fell into the favor there of VP. It's always harder to guess and harder to sort of gauge in those chaotic translations between action and sort of reaction, but we find ourselves rotating on and here to a site that has often been very back and forth. CVP, they've got themselves for a pretty solid top-heavy hold, a lot of stress and pressure on towards bottom of green, which will be the first sort of port of call after they get the actual wall outside opened up. They've got the Thatcher, no slowing down. BDS, you said it before, pace is the element they need to look towards.
Yeah, I mean, I think you look at the lineup, you've got that Nook along with the Dokkaebi. You would expect some form of quick little pocket play just to try and get in there, grab a kill if they can. And speaking of, begins his approach. Who's he hunting for? There are multiple players upstairs, so there is potential for him. He's biding this time. I'm just going to wait for that Dokkaebi call. And they'll go for it. Here goes Shrek in with a call. Oh no, the Keeper barrier. Gonna block his approach and actually gets tagged. Must have seen his leg, and it's a bit of damage there. So I think that the game is up. I think they're aware of what BDS are trying to go for, and BDS gonna have to try and find another way to find this pick because VP aren't gonna give it to them.
Well, you can see they're trying to get the wall open inside of there. I don't know if they're ready to try and reverse that breach, but you got to move on always before you get caught. He's in this sort of high pressure, high danger cooker scenario. You can see VP, they play the space well. They peeled themselves back. They're still directly above the site. There's no pressure coming on towards top green and the sky bridge currently in the walkway, so they're not having to fall back entirely. They have a place to build from, and BDS, you know, you're not going to sort of say you're fully worried, but at this minute you're looking at two halves of a push, right? You've got the control over onto one side and you've got the core underneath the other. They don't really have the direct match. There needs to be some semblance of this green push that links up with those players above, and that pressure needs to come together. They do get that kill, drifted wide, and you're a bit curious of Always' position there. He was in a danger spot, and they obviously had the read, but instead, P4, look at him go! All the way to the back of the room, just gonna hold on, and now as they go back and forth, the Nook operates and executes! Robbie gets to a post-plant situation, and BDS pulled a bloody blinder here. They were able to get that link up. It's a 3 versus 2, but Always is down, and well, so is his teammate.
That was really good work there from P4 especially. As soon as he knows that the player inside the bomb site has been dealt with, get in there straight away. And did you notice as well where he went in for the plant? He went as deep as he possibly could. So it meant that the players upstairs actually had to turn their back to get an angle onto that Thermite. And then, as we've seen, the Nook just walks in and kills them whenever they're not even looking at him. That's the beauty of where they planted. It forces you to look in a certain direction to create that opening for your teammate. Like, look, nobody's looking at him at all because they're scrambling towards the other side to try and find the player going for the plant.
Well, that was the sort of comment I was making across it, was the idea of you had in elements 2 different lines, right? You had this 2 different pushes. You had the slow take over the top, up into Mez, into Master Office, and at that point there wasn't really anybody directly around display, and there was no pressure on the Skybridge side and on the green stairs side, apart from I think a single window repel player, but that isn't really active pressure, right? That's watching for rotates. That's making sure nobody backstabs the player in green. At the same time, underneath, yeah, they got the sort of bunks wall open, they got this outside on security, and then they're holding bottom over green, but the 2 pushes hadn't quite found a link up, and as you said, P4 were just going, oh, well, I'll just come underneath you guys. Like, we have this space, and I'm wondering if it was the positioning of Always, where usually that player won't be as deep, won't be trying to wide swing out the breach. They took a bit of a risk, and I just don't think it really paid off because he was the player that could have stopped that run, right?
I would dare argue VP were too passive.
Okay.
There was no real intention of fighting BDS, you don't think? Weren't really interested in going for a swing, especially considering the 2 teams that we just seen previously. Like, they were swinging everything. Like, you seen the window jump matches, everything was going on. I think VP maybe they need to take lessons from that.
Well, let's see what lessons they learn here as we go on towards what is one of the sort of wider sites that we have on this map. And Robbie immediately cutting his way, but caught out, Dan. Well anticipated. Catches out Robbie. No sneaky play this time round for Robbie.
Yeah, I think BDS just trying to see if they can play off the fact that, again, VP have been passive. Like I mentioned, VP are giving away quite a bit of map control. And BDS are just looking for those gaps. But hey, if you're in those positions, you still have to win your gunfights. And that is the scary thing, though, whenever you think about VP. Yes, they're a very passive team, which is weird considering the caliber of the players that they have. You know, Dan, I think VP would be in a really bad situation sometimes if you didn't have Dan there. You know, Dan has been their guy. But Pasha as well. I mean, Pasha for this year has been incredible for VP.
Couldn't quite get anything else beyond that, but still getting one in a 1 versus 3 of a player just sat holding a static, and you are in a dead-end position. His way out would have been a run outside the building. It's not going to last long. Can Always escape. He's tucked, having flashbacks to the position where he was caught last time round, but think about the time he's wasting. Oh, and the players. There's one more!
Wow.
Either side. Can he get the last? You bet he can.
Oh my, VP. That's what I mean with the gun skill. They can just turn it on at ease. For BDS there, they could not trade their kills back. I mean, that's a landslide victory there for VP. No real issues from them. BDS just losing one player after another, nobody in a position to help each other. You know, it's almost like somebody died and you rapidly think, oh, well, I'll need to go and kill him now. But then, you know, you're not thinking, you're just running head first into a guy who's already aimed ready at you. Use the util to clear these roamers. You know, that's the thing as well. They done really well in the last round to clear those roamers. You know, they were using those calls well. You know, they were getting players in position where they could drag attention away and then hit them on the backstab.
And defuse bombs.
There is the element there, obviously, with that last little section. It's always a matter of high skill, right? Of being able to find and isolate 1 versus 1s in a multiple fight. When you've got 2, technically 3 guns barreling down on you. But twice in a row, we saw Virtus Pro players up in that section be able to isolate and execute a single first engagement with at least a couple of seconds before the second sort of firefight came together. And I'm wondering if BDS were a little bit timid in their approach there when they were trying to get themselves in. If they are, as you sort of said, aware of the gun skill that Virtus Pro has and know the weight of this game is something that's making them second guess the performance, where at Munich, let's be real, they were an underdog team. And that led them to sort of great performances. It led them to beat G2 on Bank, a sort of matchup where everyone was like, is this gonna go, oh my gosh, it's gone this way. And you sort of have this scenario here where you want them to try and lock into that mentality again. Obviously, Robbie's been off to a blinding start, but shut down in the previous round quite early on, and the team sort of struggled with that confidence on that engagement since.
Well, they do get the repeat in towards the top floor, and they should have an idea of what they're up against, considering the amount of util that VP brought last time. You know, they were doubling down on the denial with the smoke, with the Tachanka. So you should expect the BDS, they should be in the time frame of we're going to need to move a lot faster than what we did previously. And already, you know, wall being opened, and we're not even at the 2-minute mark. Yeah, great start already for BDS. They brought a little bit more of a, I would say, a pack-a-punch lineup, where you've got a bit more of a util dump to really disrupt the Tachanka, to disrupt the smoke. You know, whenever the smoke and the Tachanka is getting flamed out and grimmed and yinged, the last thing they're going to be thinking about is, I need to make sure I get the smoke canister landed. They'll be thinking, I need to make sure I stay alive. So I like the lineup change. This is going to, I think, impact the VP lineup a little bit more than what we did previously. It was too basic last time.
Well, I think it's a lineup change both times as well, because Joystick obviously on towards the Ella. You're wondering if that was the pick against the Blackbeard. That was their sort of front gun, their front drive here. The Buck is once again causing problems underneath. Robbie was obviously able to do a fair bit of work and got the opening engagement. But here with this power position still held, and another slightly scuffed breach, that is not going to be a route that they can take through on towards the plant. They obviously have the watch angle from the other side, but they can't do much more than that, as more shells will pepper on towards the feet of the Kivas. Dan's been able to pull himself back towards this shield, and I'm sort of looking at this and going, uh-oh, it's the sequel towards the round we had before, BDS. But they haven't been able to get that first kill yet. They've got some tentative control here on the top of the rocket stairs. They're going to give themselves a little bit more wiggle room as some pressure comes on towards the back. There's the pressure on Skybridge side 2. The drive through hit by the Grismot, but it's not quite going to slow them down. 45 seconds demo, and I think we're about to get to a big sort of back and forth. Dan finds the first, finds Virtue. Joystick entirely surrounded, but again, there's nobody that's trying to put the immediate pressure onto him. He's survived an extra 10 seconds, and he's taken somebody down with him before they can get the swing round. Shepard gets P4, and BDS unfortunately finding themselves further and further away here on their second swing. The crossfire leaves Freck alone, 20 seconds, and through barbed wire, he only finds suffering.
Yeah, it just felt very timid there from BDS. I mean, you're bringing in all this util, and they don't want to push off the back of that. And maybe there's a little bit of just timing issues there too. You've seen that first engagement that Dan got himself into over towards Art. You know, he killed the guy who came around the corner, and then he got flashed. Why was he not flashed before he took that first engagement? You know, just little things like that I'm picking up on. Just, it's not 100% now from BDS, I think. Pretty just... I don't want to say all over the place, because I think still the structure's there, but maybe sloppy? Is that the word to use, maybe?
I think it's a weird way to sort of look at it, in that you can see what they're going for, right? You get the idea, you get the build, you get the approach, but it's the execute where sloppy is one sort of way, but it doesn't really paint the whole picture. Timid is one sort of way, but it doesn't really paint the whole picture. I'm wondering if they've just expected or prepared a game here against Virtus Pro that isn't quite connecting with the confidence, and whether it's a sort of pressure thing, as I said before.
Well, we need to start thinking about, we need to turn this around here, because they're staring down a pretty hefty barrel already. 3-1 down on the lair attacks, 2 more still to go. And you have to go in towards this basement too. It could be pretty tough, I think, for BDS. Just wonder now, maybe, do we see the timeout if they lose this one, maybe? Is that where we are for BDS? It's just things aren't going all too well, and really, Robbie's got 5 kills and that's it. It's not looking like a pretty stat line either.
Well, I think that's the sort of main driver, right? You've got Freck, who, has had sort of...
Oh, he's been the guy. He has been that guy.
He's been the guy. But in stage 2, for a period, he wasn't really the guy, right? You had him not quite...
I think the first half of stage 2, yeah. I think he picked it up as we went on. I will say that much.
But compared to his stage 1, where he was, above and beyond, he was supernatural. And here, again, a little bit of a slow start. You've got Robbie, as I said before, doing well, but the fact that they're still sort of missing the spread, and yes, they're the ones putting the mantle of the pressure on. They're the ones that are leaning in towards the approach here, but Virtus Pro, it's been spread out across the board. We've seen multiple players pull off kills in tight scenarios. There, the roll through will get 2 of them. The second will cut across, but Dan just tears them up. And he's the player. Think about how much pressure he was under there, and he gets 2 kills. Freck does get the split as he goes for the hop out. But that's so much taken away. So much utility in all ways. I mean, Freck, he had to take a risk. But when you had Lasmo coming down the stairs, it leaves them in such a rough position here, Demo.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's okay going for those plays, but wait till Lasmo's there. He maybe could have traded you. The trade's gone now, so always is going to stay alive. And that's one thing, that a consistent thing for BDS. They're not trading their kills back enough, and it's giving VP these massive man advantages as we go later and deeper into the round. And, with under a minute left, a 2v4, VP, they're not going to be, unsettled at all. They can just play above, play the verts. BDS, this is just, it's not going to work for them.
No, 2 more smoke canisters still left, and a C4, and only Virtue. They're about to go 4-1 down, and you start to think, do you call the timeout, but more of a mental thing, right? I'm going to sort of talk as if the round is already over, because, oh, look, it is. There was the quote from Fabian, the recent sort of, I don't know if you noticed, winner of a major.
Oh, well, the recent undisputed champion now.
The recent undisputed, maybe one of the best. Maybe proven the best of all time. Anyway,
I put it as the best thing that Siege has ever had. Just a thing. That's it.
But he sort of said, look, timeouts aren't just about giving tactics. It's about getting in their headspace. It's about getting the reset. Sometimes the best timeout you can ever possibly give is the one that goes, look, gang, we need to sort this out. Like, this is the emotive problem. This is the sort of morale problem. This is what needs to be tweaked. And that isn't a matter always of scoreline. That isn't a matter of half. That isn't a matter of position. It's a matter of, we have to be the wind beneath those gosh dang wings, buddy.
You have to do it yourself. No one else is going to do it for you.
Yep.
Here, 4-1 down. They have opted to try and keep soaring and see if they can get themselves to the 4-2. Now, last time we were here, Robbie was almost an immediate loss, and I think the team then struggled from that point onwards. They moved as a little herd, but unfortunately, the alligators of Virtus Pro in the river were more than happy to pick them apart one at a time. Can BDS get themselves
The bear
second?
pun's right there. The bear pun is right there, and you've missed it.
Yeah, well,
could have been the salmon going up the river.
The salmon. I don't. Okay.
You've missed out.
Can I have a redo?
No, you made your bed. You can lie in it.
They're gonna make an esports skin of me calling the bear team an alligator, just to mock me.
We don't have an alligator team, do we? Don't think so.
We do now. But listen, it's often said that alligators are the bears of the sea. So,
the sea. First of all, they don't live in the sea. Well, that's your first mistake.
Listen, I didn't say it was the right thing to say. I just say the people often say this. It's been
you've double blundered.
Oh, did he miss the drone? No, he didn't.
No, he shot the drone. He shot the drone.
If he hadn't have shot the drone, I'm wondering if because he did technically see him, but it was a very quick see him.
Yeah.
It was either he's trying to get the drone out there or he missed him, and that could have been spicy, but the smart move is to drop the drone anyway. Are they going to have the confidence to try and pull these players apart? We're a minute on. Is anyone in the building yet?
I think they're just trying to set up their pinches and their collapse for these roamers in towards the mid floor. Obviously, you know, we've seen the quick kind of aggressive play from Robbie. He got destroyed immediately as he went for it. Whereas they just seem as though they're going to try and control the game a little bit more. But still, this is the exact same place that Robbie died in, don't forget. Coming in. Oh, in free stock. Are they ready for this? I mean, they should be. Look at this from Lasmau. Uses the flashes to sprint right across the door, get himself into a better position inside a Toxin. Are they just going to try and go direct? Are they going to try and ignore upstairs? I think they are.
Well, they've got Robbie above, who's been able to get the first. There goes Joystick inside the site. So now all of these Virtus Pro alarm bells are ringing. They have some pings on the back end of the fight, but Shepard's trying to hold on from range. Does get caught out by P4. Dan finally finds the first this round for Virtus Pro with a minute on, a 2 versus 4, but they're sort of all around you. So where do you go? Lasmo gets the plant and misses the opportunity. The Whack-a-Duck swings and swims on by, and now a post plant for the second time. And at this point, we get maybe our second round here for BDS. Always is all that is left. And he misses the first engagement. BDS, they found opportunity. They found a round, and they found themselves a 2-4, which isn't the end of the world, or as a franker way of putting it, as bad as it looked like it was going to be.
Yeah, I think getting that round certainly it'll help them a great deal as they head into what should be the easier side for them in towards the defense. You know, it was a very similar thing as what they did the last time they were in basement, but they took their time with it. You know, last time they pushed the player in towards stock, he got shut down immediately. You know, Lasmau, he used his brain. You know, thinks, what's the easiest way for me to get into position? Oh, let me use my util. Flashes go in, sprints across the door frame, in a position now to open up that round. You know, so again, little things like that, which we know BDS can do so well, and I think that's what they've been trying to do the whole game. It just maybe hasn't paid off for them. You know, that has been the kind of same structure that I think BDS have always looked for. It's start a little bit slow, see what VP are cooking up, and then see if they can opportunity spot. And I think a few times they have seen the opportunity, but it just hasn't came to fruition. But certainly that time, yeah, it's worked well for them. And we know what VP's like sometimes. VP can be a very stubborn team. And I think VP, whenever the initial plan doesn't work well for them, I think they do struggle to get themselves back into a round. And you kind of seen that. You know, once it kind of hit that 2-4 marker, you just knew BDS were always going to be in control. Because again, I just feel a little bit passive from VP. I've been saying that the whole game.
I think it's very fair, and this is the worry of the other half, right? Is that when you have a passive team on one side and you have to put them on towards the aggressive side, you have to be the ones that start to take momentum. That problem gets a spotlight shone on it. It's suddenly having to sing a solo, and that's even more pressure. And you got that now from the side of Virtus Pro. The other split of it, which was a little bit more of a worry before we had the numbers from the last round, was that BDS, in terms of who was getting kills, there was only really 2 players that had sort of made a major mark, and only 3 players had gotten kills going in towards it, whereas VP had a much more even spread. So that pressure of being the one that has to try and find the first engagements because you're succeeding is a little bit lightened for them because they've all got themselves up the donut.
Reloading ammo.
At this point, though, Virtus Pro, they're going to roll in with Shepard on towards the Monty, just cutting themselves immediately across op. They know somebody is on the other side of this, and this will buy them space to get this wall breached open. The long watch, they can't swing against it. In fact, they're just sort of going with the chance that a denial, the bandit trick. Cheeky.
That's a risky one. That is, but it's paid off. Probably because, you know, it's a passive team. This is the whole point of it. You can get away with stuff like that because, you know, VP aren't interested in swinging. I mean, look at the util they just used for something that is no longer there. Your Bandit's long done, but even for Bandit just to get the 1, that's an early Christmas present. You're not going to double dip.
I mean, that it took 4 of them there inside op to get that wall open. We said BDS were a bit slow, and now VP, a minute 30 is gone. They've gotten the single ops wall open, and they're having to pretty much full team rotate. Shepard is now going to try and push their way up rocket stairs. We didn't actually really see massive application of fights here because VP didn't
they
really
didn't
want
hold
to
it.
hold it.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So this is a sort of different state, and Lasmo is just going to sort of say, no, I do not feel that fruity right now. Just going to get in, get close. Joystick's putting some split pressure on, and Virtue just uncorks the man. Decks him off. The double impact forces them further back, gets the person on the cover always. Was over the shoulder of the Monty. Pasha does at least finally find that. Gets that single player gone, but I mean, losing 2 players on the back of that single attempted take, and they've only just got themselves up towards the top with very little health left on the Monty. No more of those pocket breaches as well, because Always is gone. They're just gonna have to try and send it through a tight door here.
This flashbang as well. You're gonna try and open up the wall, but it'd be a little bit too late. You're still up against the smokes. I mean, that's the worry. It's the util still there. Look at Robbie. Playing close to the breach. Oh, gets away with one before being traded off, but still, that is a massive kill in the grand scheme of things. A Monty and a Thermite have to try and clutch it up, but the smokes, like I said, I mean, that's the issue now.
I mean, that's it, right? They've obviously been able to get this wall open, but they have this small window, this small section to force themselves in, and they just keep bloody keepering it. They finally end it, but a second kill. Oh, okay, it did get down to 1 versus 1, but the fact that's the limitation, right? That is it in full Technicolor. If I said it, they've only got this narrow sort of doorway. They get the breach, they get the wall, and that is all they have. And it just takes one irritating keyberry person to go, no. And they didn't have the Sophia to go onto the stretch on the other side and open up the back wall to get extra pressure. They didn't have any of the pressure on towards top green. I mean, passive is as passive does, and passive leaves you wanting more in that final 20 seconds.
Even just look at the opening 2 picks. It's the difference between BDS and VP. VP had no intention of fighting and taking early chances and going for early swings. I mean, that bathroom window got opened up and Virtue immediately appeared with a kill. That's the difference between the 2 teams. You can see straight away, BDS, they're not going to allow VP to settle into their attacks. They're not going to give them that full 5v5 execute. The VP will want, and VP are very good at. BDS are going to try and shut that down as early as what they can. And it's because they've got the players who can do it. You know, they've got the players who have confidence in their gun skills, who can take those swings and win them consistently. So for BDS, that is a perfect start from, yes, it's messed at the end, but again, it's that opening first half that is the more important thing rather than the ending.
Pasha got a technical ace because he got a team kill in the middle of it. Killed 5 people that round, I'll take it. But it came down to what was 1 versus 1, and you can't ignore that fact. There's always possibility in this game, right? You always have it. But think about how that was sort of ending there. BDS, they knew entirely where the pressure was coming from. If they wanted to, they could have played it a bit more passive and then gone for the, technical 3 versus 1 when the player's going for the plant itself. But they just wanted to make sure they couldn't enter the room, and it's a risky strategy, and it paid off. And people won't really remember how close rounds like that were unless it comes down to that decider of that's the one that they could have won that would have changed their fate. But you'll remember the scoreline at the end. So technically, the wall is still electric?
Yeah, it's one of them. It's been like that for a while.
Yeah.
Just shoot the battery, guys. Come on. Come on.
Hey.
There we go. Also, just on topic of Maverick, the Maverick change will be, wow. What a day to be alive.
Hard breach 2.0, 3.0.
Full canisters. Brilliant.
Throw me in. Let's see what's going to happen. The Habana buff, not having to wait between the counters.
And that DMR as well, by the way, which is...
well, I feel like I'm about to get back
to be fun.
Year 1 Thermite era. I'm excited. Anyway, that's for the future. To be fair, I get it. Ace has been doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Future is now.
For a while. So...
Got flashes now, which is also pretty...
Yeah, well, Ace is an entry, let's be honest. Here's P4. This is the power position I talked about before, right? That we had Always in. previously, and that sort of swing round route, that middle ground here, and I'm wondering, and worrying, I think is actually the preferred term here. VP, what's the plan? Oh, that is the filthy first take. P4's head is removed, and that is that anvil, that is that anchor in the middle of the site. So they're just gonna step in, walk in. Yeah. There's the cover working. There's a man just behind the plant. They're trying to get the cover, and they're able to stop always getting it, and they get him super low. But look at Lasmo. The clash is gone. It's now a 5 versus 2. They have 20 seconds, but they should be able to put this one over the line. It's such a risk, and does not pay off for Virtue. One player left. They're just going to put the pressure on all multiple facets. And a flawless, there's Pasha, and a flawless to end it. And you got to give credit. That was the full sort of, we know the plan, we know when things are going to happen, and they've happened from Virtus Pro.
That's the VP plan, isn't it? That's what BDS need to try and deny. It's that full man execute. That is what teams fear about VP. VP, I've always said, they can do the same thing 100 times, and 100 times it'll go well. They're that kind of team. I always one thing that I think about VP, I always said they are the best team in the world at clearing out a player on solar stairs on Chalet. That's one thing that's always sticks in my mind about that team, was how well they did that. And I think for BDS, it's not getting that opening pick. You know, that's what's kind of went against them. And especially you think about that opening pick was the player in the site, the position that you mentioned. That is the all-important position. If someone's in the site, the attackers more than likely aren't going to go for the plant. But as soon as they know that nobody's in the bomb site, they're going to go for it. And we've seen that happen straight away. As soon as they got that first pick, they killed the guy in the middle of the bomb site, get in there, start going for the plant.
It's also, you know, it felt very weirdly rock solid from Virtus Pro, which is the first time throughout, I would say, this map that's been the case. Yeah, they're 5-3 up, and they've had some strong rounds, but this is our space. We have taken this space, we have it, and you could call it in some ways passive because it was quite late execute, but at the same time, they took everything that they needed. They didn't throw themselves off towards a full stretch of the map. They didn't find themselves chasing sort of any problems, and maybe BDS need to start looking at introducing some of those problems. As you said, they need to disturb this setup. They need to disturb this play, and they have players who are brilliant at that. You look at Freck, you look at Robbie, you know, you look at the positions that they can get into and the problems they can cause, and they're the ones that need to start being the firelighters to pull BDS a bit back in towards this. Virtus Pro and towards this first map in a pretty decent position there, getting themselves, it was a strong attack on towards the second site. If they get this one locked in, then, I mean, surely you'll get the BDS timeout. But otherwise, it's just that sort of moment of conflict. It's that moment of they have this one at this point, and are you just aiming up towards Club that we know is going to be a battle? Because remember, this is BDS's map. This is a much higher preference map for them in terms of the showdown. Shepard slinks their way down towards green. They're getting themselves the full clear. As I said before, you know, the compliments paid was that they took everything they needed. They didn't find themselves too lost in the source. And here, this is where that pressure needs to come back and forth. You have the first engagement mere feet away. This is a big risk, hoping the Blitz won't entirely know, but Shepard, he's not fully taking the bait yet. Instead, Denari is actually going to try and just sort of get a spray, get a drop, and pull back. We've slowed them down. Let's try and waste them in this final minute, Tim.
Yeah, I wonder if they're just going to try and turtle on side or maybe attempt to retake, because certainly in a 5v5, you can go for that, and I think disrupt a team like VP, I think retakes are a very viable strategy against them to disrupt that flow that VP like to get themselves into. But still for VP, the fact that they haven't lost anyone is important, and oh no, the retake has been annihilated! I think I mentioned, yeah, that you're probably going to have to try and do something, but hey, they're ready for it. Joystick with 2, and again, this is where VP want you to have you in the chokehold.
Yeah, I mean, you could see what they wanted to do. It didn't quite work out. Robbie, man of the moment, and the only saving grace for BDS this map so far, is able to keep himself positive, but the fact that you're still up against, well, a lot of problems on the other side is the lockdown. Shepard wants to make their way in. Pasha 11-3. Oh, he's about to make that 11-4 though, unfortunately. Caught out, though. Shepard has the cover. It's the technical 2 versus 2. Hit the BPs. They don't quite know where anybody is, but the man is in the smoke. Robbie, deep undercover. waiting, holding out, and BDS hold on. They get themselves another round for the tally. And now we're still in this back and forth demo.
Yeah, I mean I'll say it straight. That was a poor round from VP. Like, you've shut down the retake. You're in the 5v3. All they had to do, by the way, was just wait for a Goyo canister. That Goyo canister was obviously on that door. Stops that Blitz from pushing in and doing what Blitz does best. Isolating kills, getting into strong positions. But everyone just played the round as though there was no Goyo fire there. Like, why is the round not just stopping at that stage? Wait until that fire is cleared. Let the Blitz go in and carry your attack. Welcome back, everyone. VP, we've missed them so much. This is the long-awaited return. There it is.
I think because of how sketchy that landing was, obviously BDS have taken their time out here. Because as you said, you know, a 5 versus 3, they had at least a minute 20 for the execute. They had a lot of time, I think, to sort of put stuff together. Maybe not that much, but still enough time for you to formulate a plan, right? And to put the pressure in, and it didn't come together. It was very chaotic, and I think BDS have sort of realized and gone, oh, no, we are dicing with danger, dicing with death, and as we said, you're looking at their map. This is obviously a Virtus Pro where stage 2, there was a lot to work on for them. I think that's very fair.
I think Jack developed more grey hairs. I certainly developed more grey hairs.
Yeah. I didn't because I'm perfect, but you know.
Oh well, thanks for putting that out there.
yeah. You gotta be your own biggest fan sometimes. No, I'm not perfect.
We don't stress like me and Jack. We care too much. That's the biggest issue with me and Jack. We care too much.
It's like a parents' evening. It's like we're really worried about Virtus Pro. We just need to talk. You know, they were really good at the start of the year, and then their focus has just slipped a bit. And
we get our hopes up too much. We expect too much, and we get some.
You know, they were getting like, I'm not gonna say straight A's, but decent B's, a couple B minuses, B.
I mean, they were a B team in stage 1. I think that's the best way to sum it up. And then they dropped out. I guess this is the biggest turnaround.
Listen, we just want to see. Is there anyone they're hanging around with that sort of?
They wanted to go and be a musician. That's the issue. Wanted to leave it all behind.
Wow. Let's see if the school and BDS just got, and obviously Virtus Pro are able to have the conversation, is something where both of them can tighten their grades and get themselves on towards a nice college for future. BDS, they're only 1 round behind, but they've been able to get 2 different sites on their defense. If they can keep up that record, get themselves the decent side of the 4-2 split, then suddenly you're looking at an overtime where I assume they start on their defense, and certainly you're looking at a map that might just go into their favor. All the distance, we said it was going to be a brawl, but it hasn't really felt like it's a sort of match brawl, right? There's little moments that are coming together. There's the roll of the smokes, always is just going to step in, but a bit of a misthrow means that there's a smokeless gap as the first bit. So it's a bit of a risk to slip his way in. Instead, the smoke's actually really work in his favor. But there was nobody trying to directly contest it. There is a fight at the back end of the top of the stairs. That grenade just get rid of the BP. And they have ops with a lot less utility used and a little bit more time left.
There's no kills yet. And it's weird because, you know, BDS, I think whenever they obviously were up here last time, they took the flank to VP and it really hindered the VP approach. But just a bit more of a passive angle, mostly because, you know, you're doubling down with the denial, isn't it? That's how you're going to try and play it. But hey, there's Virtue with the first pick. So that is important for BDS to get them on the upper hand. And also don't forget, you know, Joystick on the recruit has the util. It's now gone. The VP still doing the basics right. I've got the breach open, but it's just this execute. How do you get through all this util? That's the worry now for VP.
Oh, everybody is stacked up in this position. It almost feels like the rounds we had of BDS earlier on where, you know, you've got this final sort of throw through. The first body's gone away from them. They have to breach, and what they have is the split pressure on the other side as well. But with the use of the fire, 17 Shrimikers left. No more smokes, but a C4. Just going to set everything on fire here. Robbie is on the move. The smoke is out of canisters, but he's still got the chance of getting a kill. The crossfire fight here from Freck. BDS, they're giving themselves spread options, and as always, slips in, gets the first. There's the cover, and Freck gets the man. Robbie has the rotate, gets the cut. John and Danny cannot just stick it because a pistol swings in. Freck gets the cover, and Shepard can't even get to the kit in time. So we find ourselves level.
Yeah, BDS getting the opening pick just slows down the approach from VP. But the biggest thing that I noticed there on that attack from VP is all one-way traffic.
Yep.
Just a one-way street. No other avenues being approached. No back pressure, not even pressuring towards bathroom or over towards art. All of it coming from one side. You mentioned it. Just a big pile of them on meds, and that's it. That's all they had. And it's so easy to defend that. It really, really is. The best thing, if you're playing a Smoke or the Chanka, the best thing is you just look one way and you don't have to worry about anything else. If you know that they can only come from one direction, perfect. Happy days. I can sit here behind my shield as safe as Larry. No problems at all. And just VP falling into that same old trap that we've seen before. They basically play 3 minutes of Siege, and in that 3 minutes, they've achieved nothing.
10 seconds to go.
The weirdest way that I'm going to look and talk about the extension bans that we get after the 3rd round is the site that we just had was where the biggest effect of that as army ban would have come through. And BDS has been able to make it work. This site, with how Virtus.pro approached it, built their plan around it without the Monty, they've now got to reflect the same. And I'm curious how they're going to try and do that, because we saw what was a very controlled BDS hold on towards that site itself. They didn't really need the Keybers because, as you said, there was nobody on that swing. There was multiple avenues. They had a kill from the flank of Robbie. They got 2 from the Skybridge. Long distance fight. And here, without that Monty, they just sort of tucked in, got the plant behind. Think how close they got to stopping that planter, to getting a kill there, BDS. Virtus.pro have to cook up something new. They have to come up with a different approach here, and I'm wondering, with how they've struggled with time throughout this showdown so far, if that can be the split. We've obviously got now, you know, the sort of spread of the kills throughout this. Lasmo and P4 and Freck still a bit of a distance away, but they're slowly peeling themselves back in. At the turn of this half, even in fact 2 rounds ago, Robbie was the only positive player for BDS. Virtue's gotten himself there. Papa's doing his best, but on the other side, when all of them came in with kills, now that figure is drifting away for Virtus.pro. They're falling more by the wayside, and that confidence is just going to build here for BDS. Clash in a power position almost gets caught. It's a, you know, it's a great operator, but it's a dangerous place to be in because there's so many different angles for Clash to get caught out. The air jabs are just going to force them a great counter pick here. They're just going to actually deploy the shield. There's the second one. Will force them through the shield potentially. Nope, they get it shot. They're baying and baiting all of this time here, Demo.
Yeah, he's done a really good job. P4 just being a nuisance, and whenever he's dumped in all of the air jabs, they have to try and get another form of denial. That is going to be the nade, and it is enough to catch P4 out, so he has been downed, and there ain't no way he's getting revived anytime soon. Still, it's his top 4 pressure. That is what VP need to try and deal with. I mean, they'll probably try and get around it, I think, by just using the sense, but there's the Solus who can see, you know, what is the diffuser, which is the real one.
Yeah, I mean, with the sense sort of set itself up, they know exactly where this approach is going to come from. They're not going to go for the destruction of it yet, but 4 impact and a C4, they can very quickly shut down, but they're waiting. They want to try and push that timer as late as possible.
Upstairs.
And there it is. So, as the split comes round, as Lasmo gets caught out by a bit of fire, they're able to slip themselves round and wins.
Wow.
The fight, there's the attempt on the plant, but there's 2 quick kills on the side of VP. Nobody's able to stop the swing. Right now, they've got to go for the fight outside, and they're able to get it. It's a post-plant situation, but 2 versus 3 now. With all the damage done, it was great to pull the attention from those second story players away from the approach itself, get themselves some options for the fight. I mean, Robbie just drops down into a maelstrom, and Virtus.pro push themselves on towards map point.
I'll never understand. You look at the round that VP had the last time. Yeah? No intention of doing a split take, Just going one way and that's it. One direction. And then you look at that round. Perfection. Yeah, do the basics right, get themselves, open up the breaches, get themselves over towards the top floor, ready for that split pressure. In goes the util dump, use the sense, drag the attention from the players upstairs in the vert. Simple. How, like, do we have the call-ins? Can I bring him in?
No,
Because I don't have a clue.
I think Fresh would refuse.
It makes no sense. Honestly, the VP paradox, it has to be studied. I might do a PhD on it.
So you didn't go to art school?
Nope.
Well, would esports be at an arts college? Sports college? Another timeout was called there, and that was obviously Virtus Pro timeout because BDS already used that.
Dagger's put in the chat, I refuse.
Yeah, I expected. I mean, that, as you said, it was great. The timing on the push above, so well coordinated with the play on the plant. We still just said, you know, they've got the read, they're waiting. They're not using the impacts to clear the sense gadgets. They're not trying to put the pressure on. And that is that weird moment where you go, oh, that allowed Virtus Pro to get in these positions. The problem is, for everything that's been said and everything we've put across, that is still the only site that they have won on their attack. Now they've got to go down here, where, let's be real, they should have won it before.
Should have won, yeah.
So, the pressure is almost on BDS. You assume the conversation that Virtus Pro had was specifically, we should have won this before. Let's just win it this time round. Let's get this one done within regulation and get ourselves into Clubhouse, which is their map. Put BDS in that position of do or die.
I like that little last change there from Shepard. Bringing in the fuse. Now, the issue was the Goyo. Yeah, the Goyo stalled them out. Bringing in the fuse, you can remove that Goyo immediately as soon as you gain that mid-floor control. So I really like that change. I think that'll help them out in the long run. For BDS, you know, they were very quick, I mean, weren't they? The drop away from that mid-floor and then try and attempt that retake.
Oh,
the retake obviously was watched. You know, it was not an issue at all for VP. I wonder if the game plan is, you know what, we're actually going to roam. We're playing for kills. We're going to play the dive if we need to up here. I think that might be a better approach.
We'll see if it's something that comes together and towards their favor. Quick bit of clear over the top stories. They've got the fuse to just try and remove any of those potential Goyos, any of those canisters, and themselves pressure in, and maybe time will be something on towards their essence. There's always the chance that the retake, but that's made the chance even less. The smoke is your first body gone to a sledge, just doing a smash clear of the top floor. That is a bit of a tragic start here towards this round for BDS. They are definitely on the back foot now. If they want to try and bait and sort of waste as much time down below, they have the loss of the perfect operator for it. They've only really got a single C4 as their long-range denial and maybe a couple of impacts and a bit of a hope. And I don't really want to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't think the pocket castles are going to be the takeaway when you've got them batting down the hatches.
Oh, well, he could maybe get a kill. They're right beside each other. Basha.
Oh, my. Basha. 2 steps,
Kill
buddy.
him.
2 steps. Buddy, hey. Come on. Come on.
Please.
Waiting for the shield.
Reloading.
There we go. Do you know what that is? Remember when we said that a player swung and they could have waited for support last time round? That's the opposite.
Wait for the shield.
They waited for the shield. They played it perfectly. The criticisms that we sort of had of BDS when they took a chance and it didn't work, and they didn't even have the trade situation, you never know. You don't know which way that player's facing. We know they don't know. So he did the smart thing. He waited, and that's the difference right now. They've got 46 seconds. We've been in this position before. I played these games before, Demo, and I know that they can lose them. So now they've got to see if they can try and just push this one over the edge. Robbie has been the man at the moment. Virtue's been able to get himself some pretty decent innings in some of these rounds. And with 30 seconds, that's all that they can try and hold on to here. Forced out and forced down, Dan. One more for the tally, 15 seconds, and they're still sort of fishing for the remaining floor players. Pasha takes a chunk of damage. They're going for the plant itself. They forced them further back, Dan. There's his third. The C4 does stop the kit, though. They're going to try and hunt the man, and they find him at the end. Virtus Pro lock in their opponent's map.
Oh, C4 was able to kill the player going for the plant, but still enough time for VP to overwhelm that last man and get the map win. I mean, VP, look, a lot better that time. They waited. They didn't rush things at the end. VP, look, it was a scrappy game. Like, for both sides, I think mistakes have been made. You just hope that Clubhouse is going to be a little bit better for them both.
Well, Clubhouse is where we'll hope to be very soon, because first, we'll have a break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
It got pretty close, but in the end, Virtus.pro come out victorious. But as we said, a close game, and I think that was mainly down to the fact what we were talking about in the, when the game was going on, Jack, is that both these teams had a pretty tough time when it comes to attacking on layer today.
Yeah, I think so. I think whenever you get a Virtus.pro game, you kind of know what you're going to get. You're going to get a late round fiasco. It's probably the best way of describing it. And when you're on attack, as BDS started out on attack, what that means is you've got to be really well coordinated with your utility, with your people placement, and when your execute goes down, it has to happen within nanoseconds of each other. For BDS, it just absolutely didn't. And, they suffered a fate. It was a 2-4 split at the half. Then when VP got onto their attacks, as you're going to see here, it comes down to the very, very, very last seconds. That's typical VP. BDS were actually playing into that. Loads of smoke, loads of Shanka, punishing their executes as well. It was one of the slowest games of Lair I've seen in a long time. But when you're not on it, as BDS were not on it with their utility, with their teamwork, VP are always one of the best teams in the world at punishing that, and that's exactly what they did, even if it came right down to the wire.
Yeah, that slow game really was the name of the game. I think if you look about the entry, by the way, like half of the rounds, the entry was in the last minute. I think it's just one good rational way to look at why we think this was super slow. But I think the main difference maker in my opinion, look at the firepower. Look at the stats on the side of BDS. One single player is positive, Virtue is equal. Look at Freck, look at Lasmo, look at the supposed fraggers, 4 and 8, 4 and 11. Look at the side of VP on the other hand. Everyone has a positive cost, everyone has a positive KD, everyone is putting up the fight. And that's my main worry, and something that I mentioned with BDS before. You rarely see multiple players do well, and you very often see in BDS multiple players drop the ball. And it's been a consistent issue there. And in the name of such a big difference, such a big gap between the two in terms of firepower, well, that's where the 2 rounds are. It goes from a 5-7 to a 7-5. That's why they lose. Only 2 rounds difference, but if you look at VP, Pasha, Always, Joystick, Dan, all 4 of them have dropped a triple kill or a 4K in the last 6 rounds. That makes the difference. When both teams struggle, the firepower was on the side of VP.
Yeah, and it comes down to Pasha just doing his 20% and the rest of the team doing the same, eventually, getting them over the line on that first map. Now, one more question I have before we transition into Clubhouse. I think a big thing that we talked about before this game was Virtus.pro having this time, like, in the off-season to cook, right? To come up with new things. Leo, are we satisfied with new things we see or saw so far? Or do we feel like it's just been a bit of the same, but the executions just were better than the side of BDS?
Well, I see the innovation. I can see it because in the end, what are they playing? They're playing Lair. Yes, they played towards the end of the stage, but also, it was still not one of the biggest maps. They went on Lair, props to them. They played on BDS map pick, they beat them on it, and they brought the shields, and they brought the glass, and they brought the stands. In my opinion, they tried new things. They brought the fuse also on the basement, attacking onto basement. They tried different things, and that to me is already a win. I think they're understanding the meta a little bit better. Of course, they could benefit from being quicker from time to time, or from having a little bit of a faster pace when they coordinate those attacks. But overall, I don't know what you think, Jack, but I think I'm seeing the 2 months worth cooking. I think they've been cooking.
I think they have. I'd say I think they've been progressing, Leo, and maybe not cooking, but definitely progressing. I feel like Lair's certainly in their pool. The way that they played it, they didn't look that uncomfortable, even though it was a VP-esque performance, regardless of the map there.
All right, well, we have the game almost ready as we have our players joining into it. We'll have a look towards Clubhouse, though, because we talked about this as well. It's a quite default map. It comes down to the IGLing on this map as well. And we talked about P4, knowing what to do on this map because it's a very default, very standard map. Surely there's going to be something, Jack, that BDS can find here to bounce back in this series.
Yeah, I think so. I think you have 2 things. Well, the one thing that Clubhouse gives you is it takes an element of thinking away. And what I mean is not just like it's really easy to think, oh, that's about the IGLing. I don't think it's about the IGLing. I think it's about individual players. They don't have to be IGL'd as micromanaged on Clubhouse. Everybody kind of knows what positions everybody on the server is going to be in, and it comes down to executing, right? That's usually why VP are so good at this map. But I think for BDS right now, that's an advantage because their synergy, their cohesion was just absolutely not really there in their attacks in map 1. So going into Clubhouse, it should get a little bit easier just on the face of it. The second thing for Clubhouse, and it speaks to mainly how P4 IGLs, he can IGL this map with quite a lot of pace. Whereas, when we were getting onto Lair, it was a lot of quite slow attacks. There was a lot of stalling out when BDS were trying to make any kind of micro plays. That shouldn't happen on Clubhouse as well. So those 2 things kind of lend itself that BDS themselves might feel a little bit more comfortable on this map than maybe they did Lair, even though Lair was their map pick.
Yeah, and I think there were some great examples of that pace, by the way, in the previous matches that BDS played on Clubhouse. Thinking of that game against Space Station when they played at the Munich Major and beat them 7-1. They abused the defense side. They're going to start in defense again. Thinking of the last game they played against G2, they also beat G2 on it, 7-3. You know, we can see that power there. But what happened there? They had firepower and they had confidence. And that goes into my last thing going into this match. And this map really is that these players, all 10 of them, are their back against the wall. It's not only about making SI, it's about basically saving their professional career because they're all wearing big names, they've all been to big events, and they're all expected to make it, to be the top 4 team in Europe. And the problem is, they're both all the way at the lower end of this gauntlet, and whoever stops here, whoever loses here, might risk at least his spot on his roster. That's the reality of the end of the season in Esports, right? They can get replaced during the next transfer window. So now is the time to perform.
Yeah, as you say, the consequence of this matchup could be huge. It's not just the SI that's dependent on it. It's your position and your career that could really be relying on it here. The pressure more on BDS now as they find themselves one map down in the series, fighting for survival inside of the EML Finals. Can they do it? The question will be answered on Clubhouse with Fluke and Demo.
Well, will the answer be something that the BDS fans are happy for? Well, unfortunately, the book could be closed for now, and they have to go back to just watching and waiting as VP triumphantly march further and further on 50-50 split. No, says the audience. Oh, says the audience.
Yeah, I think typically, whenever you think about Clubhouse, you know, you think VP. You know, this is one of their maps that they've played how many times over the history of this roster?
A few.
I think that's always going to be, yeah, it's always going to be the expected outcome. You know, for BDS, I think Clubhouse is a bit of a mixed bag of a map for them, just based on recent results. You look at the Major, for example, they got beat by the 2 Brazilian sides that they played, that being NIP and also FaZe, but then again, they were also able to beat SSG 7-1 in Clubhouse. You look at how they played during Stage 2, again, a mixed bag. They were able to beat G2 in Clubhouse, but then they also previously had lost that map against Falcons, and then they had played against Gen.G and also won it then. So they never really get a run at Clubhouse. It's always they win it, they lose it, they win it, they lose it. It's that kind of theory with Clubhouse for them.
You know, it's also the score lines are kind of terrifying, right? When they've lost it, the losses over the past, say, 3 months or so, it's been a 1-7 loss to Gen.G, a 1-7 loss to Team Secret, it's a 4-7 to Falcons, then it's a 2-7 loss to FaZe, or a 5-7 is the only time a 5-7 loss is when it's in. Because on the other side, when they win it, 7-1, 7-3, 7-2. It is so unbelievably all or nothing.
No OTs then. That's what we're saying. No OT today.
No OTs. BDS, if they get themselves off to a strong start, they sort of steamroll. They get so much energy on Clubhouse. Virtus.pro, if they can get themselves a strong opening, especially on their attack, that might just be that momentum nail in the coffin here, unfortunately. Here is that potential last hurrah for BDS. Can this roster, this team built up over the course of a year, find themselves a little bit more, or will VP find themselves a little bit of a return to form since we last saw them 2 months ago?
Well, we'll kick things off with a classic basement defense, as always. I mean, this is the bomb site I think of whenever I think of Siege. I mean, just basement Clubhouse, it's the most classic one of the lot. And you know, like the fellows mentioned in the desk, everyone knows what they're doing. You know, everything in Clubhouse has been found out. There's nothing new on this map. Yeah, the only way that we'll ever see anything new in Clubhouse is if a new operator gets added in. You know, and I think we've seen that during this year, you know, with Aurora, you know, what you're able to do with that operator. Yeah. But that's the extent of it. That's it. Everything else has been done. The playbook has been wrote out countless times on Clubhouse, so you would expect everyone knows what to do.
See you on the other side.
If anything, with the hard breach changes, we might get a little bit more speed in Clubhouse. But that,
and also with the mute changes, it's going to be horrendous, by the way, to defend.
Yeah, so get ready for that element of game. Getting themselves the breach on towards the hatches, they very quickly got control. And this is almost the other side of it, right? So when we talked about Lair and we talked about Virtus.pro's approach, it was at some points a bit slow, a bit chuggy. here with a map that everybody knows so
Setting
well,
IED active.
those processes will get sped up. That extra 5%, 10% of speed is something that is going to play massively in towards the favor of what was in some ways their biggest flaw last time round. They've all the hatches open, all the options, all the opportunities, and all the bits of pressure. Don't know if they've been able to get rid of that Fabricam that's got the sort of watch on what they're doing, but they haven't. They might know where the push is going to come from, but at this point, they're still not really giving the full read away. But think about what they've been removing here. All of the hatches, all of the angles. Ooh, and now all of Freck's blood. The first blood here. The showdown on Club with 45 seconds. It's time to eye the execute.
Yeah, and still plenty of Bs as well that Joystick can dump in towards Generator. That's going to be the pivotal area that VP will try and target for the Blackbeard inside of Dirt. Oh, P4 was not aware that Shepard was behind him, and yeah, this is going to open up now for VP.
Yeah, it's bought them so much space. You can see Dan and Joystick putting pressure behind. They're trying to encircle Robbie, who's already pretty hurt, but Virtue does find Joystick, and Dan finds the response immediately. There's that trade game. There's one more for Dan. We said it was the compliment sort of paid at the end of the previous map here, and we see it as a compliment paid at the opening. Getting the plant down. A Blackbeard right in his face. And I mean, it was a nicely timed knife, but it's just a lockdown there. Virtus Pro, strong start.
It's just classic, isn't it? You know, it's the rerun. We've seen that countless times over the years, but we still switch it on, don't we? Just to watch it. No real issues there from VP. The initial approach, you know, going for the motions and making sure. One important thing as well during that opening kind of minute or so, the IQ. You know what I mean? That's what you want to see, is the IQ calling out all little bits of information, where the Valkyrie cameras are, that there's a pre-placed C4 inside a kitchen, not losing anyone in that initial kind of setup phase is all important there for VP. So I think the IQ has to get some flowers in the midst of that. And then, yeah, just going through the motions, getting in towards blue, dumping that util, having the shield come in through Dirt, pick up that kill. Just, yeah, everything going as planned there for VP. A good, solid first round to get things going.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
So, as I said before, the worry is that if too much momentum goes away from them, well, then BDS struggle to try and find it. Now, this is obviously Virtus Pro's map. This is obviously a place that they came to play, but everybody knows it quite comfortably, and BDS, this is the side that they opted to start on. Clubhouse itself, when you've sort of had the history of it, they're a little bit better on their defense, but both statistically under 50% here. Whereas on the other side of it, there is a stark difference. Virtus Pro, you know, 56% of their defenses of recent Clubhouse, it's their more preferred side. They get themselves 3 rounds here. They're laughing all the way to the bank.
Wait, is that the third map?
Oh no, sorry, laughing all the way to the chalet. I think that's the rich ski people's version of that.
Yeah, that's it. That's, well, Leo, French. That's for Leo.
I bet Leo skis.
I mean, does he not have, like, I think he's a trustee of that chalet lodge. I think he owns it somehow.
I feel like Leo would make an excellent James Bond villain. But that's the side story. That's
there we go. Next content. We're gonna have to have him in a spinning chair of a calf. Well done.
SI Paris, can we please get shots of Leo as a James Bond villain? Because they did a great video of them all sort of looking dramatic on a roof.
Mr. Allen, I've been expecting you.
No, it turns around and he's stroking Fresh's head. Anyway, Fresh we see the grenade. Put the pressure on towards Plasma, who pulls himself away as the clash gets out of dodge, gets out of danger, and gets out of ranger of all of that explosives coming the way. But VP, again, almost uncontested control here of the opposite side. Sure, the clash is popping ahead, and they've still got to cross a bit of a divide here, but they just strong-armed BDS out of the hole.
Yeah, that's good. Again, from VP, just setting things up to get, you know, the different positions that you need to be in, I think, for this top floor. This top floor, I always feel you need to have that squeeze, don't you, where everyone pushes in from all these different areas, and the defenders just have nowhere to go. They're going to run out of room, essentially. So they've gotten themselves in towards cash. They've got that part of the map in control. They still need to deal with the jacuzzi and in towards bathroom. Robbie has opened up the first pick, just swinging onto the windows. I mean, it's something that I highlighted that BDS did really well in Lair, was taking the fight to VP and not allowing them to set up in those 5v5 executes.
Now, as they just try and find this follow-on engagement, Pasha does get one, gets the spray, but Joystick's the one that gets us level. A 3 versus 3 suddenly. Oh, make that a little bit further. No, couldn't quite get the swing on the pressure. They've got themselves in the door, though. It's about to be a drop from the Blackbeard inside Logi. They've got themselves quite spread up on towards this approach. And, oh, that was a bit of a slip up there, but P4 gets 2, can't get the 3rd. It's 2 versus 1. They've pulled themselves back. One's a clash. BDS get a response.
Yeah, I mean, the Blackbeard with just the gun out, not the shield.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, buddy.
I didn't mention Freck was below. I think no matter what, I think BDS had that. You know, that's the last thing you're expecting probably from VP is the denial from downstairs. So I think either way, I think BDS would have been pretty okay. But I think it comes down to those first opening picks. You know, that helps out BDS massively. Is again taking the fight to VP. And VP, just then they start slowing down, and then the time starts getting away from them. You know, swings like that, that is what is going to win BDS this game, is if they are able to constantly shut down that initial approach from VP as best as they can.
Located by a
well, they find themselves raided back and forth here. And as I said, it's an important one to win, but there's also the element of the importance of getting themselves on towards the kill board. I know it was commented by us throughout the game, throughout the cast, and then by the analysts between the maps, but the sort of cost balance of one team versus the other was night and day. BDS, they'll always have somebody sort of pop off. They'll have these performances, and VP, they've all sort of had those performances a lot more consistently. Here, you've got Virtue continuing the role, but P4 especially, who is sort of behind the line last time around, Lasmo as well. Those two starting to operate is going to be such a boon for a team that was desperately crying out for at least one more gun on the previous map. On towards CC, on towards, well, not going back towards in bedroom, instead keep themselves on the site, rotate. Bandit's going to do their best to hold out. There are a million and one ways to crack this wall, and with a Sophia you can assume it will come through pretty quick, but in case it can't, there's also a Twitch, so why not have a million of those a million ways.
Yeah, so in terms of VP, again, just making sure the basics are done right, get the wall open, and the Bandit, just have to be careful. E4, is he going to attempt the trip? Nope. The Sophia is going to be an off-parent, push him back. The wall is now going to be open, but as we know, it's always the next step. You know, usually that breach is always going to get opened up at some point. It's the next portion which we kind of worry about attackers that really test how good you are on this map, is how well you can clear rafters. Yeah, that is always the go-to. Now, I wouldn't say they have, like, the best of options. You know, typically we would see, like, maybe a Grim be brought in, for example, which really helps out and puts that player under pressure. Obviously, Capital being banned away by BDS, it will give Lasma that little bit of security, thinking, okay, I'm not going to get torched the second, you know, I see a flashbang come at me, there's going to be a follow-up with a fire. You know, maybe is it just going to be just a full nade dump accompanied with a glass under the cover of a smoke? Is that going to be the way they're going to root him out?
We'll see where they decide to make their first point of ingress, and it might be the fight here underneath. They have the rough pings on the player. It's Solace, Freck sat waiting, but look at the angle. He's ready for this engagement. Shepard's gonna have to be sharp. Oh, and he is like a razor. Cuts through underneath, cuts the player out. The grenade almost gets the catch on Lasmo. Look at his health. He was a sliver. Though he might even get got by the Twitch turn. He dies. Oh, what a painful cherry on a violent cake. And there it is, the second player down. They'll have the full read, they'll let him bleed out, and that does give them technical eyes in towards it. Always finds the end, obviously, of that player pushed over. And now with 30 seconds, 5 versus 3, they've lost one of these, they've won one of these. Which one do they get to continue that tally on? The breach is being opened, and as you said, 2 C4s, 3 smokes as well with 20 seconds. They have so much kit to go for the deny, but they've also got to use it. There's the movement, there's the C4, they waited, they baited, and they didn't quite get the connection. Oh, Oh, missed the moment, and now you've got to try and drive your way across. They do find one kill. But at this point, where do you go? Not that way. Pasha's watching that one. Out the window. Nope, they've got that slightly further. Across the divide, one stood, one hangs. And one more VP round.
Oh, I mean, all it takes is one C4 there, and that really upsets VP, but C4 missed. And that is it. That's the nail in the coffin. Look, VP, you've seen... again, I knew that they were going to just try and go for the nade and then use the glass, because the glass can just shred through the keeper barriers with ease. I don't think I've ever seen the Twitch drone be the way that you clear a player in Garage. So, I mean, that is a first for me. I don't think I've ever seen that, but it's worked out for them. And yeah, they get themselves into that 5v3. Like I mentioned, that's where VP always want to be, is have all 5 players alive as they move in for the plant. And like still, 1C4 totally would have disrupted that. We've seen that plenty of times, where yes, the attackers may have the advantage, but whenever you have such little time left, and there is still a lot of denial up from the defenders, that can be turned around very, very quickly. But you miss a C4, and obviously you're going to get punished for it. So yeah, VP able to get that round under their belt. They're very happy with that round, it seems. Pasha is excited with that one. And 2-1 they lead.
Any round you get it down with a Twitch drone, I think the team...
Is that what he's celebrating, is it?
Yeah, Twitch! Yeah, Twitch drones! Do you remember when those zaps used to do actually a nice chunk of damage? And you could just...
damage, yeah. You find the AFK player at the start of the round.
Oh yeah, go on.
Classic.
Get zapped down, buddy. Anyway, BDS, they're still trading rounds. I mean, it's still anyone's game, but as I said, if Virtus.pro get themselves 3 rounds, they're statistically so much happier on their defense on Clubhouse. And BDS, it's not as big a distance, but they are still less happy on their attack, right? They're still sort of looking at the situation. If this round goes away, if the divide becomes 2 rounds in this opening half, you kind of get the feeling you'll get a timeout from BDS, just to try and get the wheels back on a little bit here. And, you know, sure, there are these big moments. Dan getting himself off to an exceptional start. Pasha has just been, I mean, he's a star player through and through, right? Even in previous rosters and previous iterations, there was always that dream sort of team that you would build. And you'd go, oh yeah, we want Pasha on that team. You know, the energy that he brought to a roster that for a long time didn't really have anybody that fit that mold. And here he is, making sure he's still putting his mark when it matters the most. The Bees roll their way out. They've got themselves, just the slightest sightline on a player, but not confident enough. They pull themselves a route out via billiards, and P4's gone.
Maybe not gone, like he's trapped, essentially, because they would have heard that barricade be pulled down. Just a case of where has he went now, and I'm really surprised he hasn't been killed yet somehow. I mean,
trying to take the vertical fight. The last one does get Dan, and how has he lived?
He's upstairs.
The boy who lived. Come to die.
This is a weird round from all accords. I mean, VP not really doing much is the best way to put it. Another thing as well, how many people are off site here for BDS?
Okay, that was just a peek outside of the, sort of main stairs window.
Where are VP? Oh, they're just pushing site. What's going on?
This is a strange round. I mean, it feels like fights are just happening, right? It feels like there isn't an objective and people are just picking fights wherever they want. You've got obviously Shepard above the hatch. Think about the difference of rounds as well. Last time they were down here, the compliments paid towards their control of the map, the control of the hatches, and it's almost what we want from BDS.
No way.
Shake the tree, see what falls out, and there's one player, maybe 2. Shepard does get another, and instead they're going to try and find a fight, but Joystick!
Wow.
How has he done that? 1 versus 3, they have the site. There's the last. Okay, the point I was making was that BDS were in a way doing a right thing. They caused so many problems. They didn't let Virtus.pro set up. But credit and kudos to VP for realizing that and going, okay, they're here. They've just killed somebody, spawn peeking out towards dirt. Let's just push the site. Let's let them have to fall back across us. And there it is, as I said it. As soon as you get that 2-round divide, you get the BDS timeout.
Just give me a minute. Just processing.
I'll give you about 45 seconds.
Right. So. SSG hold. Yeah, classic castle in towards the mid floor. You know, like, yeah, I've seen it before. Of course we have. Seen everything in Clubhouse. Hatches open. And obviously VP knew. Okay, there's a guy there. Let's see if we can get him pinched. You had the Blackbeard coming in from kind of Billard's side. Somebody outside Billard's window. The guy upstairs, obviously the sledge, putting a little bit of pressure on him. The guy upstairs gets killed because there's a guy in construction. There's 2 people upstairs actually, I believe, at that stage. And the Blackbeard goes a little wonder. And it just seemed as though that VP thought, right, there's 3 roamers. Let's just see if we get lucky and take some kills. And that's kind of what it came down to. But I think more than anything, it was the sheer lack of info from BDS.
Yeah.
BDS didn't have a clue where those remaining players were, because obviously that's how they ended up in that position. But it's a round that should never happen for BDS. That should not be allowed. Just to allow them to walk into sight with using no util. Like, there was no util dumps being used at all in that round. They just wandered in and picked up kills. But BDS, that needs to be a heck of a lot better. And that's why the time it's been called, because that would have been a tilt. Because you're probably sitting there thinking, how have we lost that 3v5? Like, in what universe have we just allowed them to walk into sight?
Out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
The monkey's poor wish that they had before. Can somebody else from BDS show up? Can we all get kills? Yes. But unfortunately now nobody is putting in that extra. Robbie has fallen further away from the curve. Virtue, not quite positive, not quite where he was last time, but he's at least... He's the only one with a cost above 50% over the opening 4 rounds or so. So at this point, you know, that timeout, you desperately hope it brings their sort of team play, their drive together a bit closer. We're back on towards Jim, back on towards the stretch across. They've got themselves quick cuts, quick pressure on towards CC. As I said before, this was territory that was not massively contested last time round. They pulled it away, they slipped their way out with a clash. They've opted not to try and do that again. Instead, it will be here, drive of grenades that peel back on. Will they try and stick around just a little bit longer? Catch a drone, catch a bit more attention. Virtue's on one side, Robbie's underneath, getting a rotate, maybe heading to offer some support here. To the bottom of Freck's stairs, there's the grenades over the top, there's the pressure down. He knows the fight's coming, but he can't quite get there. Joystick catches one, but here is Robbie. Now, how aware is Robbie of them and vice versa? You can see they've got some concerns.
Yeah, they know.
Spray through. Oh, there's 2 of them. P4 as well. Oh, it's such a gamble. All the chips are on red right now. Oh, it doesn't quite connect. There's one. P4, buddy. You gotta get out of there.
Oh dear. P4, run as fast as you can. VP's coming for you, and again at this stage, it's where VP wants you, isn't it? You know, the 2-kill advantage, all 5 players left, a minute left. Yeah, I mean, this should just be, again, another traditional classic VP round, unless BDS can do a bit of a madness, but again, it's going to be up against them. You know, there's still Blackbeard they have to go up against. You still got the util dump from the Sophia, still has 2 stuns in the back pocket. Your flash is there. Still so much for VP that they can utilize to see this over the line. So BDS have to try and find the kills back somehow, but I don't think VP are going to give them a chance to really get them back. I mean, guns are up there. You know, even look at that player swinging the window. He's so cautious. He's not just wide swinging. He's just slowly, gently swinging his way around, looking for the engagement, expecting somebody to put their head out of it.
Okay, always you talk about caution, but to be fair, in that sort of situation, just sending themselves on a 4 versus 1 with a plant being confirmed. Virtue, as I said before, he has been, for all intents and purposes, the only real shining light, but unfortunately not quite bright enough to get through that approach. That happening, you said it before, the previous round, a tilter. Then you come into this one and you have your timeout, and that happens. Where does that leave you?
Leaves you up a creek, and not where you want to be. VP again, just in Clubhouse. They run for the motions, just like it's breathing, isn't it, for them? It's not even a second thought. They just know exactly what to do next. You know, they've ran that playbook so many times. You know, for BDS, there's no real energy. You know, nobody's really stepping up. I think that's maybe what they've missed today. You know, we've seen big performances from individuals in that team. Yeah, we've mentioned that fella there, Freck, plenty of times. And I think for BDS, it's a day where nobody's really in it. You know, yes, Robbie's had some moments, and Virtue as well has hit some good shots. But it's not enough to currently match VP whenever, I would say, everyone from VP stepped up today. There hasn't been a weak link in that chain.
Oh, definitely. I think it's one of the sort of things where it's the VP we missed throughout stage 2, right? It's the VP that couldn't quite operate. Yeah, I think that they definitely started passive on the first map. The longer it's gotten, the deeper it's gotten into, they're confident. They're supporting each other. Everything is very well measured as well, which I think is a very important part. I know we sort of said, you know, we've made comment that they're not overextending. They're not entirely throwing themselves out there. They're not throwing things at the wall and hoping they stick. They'll make sure they wait. They'll wait for the trade game. Massively important in the showdown.
Trade game's too big, yeah.
Oh, and it's so lacking on the side of BDS. They haven't been able to get a convincing hold on the trade game.
I would love to see their trade conversion rate, because I don't think it's been there for BDS today.
And that's it. But other side of it, Virtus Pro, it's been brilliant. It's been so locked in. And as you sort of said, you know, you're missing that star player sort of scenario. You're missing that sort of lock-in. You go back to sort of the stats from Munich, where you had BDS get themselves into performance. I think Robbie was within the top 20 players across everybody. And obviously that wasn't even as deep as things sort of go. So with that divide, with that sort of setup, here, just unfortunately, not quite getting the same convincing on the meantime. For all that I sort of said about how great Pash has been, 5-1 on this second map. But then you've got Dan 5-2. You've got Joystick. Remember when they were the pair of players where you're like, if they operate, it's done. There's at least the other side of the conversation. But oh, demo.
What is this? What
here
is
we
this?
go. Here we go.
Oh,
Here we go. Pulse, look down.
Look towards
Pulse,
third.
look down. There's
1,
2.
2, 3.
Oh, buddy. There's even more. The C4 prepped on the door. Now, they can't just scream in. That is a very clever play that will buy them a little bit of time, but you still need the support. And in fact, VP, they've pulled back. They've pulled back. They've got out of there. There's the grenade. It'll also get rid of the fire extinguisher. But that rush, the pulse, looking just down and right, saved that round.
Oh, yeah, you need to get a heart rate monitor on me, because my heart was going pretty fast there after I've seen that. It's calmed a little bit, but I was worried. I really was. Yeah, I think VP trying to do what they did last time. They just walk into the site. They're all roaming. But it's almost as though that they kind of baited that we're going to just rush into the site and it's pull a couple of players back. But look at the position P4's. I mean, this is a tricky one now that VP need to try and deal with, because he's upstairs. He can actually deny them dropping through the hatch.
Well, they get themselves the trade on. Virtue is gone. I think in some ways you can say he's maybe done enough and done his part for this round, but I think you'd probably still prefer to have him standing. Dan is holding on towards Dirt. Shepard is looking for the fight on the player above. The flash will go out as the Blackbeard is the one that tries to find the engagement. There's a second flash just to follow and keep the player away, but Lasmo is still able to get always, and Lasmo gets themselves a second. Too much looking up, weren't quite looking down, and got themselves a bit lost in the stars. Actually gets caught from Freck.
Great shot.
Outside, Jiggle peeking with the secondary, and they get themselves 2 rounds for their defensive club.
Yeah, good reaction there from BDS. I mean, P4, that was the pause. You know, that was the perfect place that he could have put himself in, where you're upstairs in a kind of harassment position where nobody from VP can really do much about him. Yeah, they don't have the time or the resources to afford to go upstairs and hunt him. Because even if they did that, and yes, let's say they kill him off, the round will be over by the time that will happen. So they just have to let him sit up there. And because P4 is up harassing them, it denies them dropping in towards the hatch. And also it gives, you know, other opportunities for mistakes to be made. Whenever VP are so shoehorned in to looking at one person, other little areas such as main stairs, which is basically where Lasma was, you're going to see him now get rewarded with that. You know, he had that little rotate in towards the Ash default rush wall and just picks up 2 kills, whereas typically that's a position that should never be allowed to be played because you always would have somebody over towards main stairs or just holding the verts. But they can't play the verts because they're worrying about what's above them.
As many bombs as
So here is that other side of it, right? I know I've sort of hung a hat on it. Chekhov's gunned the idea of the second half is where things will get dangerous.
You've moved the doomsday needle a little bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the literary technique is of pathetic fallacy is when there's rain.
You're the one who had the dictionary, not me, so this is over to you.
Yeah. I'm the one that went to the arts college. I'm the one that did drama. Couldn't you tell I'm a thespian? That is pro. They can just sort of lock this one out. Remember, obviously, BDS have used their timeout, and they're going to have to try and find themselves round on the gauntlet, and they're going to have to try and build some confidence. Virtue will be that man mountain of confidence with the Monty. See if they can drive their way in. Robbie on the Deimos for the hunt and the pressure, and, well, there's a quick route through for P4. Confident enough to know that nobody's going to swing him onto dirt. This is a lot of terrain. He can get himself through quite quickly. Have VP gone too tall of a hold, and is that about to be punished? Pings are coming out. Great drone placement. They're ready to catch anybody that might try and fall back, but this is a very good immediate amount of phantom pressure if they don't use it opened up.
Yeah, I think obviously you do leave yourself open for the idea of a rush, but I mean, they've got the Goyo. That shouldn't be an issue. If someone tries to go fast in for either, you pop the canister, you'll be safe. But still, BDS, I mean, they're going to also have to deal with these roamers. You know, the same thing that we mentioned literally last round where P4 was in a great position upstairs, can cover off kitchen. I mean, you've got players upstairs can also do the same. So I think there is that element that BDS realized that we cannot fall into the same trap. We're going to have to try and hunt these roamers, and that is exactly what they're going to do. Robbie upstairs on that Deimos. But very swiftly, look at VP. They've vacated the top floor. They've vacated the mid floor now, and they're safely back into the site. So they've burned a minute 15, and they've had to do nothing. That's free real estate right there.
Well, there's the first track comes out, and always is the one that's sort of sat watching the sign, and always is Gadget is the one that gives them no sign of where the track is. Hiding in the mute jammer inside the site, and that will add just more time on this clear that they've got, a minute 20. And you're now thinking, okay, well, the sledge has to get to work on towards the connection, on towards the verticality. You're still worried about fighting against at least one C4.
It's just free for always.
Oh, always. How aware are they? The destruction of the castle, the slow swing round. Do they know? Oh, we're about to find out. There's the swing. They get one. Oh, there was a bit of a scrappy back and forth. The second castle buys them an escape in towards Strip. There's a Monty that has to be pulled out of position to try and get this clear, and there's the track. There's the pre-placed C4. Doesn't quite get the kill. The fight is coming out. Three of them chasing down the man with 40 seconds left, and they have to make this happen within the next 10 seconds. And they can't, Demo.
Yeah.
They can't. They have to peel away.
Oh, dear. Just, it's the worst thing ever. Trying to go for an execute and knowing there's a player inside of the strip. Just have to try and strong arm their way in, but VP are ready for it. Has to be coming in through the kitchen hatch, and all guns aimed towards it. I mean, Virtue's going to try and go for the plant. I mean, you're waiting for Always. Always going to have to try and make the move here.
Behind the keeper, but they don't quite get there in time. Can't have the angle on the Monty, do some damage.
Swapping
But there's Dan getting onto Lasmo. They're able to at least stop Always. Everybody else is inside. Shepard gets the final spray round, a 2 versus 4 post plant, and they have the verticality. Or do they? The shotgun doing its best. Can't get the play because Joystick has the cover. No time, no angle, no round for BDS. Virtus Pro. I mean, problem after problem they introduced, and BDS could not find a solution. So, At this point, fortunately, we're sort of driving ourselves further and further towards an inevitability to get ourselves in. I mean, this position, that two-player close down, that just didn't have enough to offer any response, any sort of rebuttal on towards it. Too much to do, too many problems. The rotate background up top, the pressure from the new angle, the pressure from the new locations, and all of this boiling itself in towards a 5-2 split. Now, as Virtus.pro are but 2 rounds away from getting themselves a step closer towards SI, a step closer towards survival, a step closer towards that chance. And they're just looking better and better and better.
I mean, obviously, the last time we wrote here,
Maverick over towards the top side, getting themselves some quick work done. That Monty has the attention, has to focus on towards the Rafters player, and the Rafters player is going to be the important one that will have to go on from there. Is going to have to be that player that needs to sort of drive his way in, needs to sort of drive his way on towards it, force them out of this location, so they can try and just get any hold. It's time. It's time. That moves on towards it. They're waiting for this first engagement. The Monty steps himself in. The Monty steps himself slightly further. One more angle, one more idea, but he needs the support. Hello. He needs to try and get himself on towards the swing here with the Monty. They pull back. A minute 30 gone, and you've still got all the ADS ticking away. You've still got all of this potential pressure coming up towards it. Now with the focus, the watch on towards the rotate round, the attention paid towards, they peel themselves back towards that back line. You can still see they're trying to struggle to find that shape. There's the play, the impact DMP, and always gets the kill over the spread. The cover from deep, the cover from the back end of Stark now, and you know, with a minute trying to operate this position without your Capitao, what do you have? What do you have other than hope and the chance at a cross-angle? Virtue will have to put in a triple shift here, but Robbie is the one that does get the first engagement. Gets rid of the back, but this is still, as I said, this whole thread, this whole story is written around that single-player position, and you've got to come up with a plan B. The plan B, rotate Robbie round, look at P4, look at the position, look at where the kit is, and look at the time left. What are they going to do if not just send it? At this point, still getting the scrappy back and forth. It's getting the fight. It's a 3 versus 3, though. And now as they drive themselves in, they're able to drop them onto a triple kill for always. Those bells are ringing, and they are the ones that are sort of heralding the funeral at BDS. A handful of seconds, a bat of slip of pressure, and there is Virtus.pro sitting on series point demo.
There we are. Apologies, by the way, I had a few technical difficulties. I wasn't speaking.
Yeah.
Some people probably celebrate that, but hey, I know who they are. I know who they are. I mean, what can you say about VP? I mean, just dig their heels in. And this is probably the difference that you see between BDS and VP right now. You know, it's the same bomb site, you know, that we've seen attacked by both of them in towards that cache. VP not allowing BDS to ever build up that steam. The same with it, you know, VP, like we mentioned so many times, if they get into that position or they have that man advantage, whenever they have all 5 ready to rock and roll, you don't stop that. You know, and just BDS on Clubhouse, I mean, you mentioned it. It's either they steamroll their opponents or they get steamrolled. You know, that's the real difference, isn't it, between both of these teams? Where VP always have a good run on Clubhouse, whereas it's a mixed bag for BDS. And that was always going to be worried. Whenever you're on a map where you're not consistent on, it's going to be difficult. Because you might come out, you might surprise, you might think, wow, everything's going so well. Or you get this, and you think, how have we left this open if we're not comfortable on it?
And defuse it.
It's a big, big
big divide. BDS have to try and bridge here.
Drone ready.
And, I mean, full credit towards Virtus Pro for the performance that they've been able to muster after where they had a slow start. And I still think there's a distance between them and their best. But they found that sort of energy, and they've, more importantly, found how to exploit the BDS. You're looking at all of these situations. We mentioned the trade game, but just how things are cooking together. BDS have always felt under pressure. BDS have always felt as if they have to concoct a plan, and now they'll have to do it once again. The buck is gone. Robbie is removed from this. Could be the final round for BDS here. Monty just eyeing up the pressure. Virtue doing his best, calling this information, getting the team rallied behind it. They sort of missed the coordination and the connection before. Pasha so wants to explore. The C4's a step too late. The Monty's up against him, and Freck has the cover. Great pinch.
After rounds, and whenever you kind of look at what's left here from BDS, there ain't much. I mean, what have you got that's going to disrupt the defense out of a position? You know, you don't have the access to the Grimco's that's been banned. You haven't brought in a Ying or a Capstan. Nothing that's going to really move these players out of the safety of, you know, the positions that they're in. You know, you think about obviously Logi, over towards Bathroom, of course. They still have these Goyo canisters, I'm sure, that they can play around. I mean, that's also going to be a bit of an issue. So it's really just going to come down to gunfights, you know, for BDS. And based on how they've performed today, who's going to be taking these gunfights? Who's going to be stepping up?
50 seconds left here. And it's just the final drive. Goomind will stop any progression of Monty for now. So they'll just try and get some of the close down, get themselves a new angle. But as I said, the concocting of the plan, new routes, the new runs through.
There's a Goyo
canister. That's another 15 seconds or so. They've got to peel themselves back round towards where they were before. And you're thinking, where's the split pressure? You can see the rotate. They're about to try and lead their way up. But Lasmo, he's back and forth on the roof. He's gone one way, he's gone back the other way. You've got P4 sat waiting at the bottom of main stairs, but 15 seconds. He's about to have an engagement that is a must-win. Freck, he's being burnt at the door. They can't quite get their way in. 10 seconds. And all they've done is go slightly back and forth, waste a bit of utility. There's Pasha, there's Dan. There is Lasmo getting one, and there's a swing round the back, but their demo, there is Virtus Pro progressing.
Never in doubt for VP. Just nothing for BDS in that final round. No util that they could have really battled back against VP. They had the Goyos. I mean, VP just needed to in their hands. They had it all just to play for. Having the Goyos, deny the approach, out of time, out of luck. Out of the running for SI as well for BDS.
That is it, right? That's that sort of sorrowful moment here. Bye-bye to BDS and their chances towards it. VP, well, they progressed one way along the bottom to face Gen.G, and you and I, we progressed the show to a break.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours. Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Virtus Pro keep themselves alive in the competition. Great news for them as they eliminate BDS right here. We get to speak to the winners of this game. We should have Pasha on the line. We'll ask him a few questions about this game. Good evening. Congratulations on the victory here today. Now, Pasha, it's been a while since we've spoken to you. 2 months time, though, to cook, and I think we definitely saw that. What have you guys been focusing on in these last 2 months to get here?
We were focusing on getting us like play as a team and like work together. I guess I don't know. Like we were doing the whole basic stuff once again, just to like I guess like to make it work again. So that's it. Like nothing special. We were trying always to get like communicating going and default strats working. So that's the whole point with working like last 2 months.
Speaking of those default strats, Pasha, you guys had, I think you won 7 out of 9 defenses in that match, and like it was a big weak point in stage 2. It was really good. Like I think you had a 4-2 split on the first map, and then you won 3 in a row here on Clubhouse. Did you guys rework anything specific? Like did you create new strategies in those 2 months, or are you just reverting to defaults?
I guess like the whole idea like getting default working is like players not making mistakes basically. So like basically we were not working strategies, but like telling people how like not to lead to these mistakes and like not to do it round by round. Just like every problem like
has a solution.
Like, yeah, basically.
Pasha, your team is now running the gauntlet in this bracket. We're starting in the lower bracket. Obviously, you beat BDS today. Tomorrow, you'll have to play through Gen.G and then Secret, which is 2 very different teams to BDS. So, how are you going to prepare for those games?
Well, the scariest one, I guess, is Secret because like their playstyle is much different from BDS. But I guess Gen.G is something in the middle between BDS and Secret. I honestly like no special prep for them, but like we're just gonna focus on our gameplay, not making mistakes and having a good communication tomorrow. And yeah.
All right, and Pasha, with focusing on the basics, like you said, I think we went back to stage 1 and we saw a Pasha-like performance from stage 1 again as well. You know, we talked about you doing your 20% and everybody doing their 20%, but you all had a really good day today.
Yeah, the team was like exactly doing their 20% job, and that led us to the win, basically.
All right, that's awesome. Before we let you go, is there anything you want to say to the fans that have been supporting you all the way here before your game tomorrow?
Of course, everybody who's supporting us on this EML road to SI, thank you so much. We're gonna try our best to getting the SI slot this year and like make you see us on the stage once again. I guess it's not like the hardest job. I think we've been in more rough times, and it was much worse at some point in our career. But like we're doing our best to make you guys happy. And thank you so much for the warm words you sending us. It always helps a lot. Thank you a lot.
That's awesome. Very promising words. And well, if you do well tomorrow, that means you have 2 games, so we won't keep you here any longer. Congratulations again, and good luck on your games tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Good night. Bye.
Good night. All right, always great to hear from Pasha as well. Talking about everything that's happened in these last 2 months. I mean, we can theory craft, we can guess what they've been doing, but it's so much better to hear from the players as well. Focusing on the basics, and where Clubhouse is a very basic map check, we saw going back to the basics actually worked out for them.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a certain amount of boxes ticks. Of course, we were maybe a little bit upset that they didn't cook in the map ban phase, Leo. I think it's fair to say. We thought maybe they might go a little bit more extravagant, but actually it sounds like what they focused on really was teamwork, team play, getting back to the basics, getting back to what works well for Virtus Pro and for the players on that team. And by God, they showed it. I think, they had those dominant defenses. They played well as a team. Even when they were attacking on Clubhouse, the first few highlights that you've seen, they had everything considered in terms of their process, but they wasn't taking too long to consider everything, which was often their downfall as well. So yeah, I think it was a very, very solid VP performance today.
And the truth is, as much as we were critical of them not changing that map veto, it did work in Boston for them to play that classic playstyle. It did work for them to reach to have some of the deepest runs in every STR tournament. And that's also why I'm kind of happy to see VP perform, because I do think that out of the teams that we have in EML, if you don't take into account Secret, G2 and Falcons, VP is probably the one team that, if they make it to an STR event, if they make it to SI in Paris, can represent Europe the best and can make a deep run. And so they're very far away from it. They still have 2 more BO3s to win to make it to Malta. And they're very far away in the standings right now with only 50 points. However, it is very interesting to see. And it will be, I think, a big show of proof if they can upset 2 big teams, especially Secret tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be a tough one for sure. We can have a look at the bracket and see what that path really looks like for Virtus.pro and for other teams that are still in the competition. As we say goodbye to BDS, they're the first team to leave us, and we have 5 teams left now. We said about Virtus.pro's potential gauntlet, and this is what it looks like as well. Tomorrow, their first game will be against Gen.G, and as we said, if they win that game, they have another game right after against Secret, and the winner of that game, our second game tomorrow, will be making their way into Malta as well. So it's a big game for these 2 teams. We've already seen G2 and Falcons make it there earlier today. They have their spot in the upper final, which will play in Malta. But looking at this bracket and looking at the schedule tomorrow as well, I mean, today was a really short day, which we thought was going to be a very long one. But then going into these games tomorrow with Gen.G and Virtus.pro and Secret after Leo, what are expectations for tomorrow? Do we think Secret can hold strong, or could Virtus.pro, with what we've seen today, cause an actual upset?
I think Secret will be the heavy favorite for sure. I mean, they were expected to make it. They're expected to go forward and be that team of the top 3. I kind of wish, like Jack said, that we have an upset, that we see a team go crazy and have a Cinderella run and make it to Malta. And realistically, I think Secret will make it whatever happens. I think that as other regions have their finals, other teams will progress and other teams will be eliminated. And in the end, Secret will be qualified. So I'm just hoping to see maybe a crazy long run from VP, qualify a 4th team to SI. That would be great. I think we deserve it as a region. And yeah, I want to see that upset arrive.
Yeah, I think VP is probably the most likely out of the, I would say, the 2 underdog teams to make it through that. You know, Gen.G really did have a bad day today, whereas VP have had a solid performance there against BDS. Whoever wins that game coming up against Secret, I spoke to Twister very briefly. He said if we fix the defenses, he actually said we played like golds today, but if we play like plats tomorrow, we might be okay.
What a quote.
Words, I guess, coming out from that one tomorrow, and what we'll see happening in that action. Now, that concludes it for us today for the first day of the EML Finals. There's a lot more finals happening. Later on today, on this exact channel, we'll have the NAL Finals as well. They'll kick off their run. A nice interesting fact as well, for example, is that they'll have Rival play their first Tier 1 game being picked up by Dark Zero. Definitely something to look forward to as they start their games over in the NAL region. We'll be back tomorrow, as you just saw on our schedule. Our first game tomorrow starts at 3 p.m. CET, so we'd like to see you there once again, and for now, have a great rest of the evening.